Hey guys and welcome back to my channel. This is part 3 of What If Naruto Refused to Give Up Despite It All. Before we begin, don't forget to like, share and subscribe, and also go and support the author, link in description. Mifune had lived a long life. He had been born as nothing more than an orphan in this harsh world. He had to survive independently and honed his skills to ensure his survival. At least until he had been scouted for the Land of Iron's elite force. The only force seemingly capable of mounting any significant resistance to shinobi. The Iron Samurai Council of the Land of Iron had held tryouts. Mifune, the young starving man, had signed up merely for the free lodging and food provided. He had not expected much of it, in truth. Perhaps it was fate that he had attended the showing. It had been an excellent discovery for the Iron and himself that he had been a natural swordsman. He rose up reasonably quickly through the ranks. It had been cruel and harsh. His days were long and eventful, his nights short and sleepless. He had nearly quit, but even at his young age, he knew this was his way out of poverty. His talent only grew with his determination. But it was far better than those poverty-stricken days. He only had to adapt. That was his only obstacle. But he couldn't just hammer chivalry into his mind. Growing up in those slums, knowing that the other side of his country seemingly was unaware or just didn't care about the commoners was a hard pill to swallow. He could not look up to the higher-ups with the needed respect and status. He quickly made a name for himself in his country. His legend had been cemented during the Third and Second Great Ninja War. He had managed to lead men both times against the warring shinobi, who made a habit of attempting to enter their land during the war for various reasons. Often, the intention is nefarious. They had a policy of not allowing shinobi to enter their land at will, especially at times of war. Mifune had met this duty willingly. He and his men had managed in both wars to keep them out. Many shinobi met their grim demise from Mifune's blade. To him, it had been his duty. A mere responsibility for him to follow. He had expected no award nor praise. An authentic samurai was a humble servant of the people, after all. But he had been held by both the shinobi and samurai as a legend after the wars. He supposed that part of the job always stood out to him. He had been accepted without any background or because of any past deeds. The only thing that mattered was that he was swift with his blade. But he knew that was not true for most of his comrades. The problem may have been with the leader. Of course, samurai always had a legend leading them in books. Someone who he could follow with his heart and respect willingly. Mifune had enjoyed fame to some degree. He would not give in to vain aspirations as many do, but it was nice to be acknowledged for his work. Little had he known he was due for a promotion. They had attempted to tempt him to become a politician, but it was not his way. Instead, they made him a general of the samurai army. More a decorative role than a working one. However, there was a considerable rise in the station nonetheless. The work of their wise emperor and his loyal samurai led to peace within the Land of Iron. But the shinobi world drifted on his mind constantly. As proud and skilled as his samurai forces were, any of the 5 great hidden villages would be a significant threat. Even more worrisome was the dishonorable nature of shinobi, leading to them being considerably unpredictable. But to his shock, one of the cage had reached out to him personally. A plan in mind is to ensure peace for the elemental nation, at least for a time. Mifune had never been one to ignore an opportunity. Peace between the hidden villages was mutually beneficial, and it had been shockingly easy to persuade the others with the support of the samurai. Mifune had an idea that Hiruzen of the Leaf had done more behind the scenes than shinobi often did, but it meant little in exchange for the ninja world becoming less turbulent. It worked well. Now, his home would sponsor the exams to ensure no trickery would be done for the first exams containing all 5 hidden villages. It was worth the trouble for peace. On paper, he would be strengthening the bond between 2 powerful forces in the world while maintaining his no shinobi stance by observing children duke it out. But, behind it all, the samurais will seemingly see how weak their leader was in the face of the shinobi leaders. He was taking a gamble. The might of the 5 cage could very well reduce his country to smithereens, but it was hard imagining them agreeing after all the bloodshed they unleashed upon each other. As the Raikage, the Hokage, and the bodyguards finished their meal, Mifune left the room. Having already informed the cage of the first exam, he knew it was time to notify the Chunin hopefuls. He exited the room and stood before the large group of shinobi. Most of them had just finished their meals and were mingling with one another. He drew his blade silently and slowly before slamming it into the wooden floor below, cracking it from the force. The wood being smashed violently breaks through the chatter of the room. The shinobi focused on him immediately, silence filling the room as they all realized that business had begun. Chunin hopefuls and Junin sensei. My name is Mifune, and I am the Iron Samurai Council Commander General. As such, I have been honored to host the Chunin exams. This was decided due to the unique circumstances of nearly all hidden villages participating. A concern was raised due to the break this group of genin received. This means that this exam is vital to almost every village. A chance for your homes to display their future. A chance for connection and peace for various villages. A chance for you, genin, to achieve glory and recognition. But this chance must be earned. In these exams, you will be tested on various aspects that both shinobi and samurai require. There will be 3 parts to this exam. You will only be informed of the parts as you do them. Remember, it may be held by samurai and myself, but these are still shinobi exams. Now that you have rested after your journeys, it is time to begin. If any shinobi are not participating in the exam, please follow the samurai on my room's left. He will lead you to the observation room while your genins are being tested. As he said this, he witnessed the Junin gather around the samurai he had mentioned before being led out of the room. The genin before him were all now standing and focused. They all seemed focused and confident. Good was a mark of their composure. Unfortunately, it was time to shake such a thing. But first, it's time to go over the rules. For example, Mifune passed for dramatic effect. You will not partake in the test as you are. See, the exam is with random teams. Of course, you're not allowed to harm your teammates under penalty of failing. He waited as their eyes rose to comical levels before they narrowed upon him. What the hell? Every exam I've heard of, you do it with your squad. Kiba roared out angrily. Yeah, this is ridiculous. I'm not working with our enemies. An Iowa shinobi called out angrily. Certainly not working with any tree huggers. Sand shinobi killed my family. Everyone knows the mist is a bunch of savages. I don't like those arrogant cloud bastards. Mifune felt the smile slip at the uproar. The shinobi world was somewhat divided. He would not allow such anarchy. Silence. As he said this, he drew his blade at great speed. The booming voice and shrill sound of steel silenced the turbulent room. Stop acting like kids. You will be working with each other despite any misgivings you hold. If you intend to climb the ranks, you must be mature. There may be a time you will work with those you disdain. Such is the way of the world. You must display honor and loyalty to become more than a mere genin. If such a thing is above you, leave before the shame grows. The room went silent. The genin had not traveled all this way for nothing and would not seek to be dropped before things began. Excellent. I will read off teams now. Team 1 will be Naruto Uzumaki of the Leaf, Ino Yamanaka of the Leaf, Gaara of the Sand, Samui of the Cloud, and Kuritsuchi of the Stone. The genin walked to the front of the room before being led off by a samurai. Mifune watched as the room tensed as they realized how random this was. Team 2 will be Tamari of the Sand, Sakura Haruno of the Leaf, Kiba Inuzuka of the Leaf, Shikamaru Nara of the Leaf, and Neji Hyuga of the Leaf. How is that fair? Yeah, almost all of them are from the same village. Life in general is not fair, Mifune said thoughtfully, managing to cut through the group yet again. There will be times in your life when you must defy adversity. Yet, there will also be times in which you benefit randomly. I may not be a shinobi myself, but I have battled and met countless amounts. No shinobi worthy of much will complain of fairness, he said, looking throughout the room. It seemed everyone had dropped it for now. The newly formed team marched out of the room. Team 3 will be Omoi of the Cloud, Karui of the Cloud, Sasuke Uchiha of the Leaf, Hinata Hyuga of the Leaf, and Konkuro of the Sand. The group left silently as he eyed the remaining group. No outcries this time. It seemed the whiners realized the futility of their moping. He listed off the remaining teams without interruption. Naruto's POV Trial of Janus, Land of Iron. A samurai came for each group and led them out of the building. The group flinched at the cold winds blowing before them as they exited. The stone ground is blanketed in snow. The group was led to a large building surrounded by various copies of itself. Each was cube-shaped and massive. Each is simply gray and nondescript. 9 massive structures lay beyond the gatehouse they had eaten inside. The samurai wordlessly led them to one of the buildings, allowing them to enter and observe the room. It was mostly empty, with white walls and 2 doors, one on the right and one on the front. The sparse room had a painting between the doors of a battlefield, a strange pattern on the roof, and a small table in the center with a note. Naruto could readily admit he was unsure how things would go. He had been prepared to crush the exams with his team in tow. Now, they have been separated into groups. Luckily, Ino had landed with him. And the blonde doubted Neji would have any real trouble. Absolute lucky bastard. He knew logically he should be friendly and attempt to improve their relationship with the newly formed team. Especially now that they were required to work together. But something about Gaara made his skin crawl. He didn't mind him being a Jinchuriki, but he seemed oddly focused on him. Plus, he had taken a good punch with seemingly no damage in that scrap, then somehow tanked one of his favorite Kenjutsu techniques. Of course, it hadn't been full power, but it still should have been enough to cut him badly. But he had merely tanked it with mere sand somehow. To make matters even worse, Gaara stared him down, which turned out to bring out Ino's more protective nature. She is standing slightly in front of the blonde and staring Gaara down. In the 3 months they had spent training, they had significantly grown. Ino now had at least one win each against both boys. A testament to how far she came and what kind of fighter she was. Naruto had never been much for subtlety, smashing or slicing opponents up close until they were defeated. Neji did so with more finesse, but it was the same strategy. Ino fought differently. She had gained some techniques that made her dangerous. Her mind jutsu was disruptive and quick. Especially what had become her trademark jutsu. During this, the young woman became even more outgoing and confident. To the point where she was intending to warn off psychos, Naruto loved his team. Kuretsuchi and Samui both looked on at the awkward standoff in their team. Samui merely sighed, annoyed that the team chemistry had already sunk. Kuretsuchi takes a more aggressive approach. What is this, the most hostile threesome ever? She said with a shit-eating smirk. Both Naruto and Ino jumped at this. Both stared back owlishly. Gaara sighed heavily before looking up at the roof, seemingly done talking. Oh, come on, don't tell me you're prudes. Kuretsuchi continued, her smile growing. I would never be with that creepy bastard. I would never be with that creepy bastard. Both called out simultaneously. Kuretsuchi chuckled gleefully, realizing her joke may hold an element of truth. Samui attempted to pretend to be unaffected, but a small laugh escaped her mouth. The group all looked over at her except Gaara. So uncool, Samui complained. I will cooperate as long as we're on this team, Uzumaki. But make no mistake. At some point in this exam, I will either kill you or capture you, Gaara said calmly, continuing to look at the roof. The group met the odd declaration with the awkward silence it was warranted. Is there a story with short, red, and murderous characters here wanting you? By the way, what the hell does that even mean? Don't tell me this is some kind of bow, Kuretsuchi started with a shit-eating grin. No way in hell. If he says something odd like that again, I'll kick his ass. Naruto yelled angrily. I'm not interested in your body, Uzumaki, but merely what is inside it, Gaara informed. Well, you better back off. I will fry your brain. Ino yelled angrily. Can you not threaten him? I'm pretty sure a requirement for Chunin is maturity. Samui cut through the odd argument seriously. The three speaking looked at her, confused. But Kuretsuchi merely sighs. Fine, I was merely trying to have some fun. You're right. Though, we do need to pass this. Kuretsuchi said with an agonized expression. Not wanting to give up on the funny situation. The group went silent for a few minutes to let the tension pass. Naruto and Ino stood on one side, and Kuretsuchi and Samui stood on the other. Gaara stood near the entrance, staring at the roof with utmost focus. Naruto and Ino glared at Kuretsuchi, neither particularly enjoying her so far. There was no love lost to the stone shinobi as well. Samui sighed, but a certain level of cooperation was needed to operate as a team. She calmly walked over to the two defensive blondes. Kuretsuchi watched semi-enthusiast, interested in seeing how Samui went about befriending them. Naruto and Ino both seemed to tense as she approached. Are you both natural blondes? Samui asked plainly. Yeah, Ino asked while Naruto merely nodded. Cool, Samui said simply with a small smile. Hell yeah, it is. Naruto yelled excitedly, immediately throwing an arm around Cloud Shinobi, seemingly forgetting their poor introduction. Samui smiled, not necessarily at the blonde but at him being so personable and forgetful. You're a friendly one, aren't you, Blondie? Samui said with a smirk. Of course. It's kinda cool meeting shinobi from another village. Naruto started with a big smile. Samui's smile grew a bit. Naruto. Ino complained. Leave it to only Naruto Uzumaki to befriend anyone as long as they seem game. Fine, we are a team. Naruto and I will play nice. Ino finished with a forced smile. She wouldn't bring it up, but Naruto, having been in close contact with the woman, bugged her for some reason. Plus, why didn't he mind when she called him Blondie? She felt her teeth grind for a second before she reined in her temper. Her thoughts were interrupted by an arm thrown over her shoulders. Is Blondie over there your boyfriend? Kuretsuchi asked with a grin. Ino sighed dramatically before responding. No, it's just annoying how trusting he is. It wasn't the truth, but it wasn't a lie either. I wouldn't suggest taking your time for too long. Friendly, dependable guys like him tend to be snatched up before too long. I mean, not my type, personally. Needs some edge for that. But surely it will be popular soon. Kuretsuchi said with a frown as she watched the two shinobi talk. It's not like that. Not fully anyway, and this isn't the time to discuss it. Ino replied, feeling defensive. Listen, I know I was stirring the shit earlier. But I only bring this up because your infatuation is all over your face. And if he was my prey, I would be worried about a woman like her around him. Kuretsuchi finished. Ino resisted the urge to yell at the woman, instead looking to see if what she said held any truth. Naruto and Samui were both holding out their tanto and seemingly discussing kenjutsu. Ino was no slouch with the standard kunai or shuriken, but she had never shown an aptitude for melee weapon combat. Naruto said they had some things in common, with the two laughing at some joke. One is still not interested in him. 2. What does she have that I don't? She asked, fire burning in her tone. I can name 2 things she has over both of us, Kuretsuchi replied with a smirk as she held her arms underneath her chest. Ino gasped indignantly at this before looking over at the two again. Naruto was leaning against the wall as he held his sword for her to observe. The busty woman leans forward to observe it, giving the blonde Uzumaki quite the show. Ino felt her teeth grind again. She was perfectly comfortable with her size, but those things weren't fair. Kuretsuchi seemed not to mind being outmatched, with her chuckling at Ino's reaction. Well, fine, but Naruto and I are practically best friends, Ino replied smugly. The best friend angle. It's not an angle. Naruto is great, but I'm not some damsel who chases after men. If he wants a shot, he'll have to try it himself. Ino replied, annoyed. I thought you didn't like him. Tilda. Kuretsuchi sang smugly. Ino growled, annoyed. Kuretsuchi interrupted her growl with an apologetic smile. Besides, they both use the same weapon. She seems to find him entertaining. He's not hard on the eyes, nor is she with her healthy growths. Surely, you see the threat. Maybe she is, but I have no claim. Ino answered sourly. Not even sure what I want. Probably won't know for a while, Kuretsuchi replied, trailing off. But I've always felt a woman has to go out and get what she wants. Ain't that right, Mr. Ginger Emo? Do not test me. But yes, I concur that we must take what we want. Gaara answered darkly, looking them both in the eye. Now refrain from speaking to me, humans. He raised his head once again to the roof. Ino walked close to Kuretsuchi. Isn't the opinion of a psycho a little dubious? She whispered. Perhaps, the stone shinobi answered honestly. But in the shinobi world, it's par for the course. My old man has always said that all the good shinobi are crazy. Ino sighed at the truth. Kuretsuchi seemed like a more confident and crueler version of herself. But Ino had decided long ago, after losing the friendship between her and Sakura, that she would go out for what she wanted regardless of circumstances. And how to coexist when she disagrees with others. She wasn't sure if she wished to see Naruto romantically. She was sure she wouldn't let him wander off with the first woman he met. Besides, she felt Samui wasn't perfect for the blonde. Before the group could discuss things further, a samurai entered the room. He posed in front of the group of genin and seemed to wait for them to gather and go silent. Once these conditions were met, he withdrew a scroll. Reading from a prepared script. The first test of the Chunin exams is dubbed Trail of Janus. As you can observe, there are 2 doors in this room. Your goal is to reach the final room, the goal room. Whatever path you take is up to you. But be cautious. As you traverse the course, you may tread into a shame room. Any member of your team that enters such a room will automatically fail this exam. Any questions? Naruto's hand flew up absurdly quickly. What's stopping me from punching a hole in the wall to determine the correct door? You may attempt to do so if you please. But I would warn why. His words fell on deaf ears as Naruto flew forward at some point, having summoned a clone. Both held their riptides that glowed blue with chakra. One went for a wild vertical strike while the other did so horizontally. The blade wafted through the air, leaving a blue hue as they did so. Both blades smashed into the wall with a loud boom. Smashing waves. They called as smoke filled the room. A commendable effort. The samurai's voice rang out, cutting through the silence the sudden moves of Naruto had caused. As the smoke cleared, an orange glowing barrier shone throughout the room. We know how destructive even genin can be and prepared this room for thinking like your own. Fuinjutsu. Naruto trailed off, seemingly interested in something that could casually shrug off one of his moves. Cool. Samui was impressed by the technique the Uzumaki had thrown out casually and the barrier that tanked it. Damn it, Naruto. Ino complained, lamenting over the situation he had created. Gaara didn't even seem to notice the commotion happening in the room. Now, seemingly doubly focused on the pattern in the roof. Any more questions? The samurai asked. He waited for a few moments before exiting the room from the entrance. The entrance was immediately covered by the barrier, locking them in. The trial of Janus had begun. Pav outskirts of Hidden Leaf Village. 2 cloaked figures stood in the tree line just before the wall guarding the village. One was hesitant in his mission, the other was more conflicted. He was partially gleeful for the grim mission given to him. The remaining bit of him reveled in self-hatred. Both men lowered their hoods as they gazed upon the walls. Subtlety was needed for this mission, after all, quite the opposite. A grim day for the Leaf, a bit ironic they have no idea what awaits them. Ashira said in an exhausted voice. A shame they sent all the fun ones out. It's not as fun slaughtering the weak. The other voice called out maniacally. It was Jugo of the Scales. A man ruled by violent impulses randomly. Turning from a kind meek man into a murderous psycho. He had been bad before Orochimaru had shifted in his treatment. Shortly after Ikum and Orochimaru had formed their elixir they had found their patient zero. Jugo hadn't lived a long or enjoyable life so far and now mind completely broken by the testing was marked for death. It seems they sent us purely as pawns then. Ashira pondered. I'm much past my prime and one of the few threats to Ikam's plans. You were broken and likely a liability even to the intelligent Orochimaru. A suicide mission of sorts. Silence, old fool. If not for this damn seal you placed on me, I'd tear the flesh from your bones. Jugo roared angrily. In contrast to his murderous aura, he shed tears as if grieving something. Instead, I'll slaughter these men like my master ordered. Luckily for me, Ashira said with some level of distaste. It would benefit us more to move separately. It's clear Ikam has no intention of us surviving this. Besides, your presence is upsetting to me. I feel only pity when I gaze upon you. Jugo merely laughed as if amused by his distaste. I need no pity, old man. I only feel alive these days during the slaughter. I will make them feel the pain I feel. That is why I still breathe in this accursed world. He ranted as his legs seemed to grow masses resembling large pipes. Pure chakra flew from them as Jugo propelled himself over the wall. Ashira shook his head sadly. If he was younger he may have revolted against a cruel and unfair tactic, but he had lived long enough. And though he hated Ikam, the man's goals aligned with his own. He must ensure the death of the Uzumaki. Even if he must align himself with an arguably worse man. He created his clan, and now that they had strayed from his teachings, he would slay the sinful remnants. But there was no doubt his instincts screamed that Ikam could not be trusted. As tired as he may be, he would continue on, to ensure he rectified his mistakes. Ashira leapt into the village. His presence in Jugo was not immediately detected due to his deactivation of the security seal around the village. Not a meager task when considering he had to do so without alerting the village as a whole. They must have assumed Ikam and Orochimaru would hold off for a bit after the failed assassination. But with a lot of heavy hitters leaving the village, it was clear an opportunity was there. Ikam wanted to send a message. Orochimaru and he had sent their most expendable and powerful men. Jugo and himself had been easy picks from there. He did not mind that Ikam would carry out his will regardless of his demise. And he had lived long enough. Besides, shinobi of his caliber were supposed to die in battle. With this grim thought, he threw kunai that were tagged with fuinjutsu. Each tag was marked with a kanji reading, explode. He walked forward nonchalantly. Some civilians and shinobi alike saw him do so. He held back his laugh as the civilians ran in terror and shinobi moved upon him. It seemed the next generation had gone soft. With a heavy sigh, he held up a hand seal. The tags surrounding him gleamed a brilliant orange, blinding those nearby him while Ashira pulled a scroll that grew instantly wrapping around him. As soon as it enveloped him completely, the road exploded. The powerful explosions leveled 4 nearby buildings. Everyone on the street was enveloped in a powerful blast. Most died before they even realized what was happening. The block was filled with smoke. Most nearby surviving shinobi focused their efforts on getting civilians out. Odd, I assumed they would attack me and leave the helpless astray. Ashira pondered out loud before ducking. Several kunai flew through the space his head had been. As he ducked, 2 snakes flew from the ground attempting to bite Ashira's neck. The man drew a long katana with expert speed bisecting the reptiles before they could touch him. Of course, the grunts do the boring stuff. They save trash duty for Junin like us. A voice called out cockily. Well, one of us isn't a full Junin. A motherly voice countered. I suppose butcher would be a more accurate descriptor. Tilda. The cocky voice countered. If you say so, Anko. Makoto said as the 2 women appeared in front of Ashira. The 2 standing boldly contrast with the destroyed buildings and bodies around them. Ah, there we are. Excellent attack. By the way, a less experienced man would have died there. Names and rank, please. I'm a bit old-fashioned. Ashira said pleasantly. Like hell, you bitch. Anko countered. Anko Midorishi, Special Junin. Makoto Uchiha, Junin. Makoto replied easily. You bitch. I had a whole dramatic intro planned. And after I just treated you to drinks. Anko complained. My bad, I didn't mean to steal your thunder. I have an idea of how I can pay you back though. Makoto said sweetly. Ladies, it's rather rude to ignore a man during comb, Ashira started before rolling away. Barely managing to dodge a Makoto suddenly behind him. She stood where he had been with a kunai and a small smile. It seems he detected my genjutsu. I may have grown rusty as a housewife. She said jokingly. Anko chuckled as she landed beside her comrade. You seem to be rather entertaining. Ashira said sadly. Shame they sent mere female Junin. In my heyday, he pointed the katana to both of them. I was a match for any cage. I don't like sexist bastards. How about you, Makoto? Anko asked with a cruel smirk. Not one bit, she replied as her Sharingan activated with a spun around angrily, stark contrast to her sweet smile. Let's show him how ladies do it. Anko called as the 3 charged towards each other. Anko met Ashira first, throwing a roundhouse at his head. He allowed her to hit him. Her body froze for a moment upon contact. Ashira grimly thrusted his katana towards the stunned woman. Makoto intercepts the thrust with a kunai. She deflected it and kicked at him. Ashira smirked as he prepared to watch her pay the price. But gasped when he felt his counter genjutsu seals activate. Suddenly what was a woman attempting a strike became a massive fireball inches away from him. He merely grit his teeth and stanced himself as he sheathed his katana. Rising tide. Ashira replied simply as he drew his blade in an upward slash. The slash somehow sliced through the fireball. But Anko appeared behind it, a mass of snakes wrapping around and biting into Ashira. Anko grinned even as the snakes all stiffened. The defensive seal apparently worked even on the smaller creatures. Thing about your trick is, my snakes don't need to move to get you wrapped up. Anko shouted happily as she pulled on the line of snakes leading to Ashira. She whipped the bundle of snake and man up high into the air. Before she violently whipped them down, the bundle crashed into a small store and completely leveled the building. The two women briefly considered relaxing before the rumble exploded out. An unaffected Ashira standing there. Damn it, how'd he not take any damage from that? Anko asked, annoyed. He seems to be quite durable. Makoto noted as she prepared for round 2. You should respect your elders, Ashira said darkly. Children. Jugo's paw, Western Leaf Streets, Hidden Leaf Village. Deep down, Jugo knew he was becoming the very thing he had spent years combating. The violent side of him before had been almost like a disease, an apparent malfunction. Something that didn't honestly speak of his true character. For years, Orochimaru cultivated this and attempted to find a way for him to master it. His unique body and seal gave him great power but at the cost of his mind. Jugo supposed Orochimaru must have figured there was no saving him at this point. Because the experiments shifted, almost seeming to encourage his wild side. He had been introduced to a new medication, an odd injection that made him even stronger. He had been told it should, over time, heal his sanity as well as make him the perfect weapon. It had been a half-truth, and by the time he had discovered that the medication had made his mind worse, he had grown addicted to it. Each does irreparable damage to his mental health. Now, Jugo didn't truly feel alive at this point. His life had become moments of searing pain and moments of pleasurable wanton slaughter. Deep down, some part of him screamed in anguish at the pain in his actions, but at this point, it was a small part of him. The only time he felt at peace was when he inflicted the pain on others. Somehow, seeing the despair in their eyes seemed to fulfill him. So when he landed on top of the father of a family walking down the street, killing him instantly in front of the family, he ignored the disgust for himself in his heart instead of focusing on the joy of ruining their lives in a mere moment. The mother must have been a former shinobi, for she threw her child back and threw a tight chain of jabs and straights. Jugo merely laughed as he tanked the blows, preparing to snap the woman in two with a single punch before another opponent appeared, kicking him into a building with a crash. An adult genin, having seen everything, rushed over to assist. He was backed by Iruka and a masked Chunin. As the group prepared themselves, Jugo flew from the building, managing to blitz the genin at the front of the group. Here, take it back. He called happily as he did a simple front kick to the genin. As soon as the kick connected, the group could hear shattering bones as the genin flew back into a light pole, collapsing at the bottom bonelessly. Jugo laughed maniacally as the woman rushed in savagely. Enraged with the sudden death of her husband, she summoned large gauntlets of stone on her fist as she unleashed a violent barrage of punches against the still laughing Jugo. A hook sent him stumbling back, and a jab snapped his head back, leaving him open for a viscous body uppercut. This knocked him upwards in the air. They went for a double-handed swing. But Jugo managed to dodge. He went to the counter with a blow but was stopped when the masked Chunin managed to wrap the fist with ninja wire. Before Jugo could attempt to overpower this, Iruka peppered Jugo with shuriken. They stabbed into his skin but were unable to truly pierce it. The masked Chunin flew back suddenly before Jugo exploded. The shuriken all having been tagged. The three regrouped with the enraged wife and Chunin in front. The three waited for a sign of movement from the smoke. None of them could react in time as Jugo suddenly appeared from the ground, grabbing the ankles of the masked, front, unsuspecting shinobi. As he rose from the ground in a feat of strength, he ripped the man from his feet, holding the man upside down. Iruka charged forward with a kunai, desperate to help the man. But as Jugo countered this with a front kick, Iruka raised his guard, trying to tank the blow and knock him off guard. But with an audible crack, the kick met his guard, sending him flying back. He rolled with the impact and winced as he discovered his left arm was completely broken and unable to move. He winced as he focused back on Jugo, and the man savagely slammed both shinobi against the ground. The man did so repeatedly to the already dead Leaf shinobi. Upon realizing Iruka was still standing, Jugo let go of what remained of the mangled corpses. Good, I'm barely warmed up, Jugo complained as he approached Iruka. Iruka merely gulped as he prepared to stall as long as possible. He threw down 4 kunai as Jugo charged. Barely managed to get a barrier ninjutsu up as Jugo slammed into it. The man slid back as the barrier held firm. He laughed heartlessly as he continued to pound into the barrier. How long do you think it'll hold with your puny reserves? Jugo taunted as he slammed his fist randomly into the barrier, seeming to wear it down through pure persistence. Iruka grits his teeth as he continues to pump chakra into the barrier. Jugo merely laughed at the barrier's strength. Suddenly, his skin grew even darker as his punch's strength grew. His blows landed faster and with loud booms. Iruka groaned as his chakra started to wane. With a growl, he released the technique right as Jugo swung, making the murderer overextend. As he had practiced hundreds of times, Iruka thrust his kunai at Jugo's heart. The last of his chakra was stored in the blade to ensure it could pierce him through. Neji's Pav Trial of Janus, Land of Iron. Neji's group scanned the room, looking for clues they could glean. He had worried, hearing they would be split up from their usual squads. He had grown used to his teammates and found they gelled well with him. But perhaps his worry had been over nothing. Naruto's best friend, Shikamaru, was now part of Neji's team. Personally, the Hyuga thought he fit this quite a bit better but digressed. He may have been a lazy and pitiful man. But his mind, or more of his deduction, was absurd. He had quickly informed the others that the split goal was merely a way to add pressure, and assured them the room would have clues based on the short explanation provided by the samurai. Neji had wished to disprove this, but it made perfect sense. And the group had elected him their de facto leader. Tamari was another group member and seemed to have a mind near the level of the Nara. Thankfully, she didn't suffer from his laziness, and while Nara was thinking, she was examining the room with a critical eye, much like Neji. Neji is quite irritable because the room makes his Byakugan useless, effectively acting as a chakra smokescreen. He was used to his powerful vision, and adjusting to using the normal eyes for searching was surprisingly tricky, making Neji grateful for Temari's assistance, even if she spent time complaining. Sakura was someone he had known would be helpful. She had been in his class, and while physically unremarkable, she was pretty intelligent. Knowledgeable in most tactics, she was rumored to be skilled at medical ninjutsu. She was currently brainstorming over the note containing one line of one and some sort of scribble. She had various equations and ideas scribbled on the note and seemed stumped. Neji stopped his search, feeling more than a bit frustrated, and stared at the note. I've tried everything I can think of, Sakura complained. Perhaps it's a red herring, Neji asked. Doubtful, there is more than likely more than one way to pass. Gotta test us on an array of skills. Shikamaru counters. Have you considered longitude and latitude? Tamari proposed. Couldn't be, the value is way off what it would be for that. Neji shot down. Both flinched at the crash of Kiba hitting the final wall. The Inuzuka seemingly confident the barrier would have a weak point. He panted harshly as the others, except for Sakura, stared at him incredulously. What had to be sure? Kiba said with an awkward smile. He was greeted with silence. Before that, it was shattered by a cry from Sakura. Its coordinates, she called happily. I thought we just shut that down, Kiba commented while scratching his head. Akamaru barked in disagreement from his master, making him frown. She means for a grid, Shikamaru explained. 1-1, it's our position in some sort of grid or something. Assuming the rooms are all of a similar size, we can predict our position and know where we're going. I can make a mental map with this knowledge in mind. Even if we did know our position, how are we sure which door we should use from that? Tamari countered. Sakura hummed at this, seemingly unsure. As the scribble anything important? I figured it was just a mistake from the writer, but with how cryptic it seems now, I would assume it's a clue. Kiba chimed in Akamaru, barking loudly and in agreement. Sakura, can you quickly hold it up to my lighter? I'm not trying to burn it. I just want to check something. Shikamaru asked politely. Sakura, having no better idea, brought the paper to Shikamaru. The Nara pulled out his Zippo and lit it at a distance from the paper. Hold it over the flame so I can see through, Shikamaru explained. Sakura did so patiently. Shikamaru stared into the ink, trying to decipher the hidden message. 1, 2, he read aloud. 1 and 2, scribbled out and in the same form as the other set, Neji started. Perhaps this is what they meant by shame room, Tamari offered. Shikamaru snapped happily at this. Of course, it's offering us the knowledge that the door on the right leads to a failed room. I see. One would be the room to our right. And since the other door is at the front and is the only other option, it must be safe. Termai finished. They all gathered at the front door and walked through, seeing another room. They all tensed, waiting to see if they had selected wrong. But when nothing happened, they felt emboldened. They had the skills necessary to do this. Naruto's Pav Trial of Janus, Land of Iron. Samui watched, full of despair, as 3 of the teammates argued. With the rules explained, Kurtosuke had immediately chosen a door, claiming that right was the heavenly direction. They can do the split option if they disagree. Naruto immediately refused, stating he couldn't risk failing on a hunch. Nor would he risk another chance on one. Ino pointed out that the option was likely to pressure them and affect their teamwork. Kuretsuchi seemed assured of the logic, stating it was practically a saying from home, and cared little if the others failed. Samui had been attempting to find clues during the spout, but she was unsure what to look for. Gaara stood where they had since the start, still staring at the roof. I won't risk anyone's future just because you're too stubborn to reconsider, Naruto argued angrily. I can't take the opinion of short men seriously. Kuretsuchi countered. Well, I can't take pig-headed fools seriously. Ino chimed in. You gotta have problems, blondies. I can handle you both. Kuretsuchi said arrogantly. Stop being so uncool, Samui attempted. Ino and Kuretsuchi sent the woman death glares. While it seemed the reminder reigned in Naruto's temper a bit, the two kunoichi were too irritated with the other's attitude. He walked up to Kuretsuchi, who got up in his face fearlessly. The tension in the room grew once again. But Naruto merely slowly and gently rested a hand on her shoulder. I understand what you're saying and respect your opinion. But please just allow us to be a team and consider our options. Yano, Naruto said with that genuine smile he rarely showed. Kuretsuchi seemed stunned for a second before she nodded yes and shoved the blonde back. The group was silent as she stomped over to Ino. I think I can see what you see in him. Tilda, Kuretsuchi teased quietly. Ino merely growled at her. Gaara interrupted the conversation as he silently stomped on the group. He walked to the same door Kuretsuchi had selected. The annoying woman is correct. This door is the right one, he explained in his gravelly voice. How the hell can you be so certain? Ino, Naruto, and Samui asked, infuriated, as Kuretsuchi smiled widely. She was glad to have someone on her side. I just am, Gaara answered before reaching for the handle. Kuretsuchi happily stood behind him. The three blondes looked at each other before they raced behind the redhead. Something of his odd behavior and speech convinced the group he somehow knew. None noticed the tiny bits of sand flowing from the roof to his gourd. If they had, they would have seen the sand had traveled within the lines of the pattern on the roof. The pattern was actually a maze. Ashira's paw of eastern streets of the Hidden Leaf Village. Ashira never thought much of the newer generations of shinobi. He had witnessed the likes of Madara Uchiha and Hashirama, after all. But now, he would admit to some degree he had underestimated them. He dodged several slashes from Anko, kicking out her legs when she overextended. Snakes flew from her sleeves and wrapped around his throat, strangling him for a moment. Even as he was strangled, he weaved signs, and his body glowed red, spreading to Anko for a mere moment and causing her to scream in pain. The snakes are missing from her lack of focus. Infectious seal. Pain overload. Ashira lectured as he deflected several thrown kunai from Makoto. She appeared above him and slashed down with two kunai into Ashira. The blow blocked the force, cracking the concrete below. Reinforcement seal. Density multiplier, Ashira added before flinging her back casually with his katana. The force sent Makoto through a food stand. Both women stood shakily as they stared down the shockingly lethal man. He was able to counter almost any attack in mere moments. The number of seals he used was shocking. Neither had ever faced a Fuijutsu master. He was adaptive and robust. Was there anything seals couldn't do? Makoto, let's blow him away. Anko yelled angrily as she weaved signs. Makoto did not waste time responding. She merely weaved her own response. Fire style. Dragon flame bullet. Anko called as a quick beam of flames flew toward Ashira. Wind style. Great breakthrough. Makoto called a large gust of wind propelling and growing the flame shot as it approached Ashira. Collaboration technique. Explosive fire bullet. The woman chorused as the beam slammed into Ashira. The fire immediately enveloped him and roasted anything in its narrow path into ash. Ha, showed that bastard. Anko chuckled merrily. Makoto smiled back, happy to have survived the encounter. The two both cried out in pain as suddenly the man appeared in front of them, landing vicious body jabs on both women with one hand each. They flew back as he drew his sword again and marched on. Impressive for sure, but slow. It gave me plenty of time to create a defense seal. Do not despair, for you never truly stood a chance. Arashi offered as he approached the two defeated women. He raised his blade, choosing to kill Anko first. As he did so, an orange blur appeared, kicking him incredibly hard. His seal crackled against the blow before he saw kanji flow onto him. The Fuinjutsu boosted attack pierced his Fuinjutsu shield, and he felt the blow crack some of his ribs. He flew back, crashing painfully into the building. Another challenger. It's well worth my time. Kushina Uzumaki, my leader, has marked you for death. Arashi declared as he stood facing her. Removing himself from the building he had been kicked into. Kushina also faced him, already in her one-tailed form, and stared at him hatefully. You all threatened my child and destroyed some of my heritage. Can't just let that go, Yano. She said darkly. I can understand. I am also not the best at letting go, Arashi said. See, I feel the need to purge the Uzumaki that started. He cried. In truth, the two distant family members did not listen to each other. They merely prepared to kill the other. The time for words had long passed. Kushina roared angrily as her single tail raced forward, attempting to crush the older man. Ashira, with a roar, deflected the tail and raced forward to attack Kushina. The two met katana to katana. They tested their strength briefly before Kushina pushed back against the man, sending him skidding along the concrete. As he stopped, Kushina was attempting a vertical slash above the man. Ashira laughed as kanji flowed into the ground around him, forming a barrier. Kushina roared as her blade suddenly glowed red, quickly slashing through the barrier. Ashira gasped in pain as he received a shallow cut. It burned into his skin and made him dizzy for a moment as his vision focused back, and he saw a fist fill it. He felt his nose shatter as he flew back through a billboard. The old man slowly crawled to his feet with a smile. Playing with your food Ashira asked simply. Merely dispensing a mother's wrath, Kushina said darkly. Little do you know you played right into our hands, Ashira stated simply. A scroll popped out from his, releasing several syringes. My colleague is merely here to cause damage. My goal is you, he said, his hatred in his eyes. Jugo's Pav, western streets of Hidden Leaf Village. Jugo roared angrily as the weak man scrambled away from him. A shinobi of some kind attempted to sneak attack him with a blade. And to his credit, he stabbed him in the back. But his muscles and deformed body could be barely harmed by regular blades. Jugo paid him back for his honest effort by grabbing and crushing his throat. He growled as a kunai missed his eye, thudding into his face instead. The spiky-haired man panted before scrambling away again. He jumped to the rooftops, and Jugo followed in angrily. Somehow, the weak man has managed to evade death. He watched as he flew over a smoking chimney. The rampaging Jugo followed right after him. But when he attempted to pass through the smoke, he stopped. It seems to solidify and hold him in place. He growled at the event. But before he could do anything, the smoke formed into a giant fist holding him. Smoke style. Smoker's remorse. A voice called as the smoke rose through the air with the crazed murderer before driving him into the ground on the street violently. Hey, Yaos, turn. Des called in front of the downed Jugo. The man is rising angrily, and most of his injuries are healing. Uruka landed nearby, exhausted but seemingly game to fight still. See, Uruka, isn't it? With these big fellas, you gotta treat him like a hog. Des started with a smile. As Jugo raised and roared angrily, he was interrupted by a giant pair of arms wrapping around him. If you don't know what that means, it's straightforward. You beat the shit out of them. Des said happily. My name is Nekomaru. Forgive me for my unflattering fighting style. I'm a simplistic soul, after all. The named Nekomaru towered over the large Jugo. I am the third-ranked underling of Tsunade-sama. As such, it is my job to protect this village and kill you now. The man was easily 7 feet tall and built of pure muscle. He wore an athletic one-piece and had a buzzed cut. Too much talking. Jugo roared as he elbowed violently on both sides. Nekomaru seemed to flinch under the mighty blows. Smoke style. Smoker puff bullets. Des called as he spit small balls of smoke. The balls smacked off Jugo's face, seeming to stun him. How like my ultra-strong SIGs. Now Neko. Des called. Death technique. Endless suplexes. Nekomaru called as he lifted Jugo out of the air. He slammed him headfirst with a German suplex. As Jugo hit the ground in a bone-crushing thud. As Jugo impacted, Nekomaru rolled through. Bodily lifting the man again. Prepare yourself until you die. This is your life. He slammed him twice, 3 times, 5 times. On the 10th, he launched Jugo into a building headfirst. Nekomaru panted harshly as the building collapsed on top of the enraged man. Only 10. Des asked as he lit a smoke. I mean, don't get me wrong, the bastard must be dead. But you usually do more than that. He was struggling up until the 8th one, Nekomaru explained. Bastard 8 of those and was still trying to scrap. Respectable for someone who's scum. Des stated. We're not done yet. Jugo yelled as he crawled from the rubble of the building. He was coated in blood from a cut above his brow. His left arm seemed to be crushed, and he walked with a wince. Likely, he had some form of spinal damage from Nekomaru's savage attack. Des dropped his cigarette in shock as Nekomaru charged forward. Jugo met this charge, and both of them threw matching rights. The blows met with a thunderous clash before Nekomaru screamed in pain, his arm seemingly broken. Des couldn't believe it. The man had countered Nekomaru's strength with pure strength. He had grown even stronger. Des was too shocked to react as Jugo bear hugged the large Nekomaru and somehow crushed him with a sickening crunch. He tossed the corpse to the side as he approached him happily. Des felt a teardrop tread down his cheek. Yias stared at his dead best friend. Jugo laughed as the curse mark spread to his body. It is now adding additional masses around his body, all of which seemed to boost his speed and strength. Right as Jugo approached to kill Des, a large fist filled Des's vision. It sent the berserker flying through several buildings. Sorry, we didn't make it sooner, a gruff voice called. A large man wearing armor walked by. Des recognized him as the leader of the Akamichi, Choza Akamichi. We'll make him pay in response. A gravelly voice added. Shikaku Nara was here as well. For all this, a more somber voice finished. Inochi Yamanaka. Jugo laughed madly as he faced down an infamous trio. His body grew even more monstrous and deformed as he grew in power. The most famous and argued most potent version of the Inashika Cho formation was here. The real fight had yet to begin. It wasn't often Shikaku was in the field these days. It was an oddity for most clan heads. Clan politics usually required him and others to work long hours and be at the home front. Perhaps that was why the monstrosity of a man they were fighting was still alive. Shikaku started things off by firing an absurd amount of kunai towards Jugo. The insane man chuckled as various mounds grew on his shoulders and ankles. With a burst of chakra, he flew forward. The kunai thrown were blown back by the force of Jugo merely punching towards a smiling Shikaku. As his fist closed in, Jugo was grabbed by a large hand again. Choza chuckled merrily as he held the thrashing Jugo. He roared in anger before his cries were stopped by Inochi throwing a vicious series of head kicks at the helpless Jugo. Rushing into the fight against the Inoshika Cho formation. It's unwise, to say the least. At the very least, I hope you reach heaven or whatever people believe. Shikaku stated as he lit a cigarette. As he did so, Choza threw the man back. Jugo attempted to boost forward again but gasped as he was frozen again. Shadow sowing jutsu, Shikaku said as pale black tendrils impaled Jugo. It's a nasty technique, I know. It runs you through and won't even let you run. Even in its weaponized form, my shadows stop movement. Jugo started flailing as the black tendrils began cracking. Before he could get much further, Choza appeared above him with a smile. They sent some rookie, partial multi-sized jutsu. Choza roared as his legs grew like a giant before crushing Jugo. He should be done en. Choza was suddenly thrown back as a Jugo emerged, covered in black markings. Yes. Sweet release. The curse calls. Let's kill each other like animals. Jugo roared as Choza landed back with the three. He finished his speech as he blitzed forward, punching Choza, who barely managed to raise his guard. The force still sent him flying through a building, though. This left him open to a spinning elbow by Inochi and a kidney stab from Shikaku. Jugo laughed even as he spat his blood, grabbing both men by the arms. But a large mailbox slammed into him before he could continue his attack. The force of which wrapped the box around his head as he slid against the ground. Before he could even get up, Inochi was weaving hand signs. As Jugo rose, he fired off his jutsu. Mind-body switch jutsu. Inochi called the jutsu, hit Jugo, and took effect. Jugo felt the presence of him control his body. But Inochi discovered the mind was simply too fragmented to hold, allowing the man to remove him with accidental ease. It was only a moment, but the lapse was enough for shinobi of this caliber. Choza didn't bother with a jutsu, instead aiming for a powerful haymaker. Even a man as strong as Jugo was knocked for a loop by the natural power of Choza. Before Jugo could recover, let alone retaliate, Shikaku appeared behind him, channeling chakra into a kunai and slashing his Achilles tendons. Jugo collapses to his knees as a kunai Inochi carefully fires lodges into his forehead. Shikaku and Choza mercilessly unleash dual kicks to the kunai's back ring, sending Jugo flying in a spray of blood. Inochi calmly approaches the two as they observe the now prone and motionless Jugo. Forward. Jugo froze for a second as Inochi took over his body. Before using. Quite a powerful fighter. Unsurprising that the monster raised as much trouble as he did. Inochi stated as they continued to observe the corpse. Why did he attack, though? Choza asked with a frown. He seemed mentally unwell. Perhaps he was insane and merely rampaging. He certainly wasn't intelligent. If he was, we might have been in trouble, Shikaku complained. Shouldn't have wasted the smoke on that. Jugo stared up at the sky as they chatted. Normally, they would have ensured his death, but he supposed they felt no need, considering the context. He was lucky to be alive. Right as the blade had been kicked, a growth had grown in his forehead, throwing off the aim and sparing him from having it driven through his brain. In truth, he would have preferred if he had died. He supposed this was a rare moment of mental clarity for him. His life from the start had been a tortured existence. He had gone to Orochimaru originally intending to have the man cure him of his unstable attributes. He had heard tales of the sound accepting anyone and was determined to stop his urges. It had already cost him the lives of his family and friends. So, he felt the risk was minimal. At the very least, Kimimaro had shown himself to be able to deal with him. Able to keep him calm and withstand his rage. At first, it seemed progress was being made. His rampages became rare and, even when occurring, were dealt with quickly. It hadn't been a great life, but Jugo knew such things would never be better for him. Then Orochimaru turned, and he found no cure for him but supposed he deserved it. His family did believe in karma, after all. The sins he committed, the people killed by his hands just trying to struggle in a harsh world. He supposed he had outlived his luck, but now he was punished for his sins. He had outlived his usefulness. Orochimaru made him worse, undeniably powerful, but the murderous rages became the norm. His lucidity faded like the autumn leaves. He supposed most would have rebelled, but he knew there was little point. Orochimaru was too powerful and cunning for him to escape. And he deserved this fate. He was given the only freedom life could offer a man like him. A man bathed in misery such as he could offer the world one mercy. To be exterminated as the monster he was. A final wish is that he could not choose how he lived his life, but he could dictate how he died. He allowed nature's energy to flow into him, healing his gruesome wounds and refueling him. Perhaps Orochimaru had manipulated him, perhaps he never intended to cure him. It mattered little to him. The man, whether for his gain or not, had granted him peace. His murderous rampages for a while had been contained, he had even befriended Kimimaro. It was more than enough for him to die this way. To let his miserable life end may as well favor the man who had gotten him this far. He briefly considered fighting with his sanity intact but dismissed the option. He doubted he would be given a painless death. Instead, he grabbed a syringe loader with the compound that had gotten him to this point. It was almost comical how much he hated it. Yet even as it took his final moments from him as he injected it, he felt such a satisfying rush go through him, alarming the three enemies that their foe wasn't done. Jugo had hated his life. He only hoped they killed him before he could kill anyone else. Shikaku, Choza, and Inochi flinched at Jugo's chakra burst. It had nearly doubled. His skin darkened and bulged as his form morphed. The trio was stunned by the horrific transformation. His teeth elongated and more pointed. His hair grew longer and haphazardly flowed more wildly in all directions. 6 growths protruded from his back in a conical shape. The same is true on his ankles. Several are marred on his face. He roared angrily as black marks spread onto his face. Veins protruding from the muscular freak, he towered over them nearly double their size. I think a rematch is due. He roared, charging forward. Choza and Inochi met this charge as Shikaku stayed back looking for an opening. Choza met Jugo with an enlarged kick. Jugo caught this with ease and chucked the large man back. He ignored Inochi slashing at his neck, the kunai breaking. Half the growths on his right side of the back fired off the chakra, allowing the man to spin quickly. Inochi managed to raise his guard but was ragdolled by the vicious blow. The spinning overhand smashed into his double guard, crashing into the ground with the shattering of concrete. Jugo smiled as he prepared to finish him off before freezing. Shadow Pass. Shikaku was interrupted as Jugo suddenly came before him, unleashing a body uppercut that raised him. Jugo grabbed Shikaku by the leg, slamming him bodily into the ground. He raised a fist to crush his skull but caught a ginormous foot directly in the face. The blow sent him careening through several houses. A giant Choza chased after the man but stopped when Jugo suddenly flew upwards, punching the giant in the face. Choza stumbled back but fired a giant-sized uppercut. The smaller Jugo flew upwards. Payback time, pipsqueak, he hollered as he let loose with his hands, sending a giant-sized barrage of punches in such a way as to keep Jugo airborne. The crazed man held his guard as if intending to block the crushing blows. But the cries of pain from Jugo made it a clearly doomed effort. Inoichi and Shikaku shakingly got to their feet. They look at each other for a moment before laughing at each other's state. You old deer-loving geezer. Maybe you should sit on the sideline while the real men fight. Inochi laughed, somehow ignoring his broken ribs. You troublesome bastard. You look worse than me, maybe you should run the family flower shop. Shikaku sniped. Despite the significant cut above his brow, he looked surprisingly fresh, painting his face red. Both flinched and jumped back as a normal-sized Choza landed before them, breaking the ground beneath him from the impact. I hate these types, it's like fighting a baby Jinchuriki, Choza complained. Any idea how to keep him down? He seems to tank punches that can break down mountains. Yeah, I got something. It's not gonna be fun, though. Shikaku informed as he formed hand signals. Right then, a smiling and bloody Jugo flew towards the three. Inochi launched himself forward, landing a flying kick. But Jugo merely plowed through, sending the Yamanaka tumbling away. Choza shot off a large fist, and Juzo met it on his own. The blow sent Choza stumbling back, crying out in pain. Several shadows slammed into Jugo, attempting to spear him again, but they shattered upon contact. Jugo attempted to push his advantage but failed to see the explosive tags attached to the shadows. With a boom, they went off. Jugo stumbled through the blast, obviously somewhat harmed. Though the burns didn't bother him much. He growled as Choza suddenly ran him over in human boulder form. Jugo attempted to rise but was grabbed by various shadowy hands. Shadow hands of the damned. Jugo slowly was prying them off as Choza came back around at tremendous speed. The speeding ball of a man smashed into Jugo, sending him flying down the street. He growled as he rose. Let me kill you already. He roared as he prepared to engage the two again. But froze as a voice called out. Emotional suppressal jutsu. Inochi called out as Jugo's furious face relaxed. His rage seemed to melt. His skin grew lighter. His chakra dimmed as a significant amount of his strength seemed to leave his body. He seemed shocked, looking at himself in disbelief. He looked up at Inochi in awe. Thank you. As he said this, several threads of darkness pierced his body, raising him into the air as the orange-haired man was peppered by sharp shadows. He coughed out a large amount of blood, almost surely unable to breathe. Shikaku approached him as he lit another cigarette. I'm sure you have your own story. With how tortured you seem, I'm sure you suffered more than most. Unfortunately, Shikaku pulled a kunai and fired into the chest of the crying and smiling Jugo. You can't be forgiven for your crimes simply because you had it rough. He lectured morosely as he looked Jugo in the eye. How sad, it seems like he almost wanted this. Jugo, unable to speak or perhaps unwilling, simply nodded. The light left his eyes as he died with a smile. For the first and last time in his life, he experienced peace. We're getting too old for this, Inochi complained. We're lucky we found that his emotions were tied to his power, or we would have been in a worse state. You mean Shika did, Shoza corrected. We're lucky my hunch was right. The mark looked similar to a mark given to Anko from Orochimaru. From the study, we found out it's named the curse mark and tied to emotional state. So if we take the negative ones, he'd become a shell of himself power-wise. A definite loose cannon. I suppose the snake chose well. Low cost and potential benefit of discrediting the leaf. We'd be laughing stocks of the ninja world if some nobody came in and did massive damage. Inochi figured. He got some before we got here, Shoza said regretfully. All we can do is be more prepared. We can't rewind time due to grief. Send a messenger bird out to inform the third Hokage. It's time to go on lockdown. I want a report on the man in the east, too. I sent some reliable men to help out the old habanero. As Shikaku gave orders, the other two raced off. He knew being the Junin commander would be a lot of work. He should have just been lazy in life. Damn Yoshiko. Love always did make things troublesome. Gaara's Pav Trial of Janus, Land of Iron. Gaara knew he would participate in the coming exams. Even with the nationwide delay, he knew his time would come. In truth, he cared little for the gain of the Sand Village. It was his home only in name and memory. He had been ostracized, assaulted, and hated. It had warped his mind in ways he knew were unorthodox. But honestly, he felt it was unavoidable. Even as a child, he had been odd. The monster inside of him took over when he slept. As such, he didn't sleep often. Most nights, he merely sat alone, trying desperately to ignore the lonely nature of his existence. His father accused him of being insane. He supposed that was fair enough. He didn't feel very sane. At first, he assumed that violence would free him. His existence was marked by the murder of those he deemed worthy. For years, it worked, but it was an empty passion. It cured not his pain nor his reputation. But he could not let go of his detest of humans. They simply were hateful and hypocritical. It took a textbook discovered in his mother's old room that had changed this thought process. Sure, killing was a temporary fix for his grief, but in truth, he wanted companionship. He had learned he was one of 9 other sacrifices. They could understand his plight. They had access to the power he had. They had suffered as he had. But he couldn't befriend just anyone. Some did not have the strength to survive as he did. If so, he would spare them from the suffering of living. The Chunin exams proved to be a great opportunity in that way. He cared little for glory or a promotion. He merely took the chance to meet the others. He eyed Naruto as he and Ino looked at the note, both seeming to not be able to understand it. Yet it seemed they were determined to. Kuretsuchi was examining the walls, looking for some kind of secret. He knew they wished for his assistance, but he would not offer it to the filthy humans. But the Uzumaki was different. He was one of them. He had intended to test him lightly, and the blonde had passed it. He was indeed powerful, and yet, he was different. He seemed close to the female blonde. She seemed to hover protectively around him most of the time. It was laughable. The girl wouldn't last very long against him, nor would her teammate. He had even seemed to befriend the other blonde woman, Samui. It made no sense to him. From what he read, all Jinchuriki were detested. Yet he appeared accepted, at least by the two. He could see a familiar look in his eyes. The dark path of loneliness, the pain of missing someone you hardly knew. But, somehow, the blonde's eyes shined despite it. They seemed hopeful and determined. It perplexed him. It made him stop from enacting his plan to help the blonde and enlist him. The fool seemed fond of humans. Too forgiving, likely. He couldn't let humans close. They were untrustworthy creatures, unfitting of one such as him and Naruto. For now, he would observe. Perhaps he would force the Uzumaki to see the world as he did. Jinchuriki only had each other, after all. Guys, I noticed something cool, Samui said in a matter-of-fact tone. This painting has some kind of riddle in it. Riddle? Naruto questioned as he and Ino walked over. What's it say? There must be a clue. Then, thank God. The second room was easy, but this has had us stuck. Kuretsuchi complained. It was easy because you guessed it before we could debate it, Ino remarked, annoyed. Gotta trust your gut, Kuretsuchi said happily. Anyway, Samui interrupted. It reads. I always go to the right. But never to the left. What am I? I guess samurai like riddles. Ino pondered. The answer is the clock, right? Because the hands move to the right only. It has to be. Naruto filled in. So, Kuretsuchi wondered out loud. She eyed the room and saw an analog clock stashed above the door frame. A bit difficult to spot unless one knew to look for it. The old analog clock had the incorrect time, all hands on one. It must be right since the clock hands are pointing that way. Plus, the poem had the word as well, Naruto added. Twice is a sure sign shinobi don't believe in coincidences, after all, ya know. Cool, so we're decided, Samui asked. The four nodded yes and looked towards Gaara, who was already walking to the decided upon door. About as close as we're gonna get with Imo, Kuretsuchi says with a smirk as the group continues the exam. Neji's POV trial of Janus, Land of Iron. With Naruto shocking him by defeating him and the harsh training Kakashi had prepared for them, Neji figured the exams would be more problematic. He supposed it was the luck of the draw, but his team was nearly perfect for such an exam. Even Kiba had found a clue in a painting by accident. Sakura was so observant that he thought she could even have a secret Byakugan. Tamari had proven to be shrewd and intelligent. Meanwhile, Nara seemed to be a genius in his own right. It was helpful undeniably, but it was also humbling. He supposed that when they called him a genius, they meant a genius of combat, not one of intellect. They had proceeded quickly through the rooms, seemingly having no trouble finding clues. Even less so since they had a mental map guiding them. Thanks to the enigmatic Shikamaru. The last room was easy enough. The structure was one of 9 rooms. Based on the cognitive map of Shikamaru, they were wrapped back around, and the door across was correct. We could send someone as a risk to make sure of it. Tamari had offered quickly, being glared down for the suggestion. Treehuggers. She snorted as she walked through the doors. As they did, they were now outside. Several samurai standing in a crowd. Stables were erected as well, all before a medium-sized shack outfitted with comfortable furniture for both cage. Congratulations, I guess, I don't know, that intro seems dull. A voice added. The 5 genin turn and see a dark-skinned man wrapped in a coat with blonde hair facing them. My name is Darui, and I am the proctor of the second test. This is dubbed, the trial of Neo. Rest for now. The test won't begin for a while. Even once the last team finishes, you all will be given an hour to rest. He explained as he walked away from the group following. Darui led them to a large tent containing padded resting places. A campfire inside with a hole at the top to let the smoke escape. Rest here. You'll need it, he said simply, walking away from the group to another tent holding Junin inside of it. Neji supposed he had beaten the others here. Naruto would not be allowed to forget this. Ashira's POV Eastern Streets of Leaf, Hidden Leaf Village. When you lived as long as Ashira, you learned a thing or two about battles between groups. When sent on assassination like he had been, it was due to the risk of his life being superseded by the benefits of someone else's demise. When he read the target, he could hardly refuse. Kushina Uzumaki was hated by him. The ties to the Leaf had been planned to be their saving grace. An alliance with one of the Great Five would provide them protection. They had been wrong, luckily so. Considering the sinners they are. But seeing the woman brought his fury to the front. In many ways, she was the last loyal Uzumaki. Oh, her half-breed would be dealt with in due time. But she had been a gift from his accursed children. All traces of their clan must be destroyed. Ikum had sent him due to his mastery over Fuinjutsu. Such a skill was invaluable against Jinchuriki. Yet he must admit the woman gave him little chance to initiate such a tactic. She yelled as she sheathed her blade and she flew towards him. Well, while she was open. Water style. Pressure cutter. He screamed as a pressurized beam of water flew towards her. Uzumaki style. Scarlet crescent wave. Kushina called as she drew it from her hip. A vertical line of red chakra flew into the water beam, slicing through it easily. The beam continued towards Ashira, who merely shifted back as he drew his blade. Uzumaki style. Deflecting draw. He said as he drew his blade, a red blur that quickly slashed through Kushina's attack. Your speed and power are impressive but not much better than Junin. You seem to have substantially weak control of the Kyuubi. Your Uzumaki Kenjutsu is impressive, and your mastery is worthy of our heritage. But considering our heritage is trash, and you are weaker than I. Ashira appeared from behind Kushina, drawing his blade and pointing towards Kushina. It matters little. Die. Uzumaki style. Eroding thrust. He suddenly flew towards Kushina, thrusting his blade absurdly quickly. Kushina replicated the stance of Ashira earlier. Uzumaki style. Deflecting draw. She called, smacking the sword away and ending the technique. She smirked as she spun. I made the Uzumaki style my own. Uzumaki style. Flowing counter. Ashira's eyes widened as he realized it was a technique he didn't recognize. She sliced Ashira horizontally, being left open. The blade slammed into his torso with a spark. Kushina flew back, shocked by the incredible force. You may be decent in most customs of the Uzumaki, but you're lacking in the most notable one. A true Uzumaki would have known of that seal. Worry not. Your death will interrupt the shame. Uzumaki style. 8-layered explosion seal, Kushina called, interrupting the man. As soon as she finished her words, an explosion went off on Ashira, shrouding him in smoke. She must have put it on me during the sword slash. She is considerably stronger than we thought. A second one booms, a third one, a fourth, a fifth, a sixth, a seventh, and the eighth one goes off with a final horrendous boom. The aftermath of such an explosion had leveled several nearby buildings, coating the whole block in dust. May not be a master, but I'm no rookie, ya know. I don't. Ashira sat above Kushina on the wall. His arm was minorly burnt, and half his torso was as well, showing that he had not escaped unharmed. Prepare yourself. I won't be holding back now. Uzumaki style. Red flash. Kushina shouted as she fired off a red slash towards Ashira. He sighed. The slash hit but dispersed against his skin with no damage. In my day, they never had anything quite like this, Ashira commented. Useful when disposing of trash. Shoddy craftsmanship on the seal. 2 seconds before each explosion. Laughable. Now, a good seal, well, one example is my own creation. Uzumaki reflect array, tattooed over my own body, and is incredibly painful to activate. But once it is on, no Uzumaki can harm me. Kushina activated her second-tailed form as her eyes turned red and her teeth elongated. Let's see about that, she said, her voice now deeper. She seemed to teleport in front of Ashira, who could merely widen his eyes as her fist smashed into his face. But to the shock of the mother, he didn't fly. Before she could ponder this much longer, she flew back, being sparked again. She growled as she continued this pattern. Her speed was immense. She attacked from all sides randomly, each one being blocked by an invisible force and her being shocked by the trouble after one last powerful kick. She flew back from the backlash as Ashira chuckled cruelly. You lot truly bring the worst out of me. I can live in peace with anyone else. But the foolish clan I created deserves what comes. For they have. Ah. Ashira suddenly cried as he collapsed. 2 spots on his body smoking as a small amount of Kyuubi chakra seemed to burn the man. It burnt into the skin and muscle with a hiss. Jinchuriki have unique chakra. It has corrosive abilities for one reason or another as such. Anyone who is the victim of our attacks will suffer for it. Kushina lectured with a smirk. It matters little, trash. You cannot maintain that level of offense while suffering damage. Ashira taunted with a smile. Wanna bet? Kushina said with a dark smile as a third tail emerged from her cloak. Cause I'm a mom, ya know. Sasuke's POV trial of Janus, Land of Iron. His team was relatively useless. The odd sand shinobi Kankuro was sharp, helping him as they went with tips. And Hinata helped convince the others to listen to them. The other 2 were purely useless. They reminded him of various idiots he had met in his life. The red-headed, dark-skinned cloud kunoichi named Karui was particularly annoying. She was loud, brash, and impulsive. In the first room, she had attempted to tear down the room. Then, tear through a painting in the second. Her teammate Omoi was slightly better, but only to a more minor degree. He seemed to overanalyze everything he encountered. To the man, every single item in the room was a clue not to be overlooked. Luckily, Sasuke saw the pattern on the roof in the second room. At first, he dismissed it, but once activating his Sharingan, he realized it was a maze. Kankuro's use of a chakra string allowed him to easily traverse it. The group easily bypassed the rooms using the labyrinth. But it was to be expected. He needed to rise the ranks. How else would he redeem the Uchiha? In the 7th room, they ran into trouble again. Alright, explain yourself. Karui demanded angrily. Omoi stood beside her nervously as they blocked the door Sasuke and Kankuro had determined was the next safe room. Sasuke grunted in annoyance. Explain what Karui-sama, Hinata asked politely. Why does dark hair over here think he can tell us what to do? A real cloud shinobi would never follow around the leaf. She yelled at Sasuke as she got into his face. No, a real cloud shinobi would already be under my feet, Sasuke stated simply. Fed up with the grating woman. And now, guys, Hinata interrupted as she stood between the two. Neji mostly had gotten rid of her stutter as she grew in training. But when she was very nervous, it returned with a vengeance. We shouldn't fight like this. Well, this little tree hugger doesn't know his place, Karui said darkly as she drew a blade. Of course I do. Above the riff-raff like you. Sasuke countered as he drew his own. Oh lord. They're gonna kill each other. Then we'll fail. The unruly A will run us out of our village for that failure. Then we'll live a life of poverty and misfortune. Omoi complained as he seemed to panic. Enough. Kankuro interrupted as both Sasuke and Karui were suddenly surrounded by various wires. We're not allowed to fight, and I'm not failing due to an ego problem between you. Yes. Thank you Kankuro-san, Hinata called. Kankuro merely shook his head in shock. Sasuke answered simply as he approached the door. Karui growled in response but followed suit. Just know if I'm ever allowed to kick your ass, you're dead meat. You would need your entire team, Sasuke replied simply. Well, we better hope they refresh the teams or something. Ours seems to be broken. Kankuro complained to himself as he and Omoi followed. Hinata sat behind them as they did. She had spent the day playing peacekeeper between the two, which had been exhausting thus far. She sighed as she followed. She wished she had more agreeable teammates. As they filed out, they saw they exited the building with a man approaching clipboard in hand. Woohoo! You pa. Of course, I'm a Uchiha, Sasuke said as he stomped to one of the large tents. Don't worry, Darui, I'll kick his ass when I get the chance. Karui roared as she stomped by as well. Omoi scurried after her. Kankuro merely laughed earnestly at the man, while Hinata bowed and muttered apologies as she walked by. Well, at least that isn't dull. That's 2 full teams. Perhaps this year will be interesting. He pondered out loud. I would be interested to hear if one of them had made contact with a Uchiha. Tenten's Pa of Trial of Janus, Land of Iron. Tenten knew she had a life many would consider full of adversity. Orphaned at a young age, she had sought the leaf, desperate for aid of any kind. She had received it, of course. Hiruzen had even sheltered her for the first few days. Soon, she was given a home until a more permanent solution could be found. Soon, Danzo appeared, offering her everything an orphan could want. Of course, she accepted. Hiruzen, to his credit, had caught a mere year off a hunch. He had come to her to see the damage had already been partially done. Hiruzen had worked with Jiraiya and Kushina to free her of the seal, forcing her silence. With time and patience, they had achieved so. Tenten, holding no loyalty to Danzo, had told them everything. Initially, they planned to free her, but Tenten had a different plan. She wanted to see if she could help her fellow root ninja. As such, the decision was made. She had become a spy of the Hokage. A mere 7-year-old girl living a double life. It was hard, undeniably, but she felt it had worked out for the best. Perhaps it was the paranoia all spies developed in the field, but her team was a little concerned. She supposed that team was an unfair word for the situation, more of a certain member. The feeling of concern started in the 4th room. The group was an odd one but not the worst. Sen and Yom were sand ninjas, a bit younger but known for their skills. Sen was a tall, beautiful woman. She had blonde hair pulled back into a large ponytail, as well as braided bangs on her face. She was intelligent and sensible, deciphering the clues once discovered. Her teammate was a shorter lady. She had large orange eyes, and her cheeks were consistently blushed. Her brown hair was done in twin tails. Yom was interesting because her unique, sensitive eyes allowed her to observe deep detail. She had proven valuable in discovering clues. Muno was less helpful but agreeable and endearing. But the last one, Kabuto, made her skin crawl. He felt too perfect. He was competent but never felt like a threat. Agreeable but oddly willing to play devil's advocate. He just simply didn't seem to have a flaw. Everyone had one. Shikamaru was lazy, Hiruzen was idealistic, Sen seemed hung up on some teammate, and even Tenten could admit she was a little weapon crazy. Yet Kabuto's only flaw seemed to be his level of agreeableness. She could admit, to some degree, that she had trouble trusting others. Even Hiruzen, the man who saved her, seemed to use her in one way or another. Truthfully, she figured it was why she enjoyed Shikamaru and Sai. Shikamaru was blunt and honest. He cared little for lies or complex games. Easy for her to get along with and low pressure. Sai simply was too naive to bother with lying, at least in social situations. Yet her suspicion seemed validated upon the 4th room. They seemed unable to decipher the clues, yet Tenten could have sworn she had sensed an extra chakra source throughout the room. The others assured her it wasn't the case, simply being the barrier in the room. So Tenten had dropped it, knowing team chemistry was delicate yet vital for shinobi. Yet when Yom suddenly, just discovered, the clue, she knew something was off. The group had deciphered it together and chosen the right door. Ironically, it is the wrong one. Once Muno opened the door, a samurai walked through it, immediately escorting the complaining river ninja with him. The 5th usually went and found the clue, but Kabuto didn't seem to be doing anything odd. In the 6th room, things acted up again. Once again, a chakra flare and Yom found the clue. Yet the door they selected turned out to be the incorrect one. This time, they lost Yom. The remaining 3 moved silently, all confused and Sen upset at her friend's failing. It started in the final room, but Tenten acted on her suspicion this time. Sen. Let's not open the door he chose, Tenten said simply. Whatever does that mean? Kabuto asked innocently. Yeah, Let's just hurry up and pass this damn test, Sen complained as she walked towards the door Kabuto had selected. What if Kabuto selected that one to make you fail? Tenten proposed with a frown as she glared at Kabuto. Wanted to make us fail? Sen asked, annoyance filling her tone. Think carefully. The building was a cube designed to be a mini maze. That's why this note has coordinates. Tenten explained, holding up the note from the first room. I gain nothing from losing teammates. Not to mention, you're just assuming in that case. The clues have allowed us to traverse this trial thus far. Kabuto countered kindly. You mean the genjutsu you've been using to deceive us? Tenten said sweetly as she walked towards Kabuto. I find it odd that Yome, with her unique eyes, would make a mistake. Yet alone too, isn't that odd, Sen? It is, you bastard. Sen said as she drew her fan. She looked murderous before she stopped herself. She growled silently as she walked back to the other door. I can understand your suspicion, but if you open that door, you will fail, Kabuto said apologetically. Then you open it, Sen said with fire in her eyes. She and Tenten stared the man down. The two united by their fury. Kabuto met their stares before he started laughing to himself. Fair play was just cutting down on the competition. He said with a smirk as he opened the door opposite the one he had initially chosen. He flinched as Tenten was suddenly in front of him. Shinobi must achieve their goals regardless of the cost. But to act against one's comrades for purely selfish reasons. You're scum. Tenten growled. Even my old comrades treated each other fairly. If I encounter you as a foe, I will tear you apart. Kabuto merely laughed as he bumped past her. Don't take it so personally. It's merely a game. Ashira's Pav, eastern streets of Hidden Leaf Village. Perhaps he was growing old. He ate a slash to his neck from Kushina. His seal held solid, but his skin broke as he bathed in more tailed beast chakra. He threw a roundhouse to knock her out, but a tail merely caught it and threw him through a building. He coughed up blood at this. He would have cut her down in his prime before she could have even powered up. Now, she outlasted him and found the weaknesses of his Uzumaki killing technique. Apparently, the Kyuubi chakra allowed her to bypass this. Also, his seal merely defended against her and her techniques. So, if she were to slam him into a light pole at high speed. Well, his body, enhanced by chakra at the last second, managed to bend the pole in half. It nearly crushed all his ribs as it did so. He slid across the ground in a painful skid. Kushina appeared in front of him as he did so, slamming her cloak tails into him repeatedly. The tails did not allow his seal to harm her, coating him in the corrosive chakra. It seemed Ikam had underestimated her. Dying to ensure her death was a worthy cause, but if he could not kill her, then, it would be a worthless demise. Transport seal. Placement switch. He called as he formed a seal out of his own blood. Kushina flew in her katana bathed in red chakra and smiled cruelly at him. Right as she aimed to behead him, he suddenly seemed to fade out of existence. Kushina maintained her guard as she eyed the nearby street and destroyed buildings, waiting to see if it was some kind of bluff. But once it was clear he had left, she allowed the cloak to fade. Her skin is covered in chakra burns from using the three-tailed cloak. Ashira spawned in an alleyway he had left a marker in earlier. His teleport technique required the activation of a ludicrous chakra. The destination seal requires a while to set it up. But when used wisely, he saved him several times. He tore off the cloak Ikam had worn and transformed into a bare leaf Anbu. He flew out of the alley, hoping his disguise would alleviate the suspicion of anyone who saw him, but he was stopped as his back was suddenly hit. Both of his lungs were crying out in pain. He flew into the street breathlessly. That was my air palm, Hiyashi stated plainly. It seems it struck your lungs. Choking is quite the awful way to die. Arashi offered no answer. Instead, he pulled an all too familiar syringe from his pocket and injected it. As beaten as he was, it couldn't fully heal him. But it did heal his lungs. He pulled two scrolls and unleashed a tidal wave of kunai towards the head of the Hyuga. Hiyashi merely shook his head as he spun. Kaden, he stated, simply reflecting the storm of metal. He frowned as his Byakugan saw the man was attempting to flee him. No one escapes the Hyuga. Air palms. Several more chakra blasts flew through the air. Several Ashira threw another scroll that unleashed a large amount of water, blocking the shots. Ha ha ha. You children meddle with a man who's your. Arashi started manically as he sought to flee from the leaf. But his path was impeded as a man with shades and a high-collar jacket flew in, landing a powerful flying kick that sent Arashi careening through a billboard and into a park. The old man attempted to stand but was again blindsided by a gray human-sized blur. It smashed him hard, sending him back bruised and cut, smashing through a wooden bench and being embedded into the soft grass. It seems he almost got away, Shibi Aburame said, landing in front of the grounded Ashira. The famous head of the Aburame clan is known for his intelligence and shrewdness. Another landed to his left. This was a brash, smiling woman as well as one wolf. Imagine that the Hyuga do a half-assed job. Sume Inzuka roared happily. The female clan head of the Inuzuka had arrived as well. Oh well, my boy here was looking for a good hunt. Watch your tone, Hiyashi commanded as he landed. He merely scurried away. You're not trash. Arashi started as he rose. Yet I cannot fall here. He stumbled for a second before he drew his katana suddenly. Draw technique. Sudden bisection. He roared but flinched as Hiyashi and Sume merely blocked the sneak attack. Hiyashi with his gentle fist and Sume with her claws. Before he could do much else, he was suddenly swarmed by insects. He activated a flame seal on his person, killing most, but was rocked by Shibi, who had used the opening to sneak up. The quiet man unleashed a jab to his face and a leg kick. Orisha fell to his knees at this, mercilessly receiving a flying knee from Sume. He flew back into awaiting Hiyashi, who merely spun with a cry of, Kaden. This time, the dome was more enormous. Arashi slammed into it headfirst with a terrifying cry of pain. The three clan heads surrounded the downed Arashi, glad to have defeated him without killing him. This sudden attack on the leaf had been repelled. They now had a prisoner. Ikam's Pav. It was interesting, to say the least. He had been sure that Arashi's death was likely but felt he likely would succeed in his goal of killing Kushina. While he couldn't know if the man was succeeding, he could be sure he was defeated. Each of his trusted men was outfitted with a seal to keep track of them and their health. It would show a named location close to them and a color representing health. The greener it was, the healthier. The redder, well, best to avoid such tacky words. He had intended to allow the man to die, but it would be a waste. The Leafs were a sizable threat if they managed to defeat the old man so quickly, even without some of their heaviest hitters. Besides, there was no one alive who could match the man in Fuinjutsu. After all, he had gifted him his unique eyes. Ikam stood up, Michio shifting in bed to allow him to do so. He cracked his arms with a sigh as he formed a single-hand sign. Devil's possession. Property return. Ikam chanted with a laugh. Suddenly, Ashira landed in the room. Covered in burns, cuts, bruises, and exhaustion, the man was a pitiful sight. Ikam chuckled at the downed man. Ashira looked around, barely able to move. Welcome, my dearest subordinate. Luckily for you, I had prepared a way out. Unfortunately, it's a one-off deal. Next time, there's no saving you, old man. Ikam said as he collapsed back into bed. Ikam, the only thing I hate more than my accursed bloodline. Are you? Ashira said between heavy breaths. Fair, Ikam noted with a pause of consideration. Naruto's POV Trial of Janus, Land of Iron. Naruto and his group progressed slowly. The paintings became more difficult as they went on. They were now in their 7th room. Samui and Ino were able to decipher the painting with relative ease. Samui upon hearing of Naruto's clone ability had his clones and Kuretsuchi examining the room as they did so searching for additional clues. Naruto even had 2 of his clones examining the painting upside down to ensure they did so well. Gaara had yet to help in any meaningful way, merely staring at the ceiling with his normal blank look. Naruto. Kuretsuchi. We discovered the final clue in the painting. Ino called. Another riddle, so uncool. Samui stated with a frown. Without it, I'm dead. If I'm not, I'm behind. What am I? A loser for writing a riddle. Kuretsuchi replied bored. Naruto high-fived her for this. Samui merely rolled her eyes at the two with a smile. No, ahead. Samui countered. So straight? Naruto asked as he walked forward. The rest simply followed him. The group, confident and looking forward to moving on, walked through the door fearlessly. As they did, they were greeted by the harsh winter air. Walking into a clearing covered in snow, large tents, fires, and samurai. Darui walked forward, clipboard in hand. Another full pass group I. Now that is certainly not dull. He stated as he jotted down the result. You did arrive last though. Luckily it's not a race. As he finished he gestured for them to follow him. The group did so, entering a large tent filled with other passing genin. Naruto noticed the leaf seemed to get through, but the group had been severely cut down. You guys can rest here. You have about 1 hour before the next part begins. He walked away, leaving them on their own. Mifune's POV VIP Room of Trial of Janus, Land of Iron. The 3 men watched on screens as the final team completed the exercise. So many passing teams this year. I commented with a slight frown. This damn test wasn't hard enough. I disagree with Reikage-san. Hiruzen politely countered. The test was a good exercise for the Chunin hopefuls. It merely seems this crop is a considerable one. 32 genin of 45, Mifune added. Better than we expected, but not oddly so. I believe the Hokage speaks well. Besides, the next exam will cut them down a fair bit. Now we're speaking. I roared happily. Adversity has always bred the best type of shinobi. True, I suppose, though how will the teams work now? Hiruzen replied. New teams simply. Things will get rather interesting from here. Mifune said with a smile. The village hidden in the leaves was a long-standing and prideful home. Supported by the Fire Lord and protected by the Hokage and his forces. It had stood for a long time and was likely to continue doing so. Perhaps it was merely the way of the world such a place would experience the occasional tragedy. But shinobi thought differently. Even the relatively peaceful and agreeable leaf shinobi were shinobi at the end of the day. Assassinations, theft, espionage, blackmail, etc., they dabbled in all jobs. Naturally, such actions made many enemies. From there, it was a matter of time. Those who bring suffering to others will eventually experience dire consequences. Even the leaf could not escape such a fate. Having enemies when you were the most potent force in the world is no big deal. But it becomes easy to overlook the small details when you become so large. When you ran a village on this side, often, the world became a statistic, making the world's chaos more digestible. The entirety of the Leaf Village Council was present at the meeting. This, of course, excluded the recently arrested Danzo and the absent Hokage. The council was the governing body of nearly the same power as the Hokage. They helped make decisions, keep the Hokage in check, and ensure both shinobi and civilians were treated fairly. They often met in the sizable circular desk-filled room. It allowed Hiruzen to address them all in an organized and efficient manner. The desk seated various shinobi and surrounded a platform a young man stood on. He was preparing to discuss the casualties from the recent assault. Perhaps Shikaku was merely already an old man. But he felt the pit of his stomach sink as someone read off the statistics. The young man was simply an assistant of someone, given the unfortunate task of breaking down the scale of damages. He almost looked like his son. Yuban Uchira. Chunin. Kia. Roma Uchira. Junin. Kia. Tsunama Tremal. Jenin. Kia. Suma Sunit. Chunin. Kia. Sumak Kinza. Junin. Kia. Guzuma Fully. Anbu. Mia. Wazan Enith. Jenin. Mia. Nekomaru. Konoha Police Sergeant. Kia. 4 Junin. 10 Chunin, 6 Genin, and 1 Anbu were in critical condition. 40 more shinobi of various types were injured. There was a low murmur as people discussed the rap sheet of shinobi casualties. Most knew it was merely 2 shinobi who had caused such damage. To say it was a blow to morale was laughable. Shinobi was a mix of grieving over loved ones, planning revenge, or shocked to see how many had fallen. See, civilian casualties are much worse. The young man continued, his voice cracking as he must have read ahead. Emotions seemed to drip from the struggling man as he soldiered on. 74 dead civilians, 17 missing, 212 were injured, 64 of which are in critical condition. The property damage from the attack was roughly 43 million ryo. This will hurt the economy for the next few years. He finished with a bow as he ran off the stage. There was silence in the room as the people processed this. The experienced shinobi ignored the throwing up of the man charged with reading the report. Shikaku was no better, but despite his racing mind, he walked to the center of the room to address the others. Truthfully, a dark part of his mind knew they were lucky for the small numbers. Jugo had been stopped relatively early in his rampage. And while Ashira had set off an explosion, there was a shocking lack of people in the area. At the very least, it's comparable to what it could have been. Yet still, the numbers were astonishing. Having that many injured shinobi weakened them considerably. Not to mention the pain it was sure to cause. Civilians were dealt the worst blow yet. Shinobi may die often in their line of work, but their job was to protect civilians. They were usually defenseless and killed heartlessly as they had been there. I won't waste any time here with pointless formalities. I consider them a drag when I'm in a good mood. After the events of last night, I'm in anything but a good mood. Here they would simply be a pain in my ass. Shikaku started with a frown on his face. He had accepted he was the Junin commander. It was a position with minimal responsibilities most of the time. But when things got serious, as they had been recently, he found he suddenly carried an inevitable position. As you all know, there was an assault on the leaf carried out by 2 high-level shinobi. One seemed to aim to sow chaos, while the other targeted one of our Junin. A young mother named Kushina Uzumaki. One of the Kyubi Jinchuriki. Both seemed to intentionally cause as much damage as possible in the process. Luckily, various shinobi were mobilized. After considerable effort, we were able to kill one. And drive off the other. Lucky. A bald fat man said. Lucky would be a bastard like these wouldn't get here in the first place. The man was Hiro Buzan, head of finances of the council. He was known for his greedy and cowardly nature, countered by his incredible skills in money management. Such things cannot be controlled, unfortunately. Inochi, head of the Yamanaka, called with a frown. He is already openly showing his support. The attack was sudden and unpredictable. Unpredictable. We sent out all sorts of men for the exams. Of course, one of our enemies saw this as an opportunity. Only when the bird leaves their nest that the viper strikes at the eggs. A young, preppy woman spoke. She was Usami Yugano, head of the council's legality section. She was known for her beauty and sharp tongue. She had dark, curly hair with bangs that partially covered her eyes. Her look was a smile, yet obviously was employed to hide her rage. She was known to work tirelessly for the benefit of the village inhabitants. Such a thing is expected from us. We have a reputation to uphold, after all. Sending a meager group to the exams would risk the genin and give our enemies the wrong idea. Hiyashi countered snidely. Besides, we defeated the trash. Perhaps civilians should not offer opinions on shinobi matters. Such closed-off thinking is why the civilian side of this council is necessary. A jolly, smiling man spoke while slurping from a mug. Porame Rumi, head of shinobi, civilian relations. The man was known for his never-ending smile and patience. Not to mention the amount of work my men will have to do to fix things. A brash and gruff voice called. A scarred, buff, buzz-cut man was Fubuki Fulora, head of construction. The man was a genius of construction and led his men passionately, though was known for his nasty temper. Doubtless, tonight was a difficult one. But surely we can all agree this is likely to happen to a militarized village like ours. Choza Akamaiki interrupted nervously. Perhaps, but I think the point they are raising is we failed to do our part. As the military, defense is our concern. Shibi informed calmly. That's exactly our point. An older, portly, motherly-looking woman screamed. Our children are not safe with you incompetent lot. Koroni Ikid, head of education, chimed in. Her love of children was unmatched, as was her proclivity for shouting. We did the best we could. Sume countered, looking bored. She was the fiery alpha of the Inuzuka, known for defending the village and hunting down its foes. We kicked ass. Of course, we'll cover damages. But there is nothing we can do about random attacks. Covering damages is good, but we need to consider some kind of response. I think we need to bunker down until Lord Third returns. Jack Willows, head of agriculture, called. He was known for his green thumb and cowardice. Bunkering down isn't the best idea against shinobi, Shikaku warned. We tend to make such strategies fail miserably. It's merely the nature of the job. Perhaps, but I hesitate to trust your lot in this regard. We barely managed to defend the village. Is attacking a great idea? Fubuki asked angrily. Offense, especially for our forces, is a much easier task. Not to mention, doing so would surely throw off our enemy. Shibi chimed in. Now someone's talking in my language. Let's hunt down these little pussies. Sume called excitedly. Watch your mouth. Koroni screamed angrily. Make me bitch. Sume countered with a shit-eating grin. Ladies, please behave according to your status. Usami chided. Shikaku sighed as the two sides started screaming at each other. Both sides came to the aid of their allies, leading to an even split between the civilians and the shinobi. The shinobi couldn't see it, but the cold way they had been trained to cultivate upset the already stirred-up civilian council. Now, the two had formed sides and, no longer caring for a logical debate, had decided to scream at each other. He tried to gain their attention but failed. Right as he went to scream, his eyes widened. The man rubbed his eyes to ensure he had seen correctly. The entire room grew silent as a man silently walked into the room and stood next to Shikaku at the center of the room. I see some things never change. You two sides have never truly seen eye to eye, unable to understand each other's perspective, Danzo Shimura stated as he faced the council. To think Hiruzen would allow this today. Perhaps you can teach an old dog new tricks, he joked with a small smile. Dez's pa of Konoha Hospital, Hidden Leaf Village. He was an experienced man. Maybe not wise, but he had experienced plenty. Initially, he was a gangster running a casino in a small village. He had nothing but a bad habit of smoking, unique ninjutsu he learned to use, and a drive to rise to the top. And rise he had. He killed, lied, and stole to reach the top. Soon, his village and casino grew tremendously. It made sense since Dez was secretly engaging in criminal behavior on the side with the local mob. Dez, knowing shinobi were commonly sent for thugs like him, had even learned ninjutsu, which was a unique one useful for himself. For a while, he had felt unstoppable but oddly unalive even then. One day, a golden egg rolled into his turf. The legendary sucker Tsunade Senju. She is known for her timeless beauty, furious strength, and gambling addiction. It was easy money. Indeed, for a while, it had been. But Tsunade had always been a shrewd woman. Upon discovering they were a gang she owed money to, she had crushed him. Knowing the local law would only applaud her for doing so, Dez had never seen anything like it. Armed men, samurai, missing ninjas, even he and Nekomaru had not been enough to slow her down. After witnessing her terrifying power, Nekomaru and he had pledged loyalty to the woman on the spot. After all, in the mob, the leader is often decided by a hostile takeover. She initially rejected them and the mob, but as they followed and served her, she warmed up to them. Eventually, tired of owing money, she asked Dez a question that led to his current life. How to take over the mob. Using her, it had been easy. And though Dez never had thought he would reach the top as a lackey, it was good enough. Besides, Dez had never been the leading type. Maybe he had taken his job too seriously. All he had seen was a man rampaging. He figured he and Nekomaru would take him out quickly. They even launched an intelligent assault just as the boss had taught them. Yet he had smashed them both. Nekomaru literally. Des sobbed at this. Nekomaru had been a harsh man in the mob. A heart of gold broken by the criminal world, he had initially gone around killing gang members until Des had met him. Nekomaru had explained they had killed his family accidentally, and now he would crush the local gangs with his superb biology. Des saw the opportunity and picked him up for his gang. The two are both in gang culture, and both do not support it fully. They had overcome the gang and even joined Tsunade's together. He had been something similar to his own brother. What was Des to do now? He hoped the boss would return soon to help. To let him know what to do. Little did he know he was in a coma. Des, you with me? Shizune asked the injured man as she checked up on him. The man clearly in his world did not answer, and Shizune sighed. She moved on to some of her other patients. Enko Midorishi and Makoto Uchiha were the first to encounter the Uzumaki man and clashed hard with him. The two had been defeated with relative ease. She checked their vitals. Both suffered from several cracked ribs as well as a variety of bruises and cuts. Luckily, the man had been distracted, or he surely would have finished them off. She continued to her next patient in the next room. This one was critical due to her petite frame and now unique circumstances. The rampaging man had killed her father on arrival, apparently accidentally crushing him as he leapt over the wall somehow. The mother witnessing her beloved's death and surely fiending for vengeance. She had tossed her daughter away, undoubtedly hoping to keep her safe. But the destructive battle had left her in the crossfire. A large piece from the building had struck her, shattering her ribs and spine. She would be lucky to wake up again, let alone walk. Shizune held back tears as she treated the girl. Shizune knew the cost of a tragedy like this. This was likely not the first nor last heartbreaking thing she would see today. She supposed sometimes it was simply a lot to deal with. Yahiko's POV. Much has happened since we last moved, Yahiko said simply. Certainly has, but there seem to be a lot of variables for us to consider. Nagito reasoned. Where should we start? Conan, Yahiko ordered simply. Kami, she acknowledged. I had Sasori and Deidara look into the Jinchuriki subtly as you asked. They discovered the identities of the 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, and 9-tailed Jinchuriki. We have the active locations of 1, 2, 5, 8, and 9. Most of these are in hidden villages and will be difficult to get. The 5 tails, in particular, is roaming solo and should be easy to capture. Leaving the identity of the 4, 6, and 7-tailed Jinchuriki. The last message received from the duo had them enter the Land of Iron to see if any Jinchuriki were present. Of course, they won't engage for now simply to scout. Yahiko pondered out loud. Any news of the snake Nagito? Nagito's Rinnegan seemed to shine at the mention. Kami. Not too much, unfortunately. I had Kakazu and Hidan hit a few sound locations, but no luck. However, they did gain a curious piece of info. Do you remember the Uzumaki who made a move on me before? I believe he nearly harmed me before your arrival. Yahiko smiled at this. I can somewhat remember a somewhat powerful fighter, Ikam. I'm sure I showed that non-believer the light. You did indeed. He originally offered us Fuinjutsu service before attempting to take my life. You arrived after he had sprung a trap on me and trounced him. He barely escaped. From our sources, Sasori's spy in his group, the man is aiding the snake. Both of which are earning the ire of the leaf. Nagito explained. Yahiko stalked forward into the rain. Nagito and Conan followed behind him, slightly behind. The problem is that either Ikam or Orochimaru could be a threat to us. Together, I would hesitate to send any team except for that one. The leaf being involved complicates things even further. Even a god such as I can't afford the attention of all the villages. We will sit tight for now. Earn money and keep low-key. We could use the funds and experience. The snake is likely to betray the Uzumaki at some point. And both aren't likely to escape the leaf's ire forever. Surely, the three will wreak havoc upon each other. We need money and influence. Let us focus on that for now. The time for our true goal will come. Once it does, the fools will destroy or weaken each other, making them non-factors against us. Nagito and Conan don't even think of questioning Yahiko. How could someone question someone like him? Both flinched as they realized the rain had stopped. Over the entire rain village, famous for its seemingly endless rain before Yahiko's rise, stopped experiencing a downpour with a casual flex of chakra from the man who called himself God. Yahiko held a single hand to do so. With a twirl of his finger, the now unmoving rain collects into a large orb. After all, a god does not do his dirty work. As he said this, he flicked his finger. The large orb of water flew away so fast it left the village view within seconds, causing a loud boom of air as it did so. Doubtless, no one could stand before Yahiko as he was now. That thought spread through the heads of Nagito and Conan, the man's longtime best friend and lover, respectively. They would stand with him even now. After all, even a god needed his allies. Ikam's POV resting point of trial of Neo, Land of Iron. A man as experienced as Ikum had experienced much of the world and the experiences life offers. He had lived as a shinobi, a samurai, and now he lived as a Uzumaki. He had operated in the shadows for years. Lived under the name Ikum for years. Formed his group slowly and collectively, finding scattered Uzumaki and selling them on his goals. It had been an unfortunate discovery that the Uzumaki had held what he sought. He spent years tracking them down and slaughtering them. Eventually, he learned what he needed was at the leaf and likely under the guard of the remaining loyal Uzumaki. Such he found himself where he was now. Attending the Chunin exams had been Ashira's idea. A good one to scout out Uzumaki. But it had yielded little fruit. None of the ones he saw were anything more than future victims. Barely worth the deal they had given the samurai. He was helpful in one way or another due to his observation of potential future threats. As well as measuring the strength of the villages, he needed something else to make this worthwhile. As such, he was on the move. Usually, he moved a bit more carefully, sending men out to do his task. But he wanted to be involved personally in this one. It was always more enjoyable to bask in despair personally, at least of the accursed clan. Besides, he would see her a little closer for a moment. He slowly shifted through the samurai dressed as one of them. The trained men could not detect one who moved as they did after all. Suddenly, his body flickered to the building above the observing cage. He could feel their chakra react to his presence, but it mattered little. He had moved for years despite them and would continue to do so. He unreeled a scroll as several shinobi and samurai spotted him and moved in. He ignored this as he unsealed the contents of the scroll. Thousands of papers flew from it, quickly filling the clearing. It stunned the approaching shinobi and samurai, who were indeed expecting an attack. A burst from the roof of the structure they were in with a lightning-enhanced fist mere centimeters from Ikum's face. It is fortunate for me that I don't intend to fight today, Ikum said smugly, suddenly being covered in smoke as the scroll he emptied sucked him in. Allow him to evade the rakeage strike. He continued to fly upwards due to momentum before landing on the roof. The scroll fell towards the ground. They attempted to destroy the scroll with a swift punch without missing a beat. But the scroll poofed away before he could do so. Hiruzen and Mifune joined him on the roof, reaching out with their chakra to see if Ikum was still in the area. Jiraiya and Tsunade spread out to the edges of the clearing to establish a perimeter, and the samurai did the same. Damn coward. I was looking forward to smashing someone. I complained. I've seen him before. He has attacked my village several times. Hiruzen said with a frown. That is most troubling. He sought asylum here but mentioned nothing of being wanted. He offered some high-quality blades. I believe his name was Taranmaki. Mifune mentioned in a concerned voice. We know him as Ikum Uzumaki. Hiruzen replied. A criminal then. An even further shame I couldn't kill him. I'll have bounty posters out for him within the week. Ikum Uzumaki or Taranmaki will find no peace in the land of clouds. Said as he went to climb back down before several gasps and the sound of hurried footsteps filled the clearing. Stopping him as the three leaders observed the genin. There was a wide berth around Naruto Uzumaki. At his side stood only Ino, Gaara, and Samui. The others seeking distance, or in the case of the leaf genin, were frozen by shock. What's their problem? Is it something to do with this paper he spread everywhere? I asked ignorantly as he observed the happening. Mifune's face held a shocked expression as he read the note that had been spread. Hiruzen's expression was one of a man on the edge of rage. I reached down to the roof and grabbed one of the sheets of paper. He laughed as he read it. I knew there was no way you lost the 9 tails. He said with a smug smirk. Samui read the note with shock on her face. Ino stood to the left of Naruto with her guard up, seemingly intending to shield him. Gaara shockingly did the same to his right. Neji, after a moment of shock, joined them. Lee was quickly next, as were Shikamaru and Choji. Shortly after, Hiba, Yuno, Shino, Sakura, and Tenten, who dragged Sai, all shielded the shocked blonde from the gazes of distrust and shock of the other participants. Naruto. Samui started with an angry grimace. This is so uncool. Naruto flinched at this. He had been happy to quickly make a new friend of the strange woman. It would hurt for her to hate him now. How could someone expose you like this? Samui finished as she stood up, seemingly joining the group around the blonde fully. Naruto was shocked and could not contain the smile that crossed his face. You're such a drag, Naruto, Shikamaru complained as he tapped his friend's shoulder. That's one mystery solved. I promise I'll find out the rest. Even if it is a drag. Naruto looked around, overjoyed to see his friends by his side. From his teammates Ino and Neji to his guy friends Shikamaru, Choji, and Lee. Even his new friends stood with him. I knew you were interesting, Yuno said simply. 2 others joined the large group as well. Karui and Omoi. A Jinchuriki, huh? Karui asked, annoyed, dragging her more reluctant partner. Our master is one too. No worries, we don't discriminate, unlike some of these bastards. Oh god, this will start such a brawl. Which will lead to a battle that will lead to a war, maybe even the 4th great ninja war. He didn't finish because Karui floored him. Behind the theatrics of the two, Temari and Kankuro joined the group, backing their brother in particular. Naruto contained his emotions as he realized he didn't stand alone. Perhaps they all did it for different reasons, but they stood with him. He felt the eyes of those who were less accepting. But in truth, it mattered little. Most people looked down on him anyway, so having this much support made things easy. Sasuke merely smirked, not moving over with the blonde and shaking his head as Hinata ran over, eager to help Neji. So the loser is something special, maybe he will be fun to crush, he commented as he observed the situation on the side. Hiruzen, and Mifune observed from below as the drama happened. Well, look at that shinobi uniting behind one, Mifune said with a small smile. Never thought I'd see the day. His friends make sense, but my shinobi in the sand? He asked, looking genuinely confused. Perhaps the burden of Jinchuriki simply bypasses such simple matters as different nations. People can always unite if they try to understand one another. Hiruzen said, smiling widely. Damn, tree huggers are always talking about peace, friendship, or understanding. Pisses me off. Darui, settle them down. I wanna get started already. I roared angrily. Letting things go like they are would be dull. We got an exam to do after all. Darui remarked as he walked to the front of the separated genin. He slowly weaved through hand signs. Luckily, my technique is anything but dull. Storm style. Laser circus. As he said this, a ring of light surrounded his hands. It grew in intensity before several white beams fired off towards the crowd. The beams moved so fast that most couldn't even react as they raced around them and slammed into a hill in the distance. The lasers smashed into the mountain before they exploded. The flashing explosion ended soon, showing the hill was gone entirely. Mere rubble and ash remain. The flashing lights and powerful blasts cut through the tension building only moments ago. I get it's interesting that so-and-so is such and such, but let's be mature, You still wanna become Shunin, right? Darui questioned now that he held the attention. The group all seemed to relax. It's fine anyway. We intend to split up and reform into teams of 4. Don't worry about being paired with a scary Jinchuriki, they aren't allowed to harm teammates. Darui explained using air quotes with the scary Jinchuriki line. Let's see, there seem to be 32 of you remaining. So there will be 8 teams. Once again, randomly selected. Darui explained as a samurai handed him a note. So the teams will be Team 1. Ino Yamanaka of the Leaf, Omoi of the Cloud, Shino Aburame of the Leaf, and Temari of the Sand. Team 2. Gaara of the Sand, Naruto Uzumaki of the Leaf, Fu of the Waterfall, and Samui of the Cloud. Team 3. Kabuto Yakushi of the Leaf, Chojuro of the Mist, Banati Idolo of the Waterfall, and Ran of the Cloud. Team 4. Raiga Kurosuke of the Mist, Mubi of the River, Karui of the Cloud, and Yuno Uchiha of the Leaf. Team 5. Shikamaru Nara of the Leaf, Sasuke Uchiha of the Leaf, Suigetsu Hazuka of the Mist, and Rock Lee of the Leaf. Team 6. Sen of the Sand, Kiba Inuzuka of the Leaf, Choji Akamichi of the Leaf, Ayuma Rodel of the Waterfall. Team 7. Sakura Haruno of the Leaf, Mangetsu Hazuka of the Mist, Kankuro of the Sand, and Hinata Hyuga of the Leaf. Team 8. Neji Hyuga of the Leaf, Tenten of the Leaf, Sai of the Leaf, and Kuritsuchi of the Stone. Danzo's Pav, House of Council, Hidden Leaf Village. There was an uproar once he walked in. Such a thing was expected of him walking in as a known criminal now. He even noticed several of the clan heads tense as they looked him down. To think he had fallen so low as to be unwelcomed in the council he had spent years working in. He supposed in some way he deserved such a wretched fate. But it mattered little, his home was in need. Sum and Choza both stood and stepped forward as if to apprehend the older man. This wasn't smart, Danzo, Choza stated as he prepared to grab the man. I always wanted to take you down a peg or two. Sum growled as she approached with a smile. Let's not be hasty now. Danzo chided as he walked confidently past both. The two shinobi were shocked by his casual demeanor and the instant of killing intent he exposed. Our Hokage permissed my presence in this meeting after all. He did. Any proof of such a thing? Hiyashi asked with a frown. Danzo threw him a seal of the Hokage. A unique stamp unique to Hiruzen, it was kept only on his person. It allowed him to issue subtle orders without them being intercepted by those outside of the know. I see, Hiyashi said with a frown. I suppose carry on then. It appears my timing is most excellent. Danzo stated. It is a known fact we try not to hold the council without a cage or elder present to ensure no standstills. As is known to often happen with the shinobi and civilian portions of the council. Once again it happens. It seems the argument in question is the response. Indeed, Shikaku stated with a frown. He didn't like the man being here, but there was little he could do about it. The majority of the shinobi votes want to proceed offensively. The civilian group prefers extreme defensive measures. He explained. So it would seem my vote has quite the say in this particular matter. Danzo said as he stalked to his seat and gazed across the room to the various members. Silence followed as he waited. Well, present your cases to me. I resent a man like him being the deciding factor. Shibi stated annoyed. The man is a convicted criminal after all. Perhaps, but Danzo-sama is quite wise. Perun belted out as he laughed. I think it would prove wise to hear his opinion. Hearing his opinion is one thing, but surely we will not have his vote. Inochi said calmly. Who are we to ignore the orders of our Hokage? Fubuki yelled angrily. Not to mention doing so could be pursued as treason. Usami added sweetly. Everyone calm down. Your bellyaching is pointless anyway. I will be present for this meeting and my vote will count. Such was decreed by Hiruzen himself. It is only for meetings such as this one where he is unable to attend. Besides, I'm shocked as well. I never thought he would be so flexible. It matters little. With his approval, I'll do what's necessary to protect the leaf. Roars started before Hiashi called out to the others. Let's just move on. Without him, we'd be at a standstill anyway. Each group should elect one speaker to argue their case. At least this way we will come to some sort of decision. If you feel passionately for your side, show it by presenting your argument well. He lectured, causing the others to settle down for the moment. Recognizing this was happening this way regardless of their wishes. The shinobi and civilian groups each elected a member to discuss their side of the argument while Danzo seemed to scan the room. He could see the civilians seemed particularly upset. He scanned the document about the loss of life and damages from the latest assault. They were considerable, but truthfully not as bad as they seemed. But to the untrained masses they represented they must seem crushing. Combined with the recent attempt on the Hokage which led to losses, and from their perspective the shinobi were failing to defend them. They likely would not let the matter settle easily, and it was hard to blame them. They wanted to tighten up what seemed to be weaknesses in their system by shoring up their defense. The shinobi like himself surely had a different position. Trained as they were, they knew the most effective counter to a smaller force like this was an aggressive show of force. So they leaned towards attacking. Their logic was solid enough, he supposed. Most of the time he would have leaned towards such a tactic. And so far this event he felt the same. But perhaps there were factors he had yet to consider. He would see if they could offer him knowledge in the situation he could consider. Hiashi Hyuga walked forward for the shinobi. A choice Danzo approved of. Shikaku may be the sharper mind, but his social skills were slightly lacking. He would likely struggle to convince the group of civilians who were thinking irrationally. Hiashi was known for her wit and patience. Known to smooth over operations often with word alone. The Hyuga clan is the most legitimate clan of the Leaf to the civilians. Known to be classier than most shinobi. Gave him considerable pull even among civilians. For the civilians stalked forward Usami. She was an obvious choice for the civilians. She was one of the few who matched a shinobi wit, as well as being well versed in debating even in high-pressure situations. Things could very well get rather interesting. I'll start if you don't mind, Usami. Hiashi stated as he prepared to begin. I do, Hiashi-san, Usami replied sweetly. I suspect Danzo may lean towards your argument. The two of you being shinobi in all likely landed on the same idea, no? As such I would think it appropriate for me to start. That very well may be the case, but... Hiashi started but was interrupted by Danzo. She makes a fair point besides it being a small matter for someone to speak first. Usami continues. Danzo said decisively. Thank you Danzo-sama, as I was going to say. Usami said with a glance towards the annoyed Hiashi. The recent assault on the village represents an unprecedented failure of security. Furthermore, this is only shortly after a considerable attempt was made on not only your life but the life of the Hokage as well. So we civilians have significant reasons to doubt the ability of the shinobi to protect us. With that in mind, of course the idea of you sending more men out seems foolish. If you struggle to protect us with your current numbers, it seems absurd we would subtract them further. We instead suggest focusing on defense with only critical operations taking place. Once the Lord Third and his party return, we can think of striking against the criminals that ail us, but for now, we must protect our own interest. You do realize that's what they intend for us to do, right? Hiashi asked with thinly veiled anger. Shinobi are trained to infiltrate even the most secure of locations. They won't be stopped by this measure of yours. Nor would they be yours. Assuming we can somehow find them, we have to muster the forces to crush them, arm those forces, and deploy them. I may not be a member of the military, but surely you can see it would leave us wide open. The advantage of being a smaller force against a larger one is flexibility. Coverage is our best option. Ensure that you can do your job fully, as well as ensure defense people like myself aren't caught in the line of fire. We're merely asking you all to provide the best protection you possibly can. There was silence as Danzo collected his thoughts. The woman made for quite the politician. Not many would so openly oppose Hiashi Hyuga in dialogue and do so well. She made some great points and her logic seemed reasonable enough. She did seem a bit overly confident in hiding, but in this case, she may very well be right. I see, Hiashi, if you will. Of course. Firstly, it may seem we have failed defensively, but in both instances, we reacted as well as any force could be expected to. In the case of the Hokage, he was surrounded by his guard as well as Danzo and his men. It may have barely been enough, but in the world of shinobi things rarely ever do. Even the assault yesterday was answered by several nearby shinobi as well as his clan heads once the nature of the threat was discovered. Furthermore, we are now aware of the threat and likelihood of attack catching us off guard is unlikely. Unlikely? Usami questioned. Nothing can truly be certain in the world of shinobi. Hiashi acknowledged. But that is why we must move with a solution in mind. Not bunkering down and making ourselves easy targets. But to put the village on tight security and to strike out would be the wiser course. Let them strike while we're gone and we'll repel them again. While they wasted their time we'll find both Ikum and Orochimaru and crush them. You realize you have been hunting Ikum for months. Orochimaru for years, how can we trust this effort to weaken our home will even be effective? Usami called, getting angry. I will put the full weight of the Hyuga behind it. We will see these scum suffer. Hiashi answered grimly. Didn't you, personally, allow the subordinate of Ikum to escape earlier today? Usami questioned. Hiashi growled at this, looking prepared to move forward. Now you threaten me? Usami asked with mock fear. You truly are incapable of protecting us. The group of shinobi and civilians all roared at the climax of the argument. Hiruzen would have surely scrambled to get them composed. But Danzo had learned how to thrive in the chaos long ago. He listened to the arguments with ears trained hard throughout the years. Heard various points throughout the storm of voices. But none of them truly swayed his decision from the very beginning. My vote is decided. Danzo states simply. I vote for the plan proposed by the civilian members of the council. Further outrage rang out at this announcement. This time purely being shinobi. But before it could continue any further, Shikaku interrupted the chaos by standing up and raising his hand. I vote for it as well. This shocked the room into silence. Shikaku was known far and wide for his intellect primarily in the shinobi world. So they knew how substantial it was for a man like him to switch sides. The outraged Choza and Ananchi both reluctantly sat down and became quiet. Hiashi shortly followed after, though with a huff leading to the other heads doing the same. With that in mind, our decision is decided. Remember, upon the arrival of the Hokage another meeting will be had to discuss the plan going forward. Dismissed. Shikaku finished quickly. Normally a meeting would never end so suddenly, but in this case neither side wished to stay much longer. Slowly the room of split factions filtered out the room, leaving only Shikaku, Choza, Inochi, and Danzo in the room. Choza, Inochi, would the two of you mind establishing a perimeter? Shikaku asked with a frown. The two men nodded quickly, leaving the room. So what's the plan, Danzo? I can see Hiruzen releasing you. Even allowing your presence in the council meeting when he's absent. Despite your proclivity for violence, you're a wise man. Able to achieve his goals despite the odds. That's why I'm confused. Why would a warhawk like yourself agree on a measured response like this? Perhaps my time in incarceration changed me. Danzo replied easily. An older man like myself struggles to survive in the harsh prison climate. Bullshit, Danzo. You can talk circles around most, but you know you can't pull it with me. Shikaku called the bluff. There was silence for a second before Danzo offered a small laugh before replying. I find types like yourself refreshing. A shinobi who's personable yet professional. You would have gone far in my route. I gotta disagree. Life's a real pain, but love gets me through it. Shikaku replied easily. His thoughts drifted to his fiery wife and lazy son. A shame for a man as incredible as you to be ruled by emotion. Danzo said. Stop stalling. Get to it. Shikaku demanded, now angry. You already know the answer already, Nara. Danzo replied with a smile. Even now you have them. Hiruzen may very well execute you when he finds out. Shikaku mentioned. He won't. A tree is nothing without its roots. Besides, the civilians will not allow us to pursue them. But a force loyal to the leaf but not tied to them. Well, such a force would be bound by no laws. My mistake was having the root be a part of the leaf. The tree never sees its roots after all. So while we will be going by the civilian plans, the others will not be so limited, Danzo said as he was escorted back to his cell. You're a damn drag, you know that, right? Shikaku said this with a frown. Said to the man as he was dragged away. He knew Hiruzen wouldn't like the root being free, but he couldn't fault him for using them in a beneficial way. Despite the questionable morality of it. Root remnants POV, hidden sound base, land of fire. A group of 30 shinobi stood in the shadows of a forest. The leader of the 30 men stood before them as he read a letter delivered by a hawk. They had struggled a fair bit since leaving their home but had done so as asked. They had established a base in the village hidden in the waves. Far enough from the sway of the leaf for them to operate. Yet close enough for them to keep tabs. When they arrived, it was run by a cruel man named Gato. The man had hired an army of criminals with his fortune to rule the village as a lord. He had killed any he saw fit and even used some for human trafficking. The emotionless soldiers cared little for the villagers, suffering. But they needed safe refuge. They had offered the villagers a simple solution. They would take care of Gato and his troop of thugs in exchange for sanctuary in their home, secrecy of their presence, and a small amount of Ryo from their overall gain. The villagers were desperate for aid and accepted, leading the remnants of the route, slaying Gato and his men with ease. The villagers were grateful for this and formed a proper cover story with their council. They would run Gato's company as if the man was still alive, but would offer better care for the village. This worked well, providing the group with funding, supplies, and shelter. Once they were fully established, they started with the last quest Danzo offered. They investigated the leads they had regarding Orochimaru and even discovered a base. When the hawk used by their master appeared a letter in Talon. They checked it and found what the fate of their master was, as well as his orders. They were to assault as many sound bases as possible. It was a simple request and, to be frank, an unrealistic one. While they could likely destroy several bases, it would surely lead to a retaliatory assault from the Sannin, which would surely lead to their demise. But the thought of disobeying never occurred to the loyal and broken men. They had accepted the mission instantly and acted it out. The base they had discovered was a reasonably vital one. People often come through, but very few supplies do so. It became clear to the group this was either a command base or a communication center, frequently used in wars to process communications and ensure orders are followed. In this case, it worked for a fractured village structure called the village hidden in the Sound. They likely figured no component force would target such a small, seemingly innocent camp. Surely only small-time bandits and missing ninjas. So they had a skeleton crew of shinobi. Merely 10 men, nearly all of their chakra levels indicate they were Chunin-level fighters. It would likely be a slaughter, since many of the routes were nearly Anbu level. It was. First was the patrol establishing a perimeter around the camp. Merely 2 almost Junin-level shinobi. Undoubtedly, they would have caused some level of fuss regardless in combat. Instead, one was suddenly bisected by a razor wire trap between 2 trees he hopped through, with the other having merely been overwhelmed by a targeted kunai barrage by them. While the patrol was eliminated, their own was established, ensuring no one would escape or be flanked. They examined the building before they decided to blow into it from the roof. 2 members used wind style to cut through the roof silently. They smashed into a room full of letters and carrier birds. 2 non-shinobi scrambled to their feet in fear. But the men could not even offer shouts of fear as they were silently butchered by the white-masked men. The men crawled throughout the building, killing anyone they came across. Man, woman, child, subject, they all were slain coldly. The orders had been clear. They were sending a message. This shows that Sanin the Root intended to hold him accountable for his crimes. Once the inhabitants had been killed, they ransacked the building for supplies and information. They gained little of note but had located 2 more locations to check. It will be a bloody week. Darui's POV Trial of Neo, Land of Iron. It had taken only minutes after his display for the genin to reorganize into groups. Even shorter for them to all stare at the man. A mix of desperation, determination, and anxiety was all they were. Things were finally looking anything but dull. He could tell the shocked faces of the genin that they were blown away by the task before them. To be honest, it did seem like a giant pain in the ass. He remembered his test not being nearly so deadly, at least location-wise. The second exam was being held at a mountain. There was a maze of paths surrounded by trees. It must reach at least 75 kilometers in the air, covered in trees, spikes of rock, and snow. This will be the location of the second exam, Darui explained, his voice sounding bored even as he spoke. This exam, if you haven't heard before, is the Trial of Neo. In this exam, you and your team will be tasked with climbing to the top of the mountain. Sounds easy enough. Kiba hollered excitedly. The last test had been a little out of his lane, but this had him written all over it. Glad you think so. Would hate for the test to be dull. Darui faked like he was thinking. Well, luckily, they thought of that. See, every team will have a lord. They are your leader. You will have to reach the top with them within 2 days and get there with them, unharmed. Harmed, in this case, means physical contact. You can beat the tar out of each other if you wish, but a mere touch will also count. What's the threat then? Tenten asked dubiously. That would be the 3rd requirement for a pass. Scoring 3 points against the other team's lord. So, to pass, you have to find other teams. Just 2 more rules for this. Darui trailed off as a samurai led an armored horse into the arena. The lord must be on horseback whenever traveling, as well as a suit of armor the lord used to wear during travel in the Land of Iron. That being said, intentionally harming the horse will cost the individual by failing in a fine from the samurai. Any questions? No hands shot up. Alright, strategize for a few minutes. Samurai will come by and lead you to your starting place. The second exam. The Trial of Neo had begun. Hiruzen's POV Resting Point of Trial of Neo, Land of Iron. Hiruzen had lived a long and varied life, and as such, time had a way of fading for him. Days previously lived were forgotten as time marched forth. Perhaps the human mind could only hold so much, even a genius like him couldn't hold it all. Yet the day of Naruto Uzumaki's birth would likely haunt him till his final days. So much life had been lost, the military had been ransacked, various notables falling to hold back the beast. And though the fourth Hokage had managed to drop the beast, he only did so after much pain and suffering. His own life is lost in the chaos. The Kyuubi had tallied a heavy toll. Perhaps ironically, as the beast rampaged and ended life, another was gained, one that, if the scenario had been any different, would have surely been celebrated. Instead, as he was born, many were killed. As his father made the questionable choice of sealing the beast into the boy and his own life, the man surely did not realize what he was doing. Everyone had lost something, or someone after all. October 10th marked the passing of a legend, the day a beast bared its awful fangs, the day a legend of the leaf and an unstoppable beast fell, and, to a select few, the day Naruto Uzumaki was given the curse of the Kyuubi. The funeral that was held was massive. Villagers, shinobi, and merchants all had come to share their respects for the man who had led them. The pain from such an event rivaled even the Third Great Shinobi War. The peace it had earned had been shattered in a single night. As such, nearly everyone in the village was there. To say goodbye to loved ones and their leader, and for two Uzumaki to say goodbye to an unknown father and a loving husband. The villagers radiated pain, but it was clear that everyone was searching for a target. A way to say goodbye to such pain. Kushina Uzumaki had been shattered, of course. It was a disservice to say she lost her lover. She had lost her soulmate, her partner, a member of her newly created family. Worse yet, she still held the killer of the man in her body, as well as the body of her child. For her own sake and for the sake of those who may earn her ire, the decision was made to hide what happened on that fateful night. The story of Minato managing the impossible was told. When the Golden Flash, the fourth Hokage, some even dared to call him the third god of shinobi, met the Kyuubi in battle, it had been a draw. Neither powerful being could feel the other before the man found Kyuubi's weakness. Using this, he slays the beast, but unfortunately, he is killed in the process. This had worked well, as angry and hurt as people were. Knowing the Kyuubi had been slain alleviated this. For years, this had worked. Some in the know kept the knowledge to themselves. It was further enforced by both Hiruzen and Danzo, but now, this dam of lies faces its first crack. The people had spent years away from the pain, but with the knowledge that there was a target, their ire could finally be given out. Ikum had caused a chain of events that would haunt the days of one Naruto Uzumaki. Luckily for the ignorant blonde, a multitude of people surrounded him. Some may believe this protected him. Seeing others treating him as a human would show them the truth. But hate had a way of blinding those who wielded it. They held back for now, whispering ploys and plans as they secretly bathed the monster in hate. For now, they would wait. Little could be done about the beast in the present moment. However, one thing was inherently clear, the teams were separated for the trial of Neo. Naruto Uzumaki, a young man who had unknowingly been spared the pain of a Jinchuriki, would learn the path of one. All Jinchuriki were indeed cursed, alone, and hopeless, how all were destined for this, despite who they may be. It was the fate of those cursed with the tailed beast. To Yuya's paw of Ikum's hidden base, land of iron. To Yuya had lived what most would call a complex life. Her parents had been slain by an unknown shinobi. She only survived because the two were hiding her. When she came out, she had discovered her village razed to the ground. In just one night, her life had been destroyed. She had wandered the surrounding woods of her home until she ran into a bandit group. She had suffered greatly for this. She had been nothing more than a slave to them. Things had slowly grown worse as she matured. On the night they decided to use her in yet another soul-breaking way, her master had arrived. Orochimaru and several of his sound shinobi had been hired to slay the group for their crimes. Orochimaru, seeing her once the criminals had changed, had made her an offer. Join him or be left to suffer in the cruel world. Indeed, it had not been much of a choice. She had been prepared to suffer with the man. After all, a man taking a young woman with him often meant cruel things. But he had treated her well. She had been fed, clothed, and treated like a human. From that point on, the direction of her life had become apparent. As long as she served her master faithfully, she knew she would be sheltered from the cruel world. So she had begged the man to make use of her. He had merely smiled and accepted her pleas. Soon, she had received training. She had not intended to become a kunoichi, but with the word of her savior, she threw herself into the training. Soon, she became more than an orphan clutching at the legs of her savior. She became powerful, wanted, and even respected. It grew her confidence to levels she never dreamt of. She became brash and obnoxious, but to her shock, Orochimaru never chided her for it. She was accepted. So, as she and three comrades secretly traversed the hilly, snowy terrain of the Land of Iron, sneaking into a land infamous for its protection and dislike of shinobi. Truthfully, She and her comrades did so with casual ease. After all, shinobi were simply too stealthy and tricky for the samurai patrol. Soon, they arrived deep in the land of iron. At least a couple hours away by foot. They walked towards what appeared to be a large hill of snow. Tayuya and Kitamaru both weaved through hand signs before calling out. Temperature seal. Rising heat. Temperature seal. Rising heat. The large hill of snow steamed suddenly. Kanji glowed from beneath the snow, light rays piercing through the snow. As the kanji grew brighter, the snow started to be unearthed, revealing a natural cave entrance initially hidden by it. Not half bad, Kitamaru said with a smirk. I can see why Orochimaru-sama wants these players. Stop with the flowery stuff. Our hideouts are hidden just as well as these Uzumaki shits. Tayuya countered hotly. Watch your mouth, Tayuya. A lady needs to act dignified, Jirobo started before being slugged by the woman in question. The large man barely budged from the blow. Shut it, shit for brains. Your fat ass has no room to discuss class. Tayuya yelled at the large man. Kitamaru cackled while Jirobo merely frowned, not saying anything to engage further. Be on your best behavior, Sakin said with a smile. We are meeting with trash, but Lord Orochimaru wants us to behave like genin. Furthermore, they may be trash, but Lord Orochimaru seems to think they may be dangerous, Uken added as the group descended the natural cave. The walls were covered in the same kanji that had melted the snow, meaning they used fuinjutsu to keep the cave warm. There was no need for light as well. The glow from the kanji lit the way to the cave's center. After a minute or two of winding paths, they entered a large chamber. The floor of the chamber was covered in a large, warm rug. Several rooms were closed off. The chamber contained a large fire pit that was cooking some kind of prepared meat. Ikam was resting near this fire pit in a large luxury chair, facing the Sound Four as if he knew they were coming. To his left stood his second and comrade, and from what Orochimaru had told them, his lover, Michio Uzumaki, as well as Lifuzu, who was cooking the meat in question. All three watched as they approached, seemingly at ease with them coming to them. Tayuya felt her blood boil at this but held back her rage. For now, her master needed these men and their assistance. In time, they would pay to consider themselves equal to Lord Orochimaru. Interrupting her thoughts was once again the voice of Sakin. Ikam, I believe, we were sent by our Lord, Orochimaru. You will assist us in the mission we were given. Sakin said, his smile eerily similar to the old Japanese folklore of the yokai Oni. Before he could continue or Ikam could respond, there was the sound of air rushing by him as suddenly Michio appeared in front of Sakin with her blade at his throat. You should be careful about the way you talk to Ikam-kun. She whispered darkly, or I'll kill the lot of you regardless of what your master wishes. A hand suddenly emerged from Sakin's chest, grabbing the blade. Or what? You think trash like you can threaten us? Uken said cockily as his head emerged next to Sakin's. Michiro seemed shocked for a second before suddenly appearing in the middle of the Sound Four, their faces contorting in disbelief as she thrust her blade toward the back of Sakin and Uken. But before she could pierce the two arrogant men, something unexpected happened. A white blob suddenly appeared from their body, stopping the blade and throwing Michio back. White Zetsu had emerged from the body of Sakin and Uken. Both screamed in terror. This was not normal. He didn't have any presence. He gave away nothing, almost as if his traces were something one of his origins could not understand. He was virtually otherworldly. From another nation. From another dimension. Another consequence of inhumane experiences. From another world. Lifuzu raced forward, drawing two battle axes and leaping up to cleave him in two. Black Zetsu chose that moment to emerge from the ground with a raised arm. Both battle axes slammed into the arm and shattered. Both blobs converged into one another, raising their hand in the air, stopping further advances. They merged into one, taking a humanoid shape with the body split into a black and white side, respectively, with a Venus flytrap covering most of their head, revealing a single eye and teeth smiling through it. Oh dear, it appears the master was right to send us as insurance. White Zetsu chuckled as he stood before the Sound Four with his twin. Good thing I marked them with my spore. Such it would seem. Though he will be disappointed, the group was so antagonistic. Black Zetsu added, we figured there may be tension with this group, so I was sent to ensure nothing regrettable happened. Ikam stood and snapped fingers. Michio and Lifuzu stepped back in this silent order. Well, it seems things started off on the wrong foot. Usually, for such disrespect, I would have you killed. But dead bodies have a way of stopping successful partnerships. He laughed at his joke as he stopped in front of the six. Luckily for you all, none of my men were injured. If they were, your death would be painful. The Sound Four looked on furiously as Black Zetsu considered his response. Lucky indeed, we cannot afford or allow them to die. Do you intend to carry out his request? So it's a request now. Lifuzu chuckled. Are we sure I can't just cut them? He asked as he drew more axes from his person. They did disrespect you, my beloved, Michiro added as her body tensed, preparing for battle. Ikum merely chuckled. It matters little. They know I could slay them if I please. Besides, Orochimaru has been rather helpful, but ending a relationship as beneficial as this would be a shame. I will indulge you for now. What is the request? Our lord merely wishes for a distraction when the Sound Four make their move. White Zetsu gleefully informed. Tell them, Saken. Saken looked just as angry as the rest of the Sound Four, finally taking his eyes from Zetsu, though he did keep an eye on him in the form of Uken. Surely upset, they were considered non-factors of this meeting. Our lord intends for us to kidnap two subjects of interest to you as well as us. He explained. The targets in question? Ikum asked. The targets of this level are Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha, Kitamura explained with glee. I can see why my beloved would be interested in killing more Uzumaki filth. But it is hardly worth the risk for one measly shinobi. Even a Jinchuriki. We have no interest in such. Michio countered as she sat on the arm of Ikum's chair. Now, love, Ikum countered merrily. Your thinking is too simple. Michio sent him a questioning glance, but Black Zetsu answered. For one reason or another, the Akatsuki are after the Jinchuriki. And we're aware that you, like our lord, attempted and failed to defeat their leader. Hell, those shitheads want both of our groups dead. Tayuya inserted her usual flavor of politeness. Ikum hummed loudly at this, raising a hand to his mouth as he thought. His odd eyes with kanji in them eyed each Orochimaru group member. I can see why he offered this. You will have your distraction, he said as he rose and stomped from the room. Michio followed him quickly. I'll retire for now, but take Lifuzu with you. He will be more than enough for this. Any qualms? None. Black Zetsu answered. He and White Zetsu led the Sound Four out of the cave, turning them to address them once they had made some distance. Your orders hasn't changed too much now. You are to kidnap both Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha alive. As long as their heart is beating, it should be fine. White Zetsu said happily. It is important that this mission goes well. As such, Lifuzu, one of our spies, and I will create a suitable distraction. You are to go out with White Zetsu and capture the two during this. Be careful, but it could be problematic for any of you to be captured. White Zetsu will either save you or eat your corpse. He informed them gruffly. We will wait until the break between the second and third tests. Understood. As our master wishes. The four said as they bowed. All of them were determined to succeed and prove they were not as useless as Ikum had treated the Team 3's POV trial of Neo, Land of Iron. Kabuto watched patiently as his team limbered up. As far as he could tell, there were no notables in them. Their chakra levels suggest they were more average genin than most. He supposed most would be concerned about such a thing, but he felt it would work out nicely in this case. One was a confident martial artist from the Sand Shinobi named Shira. He was an older genin who wasn't exceptionally skilled in ninjutsu or genjutsu. But he used an odd style of taijutsu, which he seemed rather proud of. Next was a slightly more interesting man named Bonadio, who spoke like a thug and even wielded a straight razor. He was quick and intelligent but hailed from the village hidden in waterfalls. So likely was lacking in the power category. Lastly was a mist shinobi under the name of Chojuro. He was shy and nervous. He seemed unreliable. Enough so before they even seemed to plan much, Bonadio and Shira had decided he would be the lord. Being the weakest, the leader had been elected to be Shira as the oldest. The samurai that had led them to the starting place of the exam. He had explained that the lord must be on a horse whenever traveling. Explained the wristbands they all had been outfitted with that would glow in stripes as points were scored. As well as, if they got injured, they had tags that would allow them to be withdrawn from the game and treated. A kindness not often given during the Chunin exams but inconsequential in the grand scheme of things. Kabuto would not allow such things to happen after all. Kabuto and his group had been led to their path. The group decided that Bonadio and Chojuro would ride on the horse while Kabuto and Shira patrolled the forest on both sides. Kabuto had been racking his brain on how to pass the exam before he felt a burning sensation on his shoulder. A signal was given to him from his master. He had been a genin for a while now and was told he would be given a chance to act outside his identity. He smiled at this as he stopped suddenly. Before moving at speeds that no Chunin hopeful could match. It was nice to finally move at his own speed. Bonadio and Chojuro did not notice him as he flew back across the path. Shira, perhaps sensing Kabuto's killing intent, suddenly spun as Kabuto arrived behind him. Ha, you scared me to death there. Shira said merrily, not even noticing Kabuto suddenly flying in and touching his chest. By the time he finished his sentence, he was collapsing. Kabuto had used his chakra scalpel to slice his heart in two. Shira was dead before he even hit the ground, his mouth spitting out his lifeblood. You have no idea, Kabuto replied cheerily to the now dead corpse. His eyes trailed up to the two remaining teammates, suddenly body flickering behind them as they made eye contact. Chojuro stopped his horse with a skid as the two looked at the man in front of them. We should stop for now, he said cryptically with a smile. Why? Chojuro asked nervously. There is no need for dumb questions. This bastard isn't on our side. Bonadio answered. What do you mean? Chojuro asked as Bonadio hopped off the horse. The man pulled his straight razor and took a stance against the smiling Kabuto. He has a stain on his outfit. I'm almost certain it's blood. We would have heard combat, so he must have sneaked and attacked someone. Notice anything else? Wait, where is Shira? Chojuro asked as he seemed to be considering running. Shira would have surely shown up by now. Where was he? Dead, Kabuto replied simply. You two will be joining him, of course. Once, I've had fun, though. Do you know how hard it is to pretend to be a weakling? I mean, it's purposely walking on one leg. Oh wait, you're both weak. I'll make sure to hold back against you. I want to stretch my legs. He said with a smile as he activated his chakra scalpels. Funny bastard should have snuck us too, Bonatti said. I'm not weak, Chojuro said with a frown as he drew a katana. There were no more words. The three men charged each other as Bonadio and Kabuto closed the distance first. Bonadio flashed forward with several slices. Kabuto weaved around them with ease, preparing to use his scalpel to kill the man. Before he could, though, he ducked a katana. Chojuro swung to behead him, and rolled away while Bonadio attempted to stab him in the chest. As Kabuto stood, he deflected various kunai thrown by Chojuro before he heard a call from Bonadio, who came from above now. Wind style. Flying wind spear. He called as visible wind flew from his razor at high speed. Kabuto dived out of the way, just dodging the attack by a hair's breadth but leading him into the path of the falling Bonadio, who slashed at him with his razor, attempting to slit his throat. Kabuto merely smiled as he met this slash with his scalpel, cutting through it and slicing through the tendons throughout Bonadio's hand. As the two fell, Bonadio screamed out in pain. The man grasped his hand in pain. Kabuto prepared to finish him before a water dragon flew towards him. He managed to substitute himself with a log appearing behind Chojuro, surging forward to slash across the muscles in his back. Chojuro spun as he slashed at Kabuto's head. Kabuto's eyes widened, noticing how fast he reacted to it. This mere genin is this fast. He managed to duck just in time and attempted to slice through the blade of Chojuro. But his chakra scalpel is stopped in place. Your technique is impressive, but a true swordsman can strengthen their sword with chakra. Chojuro lectured. Also, arrogance is unbecoming of a shinobi. As he finished, Bonadio appeared and stabbed Kabuto in the throat with a kunai. Kabuto stumbled back, gurgling blood, before collapsing on the ground, seemingly dead. Good work, nervous wreck. He destroyed my damn razor. That bastard was a monster. He suddenly stopped speaking. Chojuro turned to see what stunned him and discovered Kabuto standing and smiling. Seemingly unperturbed by the blood covering him. His throat, which had been nearly split open, now looked pristine. How? Chojuro asked, confused. Oh, an attack like that could never kill me. I had truly intended to kill both of you. But I guess you're lucky. Kabuto responds pleasantly. Though you did surprise me. You're lucky my mission today isn't to kill you weaklings. Kabuto responded pleasantly. Like we're gonna let you leave, bastard. Bonadio screamed as he charged forward. But Kabuto started to sink into the ground while smiling. Oh, you will very much have your hands full already, Kabuto informs. I wish you luck, teammates. He finishes with a smile as he fully slides underground. The two men were silent, waiting to see if he would reappear. Before they heard the sound of hooves hitting the pavement, filling the air. You're fucking kidding me, Bonadio complained as they realized what was happening. We gotta run. It won't work. We have to ride the horse, and they are surely faster than it. We'll have to attempt to fend them off. Chojuro stated that he seemed to be preparing himself for the battle ahead. That would be correct. A voice called out as another group approached the path a short distance from the two men. Sorry, but shinobi play for keeps. Tamari lectured as she rode in the scene. Ino, Shino, and Omoi landed around her facing the group. It would be wise to surrender and allow us our points, Shino informed. Like hell we will, Bonadio cried as he charged forward angrily. Chojuro sighed at this before joining him. Oh no, we're gonna kill them and be disqualified. Omoi worried out loud as Ino, and he met their charge. He and Chojuro locked blades as Ino and Bonadio engaged in a one-sided series of blows. Bonadio slashed with a kunai, but Ino quickly disarmed this and threw the man with a shoulder throw. The waterfall shinobi promptly rolled to his feet and attempted to throw an overhand at the woman. But Ino, using a roundhouse kick to the head of Bentio, sent him flying back. No, we're not. Just gonna do what you gotta. Benetio screamed as scores of insects covered his body, draining him of his remaining chakra. Chojuro jumped back, seeing Bonadio had fallen. He sighed once again. Enough. We surrender, he called. The group stopped as Shino walked forward carefully. He approached Chojuro, both surrounded by his insect allies. Chojuro did not react to this, nor did he react to Shino tapping him 3 times. As he did so, All of Team 1 saw a band that had been wrapped around their forearms glow, signifying their completion point-wise. At this, Shino nodded. Thank you for not making us harm you further, Shino said simply. It doesn't matter, Chojuro stated, seemingly uncaring about failing. He picked up the unconscious Bonadio and loaded him onto the horse. He then drew the tag given to them earlier. Activating it sent off a flash of light. After a short time, several samurai arrived to provide first aid, and they, along with Chojuro and Bonadio, were led into the woods. Not once did the defeated Mist Shinobi complain so much. That didn't seem, I don't know, is it bizarre to anyone else? Ino asked quizzically. It really was, Omoi started. Perhaps he's some kind of supervillain. Shut up. Ino and Tamari sound off at once. Omoi flinched at this, dropping to the ground. Both women nodded at each other. It's better we continue. We may have what's needed to pass, but the other teams won't. Shino added. That would mean we are prime targets. Right, let's go, team. Tamari called. Both the leader and lord of Team 1. Team 1 continued on the move, unknowing of what had tragically happened to Team 3. Team 2's POV trial of Neo, Land of Iron. Naruto hadn't truly felt too nervous for the exam. He had always been a more simplistic guy. The villagers had never been cruel to him or his mother. They weren't well known and, as such, lived in relative peace. Naruto had often felt lonely with just him and his mother. But such was life. As such, he had been himself and his mother. It had been enough for him, but Kushina seemed to want more for him than that. So Naruto decided to find something to become strong and beloved. So his mother would be happy, and he could find others to be satisfied with. It hadn't taken long to decide on his goal. It was a meeting with Hiruzen that was the deciding factor. He may have been old, but he had a powerful presence, seemed to know everything, and even acknowledged him. It had been clear to him that he needed to become Hokage. He remembered his mother had initially been against it. But even as a child, he had been stubborn and eventually won her over. With that goal in mind, he had trained hard. It hadn't been easy. Often, he had struggled pitifully. He supposed he simply wasn't a genius. In time, he had grown and now had a chance to be closer to his dream. As if that hadn't been motivation enough, his mother informed him that the exams held a level of importance that very few things in his life had. She would finally tell him about his da if he became a chunant. As much as he longed to know, he loved his mother too much to push her on it. Instead, he waited, trusting she would let him know one day. Now, if he did things right, he would finally know. The first part had been something he simply couldn't offer too much help with. While he wasn't stupid, he simply wasn't as smart as all these damn geniuses. But as a survival exercise about protecting, yeah, that was much more his style. The selection of the lord of their group had been a relatively easy choice. Gaara had shown remarkable defensive skills in his brief conflict with Naruto, and no one in the group felt exceptionally safe with him watching their backs. Gaara declared that he wouldn't have to worry about Fu or Naruto dying. And simply didn't care if Samui did. Selecting a leader was also a simple process. Fu and Gaara had no interest in leading. While Naruto would one day be Hokage, he wasn't the best leader yet. Leaving only the aloof Samui as the choice. It worked out well. The woman was personable enough, intelligent, and calm to a fault. Quickly deciding to have the group summarize their abilities, so she could devise the best approach. She decided heading up the mountain as soon as the horse could manage would be best. The paths throughout it often intersected, meaning the group would likely not have to be concerned about finding a team. They were more likely to be attacked after all. With that in mind, the group summarized themselves and their abilities. Naruto had proudly decided to go first. Despite his recent growth, he just couldn't help but brag when an opportunity was presented. He described his ability to make a small army of clones. His unique Kenjutsu ninjutsu style. It wasn't entirely honest about his full capabilities, but Naruto felt he should keep that to himself since Gaara had often remarked an intent to fight him at some point. Fu had gone next. Naruto had met various people, and despite his best efforts, he often annoyed them. Perhaps it was his obnoxious nature, blunt honesty, or endless energy, but he frequently rubbed others incorrectly. He had been overjoyed to get along with Team 7. Even further to have made quick friends with Samui. Honestly, it had made his day. Now, it got even better. Fu was the most positive person he had ever met. She matched his energy, was full of smiles, and was generally excellent. It was like he had met a female version of himself. She even held the same pain in her eyes. The eyes of someone who had been lonely. She described how she could fly, had incredible strength, and was as hard as steel. Naruto questioned this, and Fu cheerfully told him to hit her. Being the man he was, Naruto quickly slugged her before realizing what he had done. But to the group's shock, she ate the punch without budging an inch or flinching. Naruto felt like he had found the sister he never knew he wanted. Samui and Naruto had hit it slightly during their tenure into the first test. He knew she was calm, aloof, intelligent, and using the same kind of blade as him. She fought similarly to him. She used her kenjutsu and intelligence to outmaneuver her opponents. Naruto felt she was likely holding something back. He supposed he wasn't the only one hiding his full abilities. Gaara went last, and his summarization left much to be desired. He stated that his sand was an absolute defense to protect him from threats. Then, he boldly declared he, unlike others, was openly the Jinchuriki of the One Tails. It felt like a jab to Naruto, but he witnessed Fu flinch momentarily. Gaara merely smiled and looked at Fu, causing the group to realize the oddness of this team. They held 3 Jinchuriki. The group had gone silent, and to Naruto, they would likely not work well together in this test. He had no clue what to say but knew he had to say something to the group. Guys, I get what you're thinking. Naruto started as he walked in front of the group, facing all 3 of them down. We're hiding things from one another. As much as we may get along, we aren't necessarily allies. And it's dangerous to be open. I get that. He started smashing his fist into the mountain, causing a crack where he struck. But damn it, we all wanna become Chunin. We are all here and on the same team. So screw all this not ally sneaking shinobi crap. We gotta be a team for now. Let's show we got what it takes. When the time comes for us to separate, we do it with no hard feelings. We all have our reason for being here. So for now, let's work towards it together. He finished with a heave. The group stared back at him silently before Fu flew forward and hugged the blonde happily. Of course, we can be buddies, silly. Friends are a great thing to have, Fu said as she bodily spun the blonde around. Hell yeah, we're friends. Let's kick ass, ya know. Naruto replied happily, the two cheering loudly. You know, maybe it's not cool to be super friendly, Samui said as she looked towards Gaara. But I like it a lot more than being cold. She then walked over to the group, happily greeted and hugged by Fu, who immediately decided Samui was also her friend. Gaara stared at this in silent shock. He had expected the rookie Jinchuriki to bond with him. For the filthy human to do so as well was odd. As far as he knew, the two were simply natural enemies. Humans used them as a tool to destroy. Jinchuriki eventually crushed humans like the pests they were. He had intended to show them that they could only trust their kind, but it seemed they were steadfast in loving pests. For now, he would wait. The chance to break the two was something he would relish. Then, he would guide them to the light. With that all done, Samui launched into her leadership role. Gaara was to travel the path on the horse, with Samui following nearby to provide backup and communication. Naruto, with an army of clones, would traverse the woods of the mountain on both sides of the trail, providing them with a defensive perimeter. Fu, with her unique flight ability, would fly above the group, altering them to any approaching opposition or promising prey. Naruto would readily admit he thought it was a winning strategy. And so they set off, making impressive progress. When Samui's stamina was an inevitable question, it was solved by various Narutos carrying her to save her stamina and keep her fresh. The group had a fantastic time. But Naruto and Fu, hyperactive and impulsive, had settled on playing 20 questions. Fu carried the blonde since his clones could act without his input. Ever been kicked out of a store? Fu posed with a smile. Kind of. My mom was there, and she ended up wrecking the place. She spent months doing missions to pay for it. My ma can be very scary, Naruto answered happily. Man, your mom sounds so awesome. Fu replied excitedly. She really is. My turn. Ever done pranks? Naruto asked with a smirk. No, the villagers don't like me. I doubt it'll end well. Fu replied awkwardly. Haha, that's why I did it back in the day. If people want to ignore me, I might get their attention another way. But eventually, my ma caught me and, Naruto visibly shivered at this. So scary. From what I've heard, parents can be that way. Fu supplied. You don't know yours? Naruto asked bluntly. Nope. They died after I was born. Fu replied just as bluntly. Naruto sighed somberly. I'm sorry. I never knew my dad either. He died as well. Naruto replied, looking up at the sun as if it knew the answers. Fu didn't know how to deal with that. She hadn't even talked to someone human in a while, much less comfort someone who had been talking about his dead father. So, she went with the most logical and sympathetic gesture she could think of. It's okay. Life can be tough, but one day, it gets better. So you can't give up. You never know when things will turn around. One day, everyone gets lucky, Fu replied with a strained smile. Good point, believe it. Naruto replied. Both suddenly flinched, stopping the conversation. You felt that too? Fu asked with a slight frown. One of my clones was just destroyed, Naruto said with a matching frown. Let's report it to Samui and Gaara. A team is coming our way. My clones are slowing them down for now. We can take them. I know 2 of them. At this, Fu slowly lowered them, her 7 wings slowing to allow them to descend. Hey, we have company approaching. They know where we are and are looking for trouble. One of them can track our scent. Naruto informed the group. Good, I was getting bored. Let's wait for them. Gaara replied, making his horse stop and climbing down from it. Samui slid to a stop beside him with a frown as she pondered this. We may as well. We need points, and it would be uncool to withdraw. Samui noted. How long? Should be about 2 minutes. My clones can be threatening but are too fragile to hold them much longer. Naruto replied. All right, time to rock. Fu cheered happily, spinning after throwing a fist and giggling at her gestures. Cool, more than enough time to prepare. Naruto, Fu, I have an idea. I need the two of you to do something. Gaara, could you hold your own long momentarily? Samui asked with a look back at the redhead oddity. I will likely kill them before you can get involved. He replied simply. Hey, 2 of them are my friends. I'll kick your ass if you try. Naruto informed Gaara angrily. Yeah, don't be a jerk to Naruto. Fu replied behind the blonde, staring at Gaara from behind his shoulder. The redhead freaked her out. Gaara sighed heavily. I do not know what's wrong with you two. But I'll spare the 2 friends. I assume Leaf? He asked with a smile. Naruto merely nodded, which Gaara also nodded at. Team 2 was an interesting group. Team 6 Apov Trial of Neo, Land of Iron. Kiba knew he was an odd guy. The Inuzuka clan respected their dog partners to the highest degree. They were treated as equals, as any good companion should be. As such, they had, over the years, adapted their qualities. Not just in the physical or ninjutsu way but even in their personalities. Back in the day, they were more savage, but it was more tempered these days. Before, they often tried to be alphas, but now they use it more healthily and competitively. As such, Kiba just had to see if Naruto had truly grown as strong as Ino and Neji had claimed. There was simply no way he had surpassed him. He had always been ahead of the blonde in the academy, and despite their friendship, he enjoyed it. It seemed his rival had grown some. Time to establish who was who. Choji and Sen had been against it. Choji due to his friendship with Naruto. Sen thought it would be wiser to set a trap. Luckily, Ayuma felt such methods were dishonorable, and Kiba convinced them to launch the attack. His group flew into the part of the trial. Team 2 resided. Gaara stood proudly in front of them. I wouldn't suggest trying to score points off of me. Pests like you get crushed by predators like me, Gaara says, annoyed. Leave now, and I may let you live. It seems they left their lord. Cowardly of them, I shall combat this one. Ayuma stated simply. The waterfall shinobi pulled out a metal bow staff. Unnecessary, Sen stated as she fanned before her, a powdery substance filling the air around Gaara. He's already caught in my genjutsu. He's lucky to even still be standing. Shameful, but I may as well finish him off, Ayuma stated, flying forward with his bow staff and twirling to unleash a devastating swing to the head of the dazed Gaara. As the staff came close, a tendril of sand blocked the blow. Unfazed, Ayuma unleashed a quick series of blows at various levels, but each was blocked by the sand. The last blow, the staff became caught in the sand. Impressive. You can still defend yourself this well, Ayuma reported grimly as he yanked, attempting to get his staff back. The sand truly does most of the work. I can barely tell where you are. An impressive genjutsu for pests. But from what I can see, the 2 of you aren't Leaf. Gaara screams as the tendrils of sand send Ayuma flying into Senator, freeing Gaara from her technique. He smiled as his wristband suddenly gleamed, showing it was the girl who was the lord. I scored a point already. This game may be too easy. I wouldn't be so sure about that, Ginger. Kiba screamed as he prepared to barrel into Gaara with a flying kick. But suddenly was snatched from the air. Akamaru barked at his master being taken. Jumping up to climb a tree to get him. Being carried high into the air by Fu. At first, he threw several punches at the girl, but she ate them all without any reaction. What the hell are you made of? He complained. Those punches won't work on me. I'm lucky. Fu replied with a smile. That doesn't even make sense. Kiba yelled angrily. Besides, look where we are, Fu replied sweetly. Kiba looked around in bewilderment. He was high in the air, way over even the mountain. What the fuck? Goodbye now, Fu said with an airy giggle as she dropped him. Fuck. Kiba screamed like a girl in fear as he flew quickly towards the ground. No question, a fall from this height would kill him. As he came close, he felt a hand grasp his ankle, stopping his descent. Fu smiled down at the exasperated Kiba. Fine, I'll give it to you, for now, just don't do that again, he complained, hung upside down and disorientated. Choji wanted to help Kiba, but it was best he stopped them from getting Sen. Ayuma, who ran back as he held his now dented staff. He swore angrily as he attacked Gaara's seemingly unstoppable defense. Choji grew about 10 feet tall as he punched the ground, breaking it. He picked up a man-sized piece and hurled it at Gaara. To his shock, the rock suddenly crumbled. Naruto flew through the remains with his tanto glowing, stating with a smile, Uzumaki style, instant erosion. Hey there, buddy, sorry, but I'm your opponent for now. Sen dodged several slashes from the blonde woman pursuing her. She had already been hit once. And while she couldn't be eliminated by getting scored on, it was a mark of dishonor. She sincerely doubted Shira would get hit, nor did she believe that Yong would want her to fail. But the woman was absurdly quick. Kept much too close to her to use her genjutsu. Her fans allowed her to hold her own for now. She growled as she flowed chakra into them. Cactus spine shower. She called as several thin beams of chakra flew toward Samui. The number and close range of the attack almost assured it would hit. Samui merely smiled at this. Sorry, but cool counter. She said calmly as her blade suddenly flashed through the air, splitting each chakra strand with ease and even knocking her fans out of her hands. Samui then threw a back kick, driving it into the torso of Sen for extra measure and sending her sliding back. All of Team 2 smiled further as another point totaled for them. Well done, Sen gasped. Fortunately, you played it too loose, she smiled as Akamaru suddenly grabbed her and flew back. At this, the struggling Choji and Kiba flew back, the group retreating. Samui, Naruto, and Fu prepared to pursue them to get the final point before a scream broke their concentration. They looked back to see Ayuma screaming in pain, one of his arms wholly gone. Blood pumping from where it once lay. He tried to run, but sand wrapped around his ankles, lifting him into the air. Gaara smiled cruelly as he clenched his fist. The sand holding the ankles of Ayuma crushed in the sound of bones shattering, filling the area. Samui and Fu were stunned by the violence. Naruto raced forward and angrily attempted to grab Gaara. His sand stopped this action, however. What the hell are you doing? Naruto asked furiously at the heartless torture of another human. He loses, and that means his life is forfeited, Gaara stated as if it was the most obvious thing in the world. For beings like us, life holds more. But for a pest like him, well, they deserve to die. Gaara said darkly. Put him down, or I'll kill you myself. Naruto declared angrily. Oh, you'll kill me. Gaara said his killing intent filled the area. Samui collapsed on her knees. Fu flinched at the power. Naruto flinched as well, and Gaara smirked at this. Be careful with your words, friend. While they had argued, none realized the sand had raised the struggling Ayuma high in the air, wrapping around his mouth to keep him silent. No, Naruto started but flinched as Ayuma hit the ground head first with a disgusting splat. The body was pulverized by the fall. The group, all except Gaara, marched forward to look away. Gaara walked past them and calmly climbed onto his horse. I didn't kill your friends. You could never kill me, and don't assume because we are kin, I won't kill you. He said as he started to trot on with his horse. Gaara felt that while the others seemed to hate how this event went down, it went down the best way it could have so far. Now they knew what line not to cross. Shortly after, they elected to set up camp. The day turned to night, and things got ice cold. Gaara agreed to take a shift, wanting this time to himself. He explained he could not sleep and would watch for the night. The group didn't feel entirely comfortable with this but realized it was best to agree for now. Gaara had formed a shelter out of stone for them and the horse. Naruto managed to catch various fish. His mother taught him survival skills at a young age. Fu had gone and found safe drinking water. Samui had started a fire to warm the odd structure. She seemed incredibly on guard being left with Gaara. He also knew at least 20 clones were watching them. 10 more following Fu. It appeared the blonde intended to protect the team, even against itself. But he had behaved, and things went well. Now, deeper into the night, he was able to relax. He suddenly felt the presence of others coming and, with a smile, stood. He created a sand clone to watch over his teammates as he climbed onto his steed and rode out to meet them. This exam would serve his vice as well as his goal. Team 8 Zapov Trial of Neo, Land of Iron. Neji knew the first exam had gone as well as it did, primarily due to a lucky team. They were well suited to the task at hand. Not much had truly changed in that regard. His team had a solid repertoire of skills, solid thinking, and agreeable nature. It made it clear to Neji that they would likely pass with ease. But he needed to pass. He had no doubt Naruto would pass. As such, he needed to as well. Naruto had shaken his core belief system, so the two were friends. But deep down, Neji had felt slightly dissatisfied. Naruto had defeated him and merely continued to grow. During the training sessions just before the exams, Naruto defeated him and Ino most of the time. He had quickly cemented himself as the most powerful on their team. Neji truly was happy for his friend. He grew due to his own training and unfaltering spirit. Neji would never look down on him collecting his spoils, but he had to admit it was frustrating. Naruto had been significantly below him in rankings. He had come a long way mentally, but he was no genius. He came from relative nothing, and yet he stood above him. Neji didn't resent him for it but craved to be his equal. His goal of changing the Hyuga would require strength to gain influence. If he couldn't at least match Naruto, could he truly pursue his goal of breaking fate? The question haunted him. He needed to prove to himself he was able to change things. He would start with himself. His team had elected Tenten to be the lord. Her repertoire of tools would not be hampered too much on horseback. Oddly enough, I am also very well trained to ride a horse. Kuretsuchi had insisted on being a leader. And to her credit, she seemed to be skilled at it. Even if her communication skills certainly needed help. They had decided to immediately seek out another team, attempt to get their points early, and focus on arriving. As such, when Neji spotted another team with his long-range Byakugan, he called in his team to decide how to attack. While they believed they may be able to crush them outright, they decided to separate the lord, with two of them attempting to score while the other two held off the defenders. Sai and he would attempt to score, while Tenten and Kuretsuchi held off the others. Kuretsuchi had been quite clever in the plan she created. The horses were an interesting addition, an exploitable one. Horses were well-trained creatures and were hard to panic. Unless, of course, they were convinced they were in danger. She had a simple plan. They couldn't harm the horse but didn't need to. Or even startle it. Just move it. Neji watched as Sakura and Hinata worked with two other shinobi he didn't recognize. Moving on to other leaf shinobi was unfortunate, but they couldn't risk leaving them alone. They observed the four Konkuro on the horse, and the other three formed a loose diamond formation. Once they had thoroughly scouted them, they moved to enact Kuretsuchi's plan. With a cry of her jutsu, it began. Earth style. Stone uprising. As she finished this call, the ground beneath Team 7 suddenly rose. A large pillar of stone shot up 30 feet in the air. Leaving a swearing, Konkuro separated from his teammates. Sakura, Hinata, and Mangetsu jumped up, attempting to interfere. But Kuretsuchi shot out of the pillar, hand signs already flowing. Earth style. Earth flow spears. She called. Suddenly, several jagged spears shot off the ground, causing Hinata and Sakura to scramble back from them. Mangetsu merely charged forward with the spears stabbing him through, but he simply seemed to bleed water. That stuff doesn't work on me. He called as he drew a tanto and flew forward to attack Neji and Sai, who were climbing the pillar to attack Konkuro. But as he attempted to, Tenten jumped in front of him with a pair of metal tonfas. Listen here, girlie, Mangetsu said with a sneer. You're out of your league. You can't even hurt me. He called confidently, charging towards the woman. Tenten merely smirked as she twirled the two with a smile. As Magetsu swung his tanto with wild abandonment at her head, she shot out with a thrust to his middle section. The man gasped as it hit his stomach and drove the air out of him. How? He asked breathlessly. Lighting chakra flow, of course. You are a Hazuka, after all. Tenten replied sweetly before smacking the man in the head with both, driving him to the ground. In the route, we study all notable methods of battle, she said as she jumped down and faced the man, climbing to his feet. Konkuro knew he was a good shinobi. Many claimed he was the most skilled puppeteer coming out of the sand. It was undeniably true, even more so once he had found Sasori's notes. Now, he had achieved a level of puppetry that few ever would achieve again. As such, even once he was picked away from his allies and approached by two powerful shinobi, he didn't flinch. He merely chuckled as he activated his signature technique. Puppet Storm. As he said this, the bundle on his back shot out a litany of blades. Rematch time, Hyuga, he called with glee. The blades flew towards the two, switching angles and positions freely throughout the air. He had soaked them in a paralyzing agent that would keep them stunned with even one good cut. There was simply no way the two could survive the storm of death. He watched with glee as the metal killers approached the two men, both racing from opposite sides of the pillar. He didn't even need to leave the horse. But to his shock, the two men quickly countered the seemingly endless barrage of blades. The Hyuga deflected them with his bare hands as he ran, dodging as necessary. Occasionally, his hand would dart and sever one of the chakra strings. The other achieved the same with a tanto. Neither of them even seemed to slow as they charged. Damn it, hard way then. Time for a real puppet show. With a poof, two of Crow, both identical, suddenly appeared. Both flew in the air and flew around, each focusing on one. Sai now. Neji called for Sai to engage in their strategy. Sai quickly jumped high, scribbling into a scroll as he fell. Using a large burst of chakra to his legs, Neji flew straight towards Konkuro. He saw the panic in his eyes at this. Both crows flew back to their master mouths, opening and firing off a wall of Senbon. Before, I'd be helpless, but I learned to think out of the box from the best. Flying Kaden. Heavenly arrow. He called as he spun in a spiral in the air. A more elongated form of chakra covered him, looking like a rudimentary arrow. It deflected the Senbon with ease. Konkuro gasped as both crows crossed their arms and formed their chakra shields. Neji easily smashed through this, and Konkuro barely managed to lean away to dodge the attack, falling off the horse and the pillar in the process. Shit. Release. Black Ant. He summoned the puppet who swallowed him to protect him from the fall. But this left the man blind to Sai, now riding a large black and white bird. Super Beast Scroll, he called as he drew his Tonto, and the bird dive bombed. I suppose I'll have to cut through, Sai said as he dived from the bird, falling incredibly fast. He slashed with momentum as he fell towards Konkoro, managing to cut through Black Ant and cut Konkoro shallowly. Sai hit the floor hard and rolled to try to bleed off the force. But Konkoro slung himself using a chakra string, and he attempted to flee before Neji suddenly called from below. Gentle Fist. Air Palm. He called a blast of air smashed through the string and hit Konkoro, sending him flying back. Neji smirked as his wristband filled its second slot, showing they were close to succeeding. Neji ducked as he barely managed to dodge an air palm from Hinata, but was left wide open for her newest technique. Gentle Fist. Heavenly Needle. She called, firing a small sliver of chakra into his leg, immediately making it numb. It forced him down to a knee, allowing Hinata to hit a head kick. He slid back and quickly rose to his feet, reopening the chakra points Hinata had closed with a smile. Kuretsuchi appeared behind Neji. Your teammate burned Sakura-sama, Hinata said, her face looking fierce. It was dishonorable. She had her beat. She was a bit weakling. I didn't mean to, Kuretsuchi said with a semi-apologetic smile. It's fine. It was part of our plan anyway, Hinata said with a nervous smile as she formed a defensive stance. But she suddenly was poofed, smoking, covering her form, and leaving a wooden mannequin. Neji and Kuretsuchi frowned at this. Before Tenten called out, help. They both raced back, Sai joining them and informing them that Konkoro escaped. Once they arrived, they saw the four attacking Tenten, who was doing well despite the odds. She smacked Mangetsu away and Sakura in one motion. Sakura landed on her ankle with a shout of pain. But it left Tenten open for Hinata to smack her with a palm bottom. It sent Tenten flying. Neji barely managed to catch her. Kuretsuchi and Sai stood before them, preparing to buy them time to recover. Sakura. Damn it. Pull out for now. Konkoro called in a panic. He raised a hand sign. Possession switch. Corpse escape. He called all four, suddenly disappearing and being replaced with wooden mannequins. Neji sighed as his team regrouped. It had gone well, but that gambit they pulled had been surprising. They had also underestimated their combat level, and it had nearly cost them. Luckily, Tenten was quite formidable to hold out even momentarily. They collected their things, tended to their wounds as best they could, and continued. They would need 1 point to pass this exam, and the second day was not far away. Team 7 arrived in a much different state. Most beat up to various levels. Konkoro was particularly hurt due to an air palm and a cut. Sakura had broken the ankle and was unable to walk. They could do nothing for the woman. She said she wanted to drop out. They had been neutered, down a person, he was injured, and their morale would surely be shot. Mangetsu roared angrily. Damn it, we got treated like scrubs. We're gonna need revenge. I'll kill them all myself. We will need points. But first, we need to regroup, Konkoro said with a frown. Go ahead, cowards. I'll show you how it's done, Magetsu said as he raced off. This is not good, Konkoro-sama, Hinata said quietly. We can't move with only the two of us. We'll hide for now. If we're lucky, he'll return, not dead, Konkoro said with a frown. Besides, we need to be more careful. I don't have any more mannequins for my puppet show. Hi. Gaara's Pav Trial of Neo, Land of Iron. Gaara sat calmly on his horse. He was only a short distance away from camp. He was on the horse to make it clear he was the Lord, as well as to keep them away from the camp. There was no need for him to share his prey this time. His past had been one of violence. First against him, then him against others. These days, he doesn't kill as much as he did in the past. No need to kill every pest he came across. But he undeniably missed it. The feeling of killing gave him a rush. Made him feel alive. And while he had found a new goal to live for than merely killing, tonight, he would enjoy things the way he once did. After all, he was only hurting humans. The team arrived with stealth and barely contained intent. They scouted him from the forest to his left, hidden 20 feet into the woods about 17 degrees to the left shoulder. They were determining if they could take him. More than likely, one or two were gung-ho about him, while the intelligent ones would sense the trap. But both parties would elect to launch an attack. After all, how could they resist a lord left in the open in the dead of night? The four rode in confidentiality. He saw the redhead cloud girl he believed was named Karui, the female Uchiha Yuno, a more petite woman from the river named Mubi, and a man from the mist named Raiga. The man stalked forward, drawing his blades, which sparked periodically. The redhead and small girl jumped behind him to ensure he had no safe escape. Yuno climbed off her horse with a smile. Hey there, cutie. Surely you realize you might have cost your team the game. You're interesting for sure, but not that smart, Yuno said with a flirty smile. Enough. I think it's time for his funeral. Raiga roared as his sword crackled even louder before a bolt of electricity flew toward Gaara. He did not move, but the sand in his gourd intercepted the bolt. There was silence for a moment before Raiga roared angrily. He charged in screaming, Karui and Mubi charging in behind him. Raiga led the assault by loading his blades full of electrical turrets, unleashing the energy with a double slash. A massive wall of sand met this assault, and Karui appeared behind Gaara with a smile as it did. You're wide open. Karui screamed excitedly. Cloud style. Front beheading. Her blade flew out, shining with chakra. But similarly to Raiga, another wall of sand rose to meet the attack, stopping it in place. As both jumped back, suddenly, 4 Mubi moved in from different sides. Gaara merely smirked as he raised a hand sign. Sand pellets. He called gruffly as the walls shot off small amounts of themselves towards the copies. But Mubi ate the shot without effect, merely having holes blown through their bodies, leaking water. Prepare yourself for a river village special. Mubi called sweetly. Water style. Meeting of the seas. The 4 clones suddenly lost their human form, becoming mere waves flying towards Gaara. He nearly flew up into the air upon a pad of sand. Right into my hands. Raiga shouted with glee. Fangs of lightning. He called as his blades were struck with lightning, the energy gathering around the man before a bolt flew in from above. Gaara looked up as it was being smacked by it directly. It smacked him into the ground before the form of Gaara became sand. I see your weaklings, Gaara said simply. Rising from the ground behind the 3. All 3 turned to meet the powerful man. Karui and Mubi with fear and Raiga with excitement. He smiled darkly before flinching and looking up. He saw Yuno above Gaara, already flowing through hand signs. Fire style. Fireball jutsu. She called as she shot the blast of flames towards the immobile Gaara. Her 3 teammates flew back as the fire hit. The area was filled with smoke before revealing a dome of sand with glass specks due to the flames. You have a bit of power. Gaara comments. His head is visible through a patch of glass. Merely an insect still. 2 large hands flew from the dome as he finished, chasing the shinobi around. You're out of your league messing with me. He informed as the 4 dodged the lightning quicksand. Suddenly, the entire ground shuddered as it was lifted and surrounded by sand. Die, Gaara said simply as the sand attempted to crush them all. Yuno managed to body flicker out, seeing it coming somewhat. Her 2 Tomo Sharingan barely made out the sand trap closing at the start of it. She managed to grab Karui on her way out. Raiga blasted his way out with lighting, but the group flinched when they heard screaming inside the crumbling mass of sand. It seems one of you died there. But I don't intend for any of you to survive, Gaara said as he stalked from the pile of sand. They could all see blood leak from the sand, hinting at the fate of Mubi. Fine by me. In the mist, we fight to the death. Raiga cackled madly. We need to retreat, you bastard. Yuno called, realizing they couldn't beat Gaara. Karui nodded, as being so close to death made it clear to her. Then go ahead. This is a duel, anyway. A woman like you could never understand. Raiga said with a smile. My name is Raiga Kurosuke. What is yours? I need it for the funeral. Gaara ignored him, raising a finger. Yuno yelled as she was suddenly flung toward him. Gaara slapped her away cruelly. Yuno slammed into the ground hard. Gaara then turned to face him. I got my points, so I may as well kill you first. Yuno was caught by Karui, who threw onto the horse and got out of there. As the 2 men sized each other up. I can sense your killing intent. But even insects kill. Your death will be meaningless, Gaara informed him. He had assumed that after Naruto, the gap between him and the others might be small, but now he saw that Naruto may be the exception, not the rule. Death is anything but meaningless. I'll show you how glorious death can be. Lightning ball volley. Raiga screamed manically as several balls of lighting formed and rotated around the man as he waved his blades. Gaara raised an eyebrow as his sand writhed around him, preparing itself. With a roar of glee, Raiga let loose the balls that flew towards Gaara. Each met with the sand, causing a boom in impact. Sand, snow, lightning, and stone flew from each collision. But at the end of the valley, Gaara stood unharmed. Though some of his sand was burnt to glass. Was that your best? I'm growing bored with you already, human. Gaara said as he glared at the stunned Raiga. Suddenly, the man faded and appeared behind Gaara, his blades covered in lightning. Before he could slash, sand grabbed him and slammed him into the ground. It then lifted him and slammed him into a nearby bank of snow. I should have pursued your teammates, Gaara said as he stalked away. You almost killed me, but sadly, it'll be your funeral today. Raiga said he was covered in cuts and blood. He struggled to stand, his voice breaking as he spoke. Worry not though. In death, you'll witness true beauty. I will miss you dearly. Lightning dragon tornado. Raiga screamed as he spun in place. The sky boomed in response, and Gaara noticed it suddenly was a lightning storm instead of a snow one. I prepared this storm, fool. I was merely stalling, Raiga explained as lightning started to surround him. Die. Gaara's eyes widened as the lighting formed a dragon, which roared as it flew towards him. The beast was made of lightning and waves. It was massive. He weaved hand signs quickly and heaved his hands upwards. Sand tsunami. A large wave of sand met the dragon, which caused a massive explosion, sending electricity everywhere. As the smoke cleared, Raiga stalked forward, seeing the downed Gaara. His skin was tinged black, and his flesh was burnt throughout. His body smoked as he lay still, either dead or shortly to be. Raiga chuckled as he stalked forward to check. He lifted his blades as he came close, ready to pierce his heart. But as soon as he thrust, the body exploded into the sand. Raiga attempted to jump back, but it wrapped him up. But when? How? Raiga screamed as he thrashed against the sand. Gaara slowly rose out of the sand around the man. As he did, he lifted the two blades Raiga had used. They were Taiji swords, he believed. From what he heard, the blades flowed with lightning chakra, supposedly making them the sharpest in the world. One of mystical swords of the mist. Kiba. He slid them into his waistband. He wasn't sure what to use them, but legendary swords would prove valuable. That was my sand clone. I'm surprised you made him use a jutsu. Gaara informed, staring at the man. Yes, make no mistake, you were never close. Even if you had defeated the clone, I had already prepared your grave. As he said this, the ground around them collapsed. The man, already wrapped in sand, was helpless and fell into it. The area around the ground had somehow become sand. I often ground the minerals and earth in the surrounding area to make my sand. I usually do so slowly, but I can do so quickly, as you can see. At any point, I could have buried you alive. Enjoy. Sand sinkhole funeral. Gaara, called Raiga, was buried in the sand, quickly being dragged meters underground. Worry not, I'm not a monster. Gaara screamed with a smile as he slammed his hand against the grave of Raiga. The sand compressed with a mighty heave. If one listened closely, one could hear the sound of bones shattering. Gaara cracked his neck as he stalked back into the woods, retrieving his horse. As he mounted it, his teammates arrived, all wide awake and ready for battle. I took care of some humans, Gaara said darkly as the group noticed their wristbands fully glowed up. Team 5's POV Trial of Neo, Land of Iron. Team 5 was more unique. It was random, but fate seemed to put men into a group for a unique effect. Sasuke Uchiha, a genius of the Four-Shamed clan, is the ghost of the Uchiha. Shikamaru Nara is a lazy genius known for his shrewd thinking and blunt attitude. Rock Lee was a young man who was addicted to work, and would outwork any through pure determination. Suigetsu Hazuka is a talented swordsman with a trick bloodline. Incredibly keen on combat. Realizing this group itched for fighting, Shikamaru decided to do things differently. He chose to be Lord and Sasuke's leader. He had a feeling the Uchiha wouldn't listen otherwise. He and Lee would search for a team to ambush, while Sasuke and Suigetsu searched for the team as well. It was with this that Shikamaru watched as Team 1 traveled. It seems clear to me. Tamari is their lord, which is a decent choice since she seems like a ranged fighter. But it means little if the attacker is simply too fast, Shikamaru said while toking on a cigarette. While he did so, Rock Lee removed his weights and was stretched. I will move with utmost youth, he quietly declared as he prepared to enact Shikamaru's plan. XX. Suigetsu's POV. Suigetsu smiled as he saw Yuno and Karui travel through the forest on a horse. I always preferred my prey to be weaker. He chuckled as he prepared to get points and have some fun. XX. Sasuke's POV. He stood staring down at his prey as he activated his Sharingan. He figured the others may set traps or pick a weak team. But he had always preferred to test his limits. If he was to revive the Uchiha clan to its former heights, he needed to be powerful. Powerful enough to defeat whole scores of enemies. He jumped down as his prey walked up to meet him. The remains of Team 6 surrounded the Uchiha. He supposed this would be a small test. Sasuke Kiba's POV Trial of Neo, Land of Iron. Sasuke faced down the three shinobi confidently. He knew Shikamaru would never condone him attacking them head-on like this. Henceforth, he had supported splitting up. Shikamaru had given each of them several ideas on how to get points with no risk. To be fair to the Nara, it was a good plan. But not his own. These exams offered him a lot. It would be meaningless if he merely succeeded. He needed to excel, be tested, and know where he stood. Sasuke was confident no single genin could stand against him. So, he had set out to find a good challenge. Kiba and Choji were never quite top tiers. But they were respectable in their own right. The blonde Suna shinobi was an unknown risk. It would be nice to test him. After all, he needed to show the world that the Uchiha were on another level. Besides, it was clear the group was down a man and somewhat injured. This was a nice advantage for Sasuke, and he would likely need it. The group, now seeming more confident, surrounded the crouched Uchiha. Sasuke, it's good to see ya, buddy. You wouldn't happen to be looking for trouble, would you? Kiba asked jovially as he and Akamaru stood in front of the Uchiha. I am seeking trouble, Sasuke replied curtly. He never understood why Kiba seemed so confident in himself. He considered him a joke. Sasuke, surely you don't think you can take us all out? Choji nervously stated as he prepared for combat. We might hurt you. Choji knew Sasuke was no joke. But surely not even he could take all three of them. He was nothing like that monster earlier. Let's not be naive, he knew what would happen when he came here. Sen chided as she drew her fans. The woman is right, but you cannot touch me, Sasuke stated arrogantly. This must have served as some unspoken signal. Sen slashed at Sasuke's back with her double fans. Sasuke reflected this casually with a single kunai. He kicked out as he did, smacking Choji in the face and sending him to stumbling back. Akamaru launched forward at Sasuke's throat. He ducked under the attack before blocking a kick from Kiba. The power of the move sent him sliding back. Sasuke took the moment to stare down at his opponents. I'm disappointed, Sasuke said in a bored tone. I would be too after that perfa. Kiba started before Sasuke was suddenly in front of him, fist cocked back for an attack. Kiba barely ducked the blow, rolling away from him. Sasuke attempted to pursue him but was blocked by Choji's enlarged palm. It flew towards him, forcing him to roll to the side. This left him in the path of Sen, who spun as she unleashed a blast of wind. Twin breeze blades. She called two blades of wind flying towards the rolling Uchiha. Sasuke rose to his feet as they came close, calmly disappearing right as the blades cut into him. Sen screamed in panic as she narrowly avoided a kunai slash from Sasuke, who was now somehow in front of her. He kicked Akamaru, who attempted to attack him from behind. But this left him open to Kiba, who flew in with a drop kick. Sasuke barely managed to raise his guard after being smashed into and driven into a nearby snow bank. Cocky bastard, Kiba complained as he stood before the now buried Uchiha. He was no joke, Choji replied, walking up as well. Sen merely slashed in front of the two talking men, with a fan interrupting them. The two men watched confused as Sen seemed to randomly fearfully jump back, before Kiba caught on with a startled cry. Kai. As he did so, he saw Sasuke unleashing a high kick on his face. Choji somehow reacted in time, shoving Kiba out of the way. Sasuke growled angrily before disappearing and reappearing inside Choji's guard with a viscous body uppercut. Choji gasped for air as he collapsed. Kiba jumped away, trying to avoid Sasuke. But the Uchiha saw this and fired off several kunai. Kiba closed his eyes, prepared to be riddled with them. But as he did, he heard a call that saved his ass. Wind style. Wind breakthrough. Sen called. A gust of wind caught Kiba, the kunai, and Sasuke, sending them all flying back. Kiba used this to his advantage, spinning in the air with a smile. Thanks for the assist. This is over. Fang over Fang. Kiba called as he became a blur, flying towards the Uchiha. Sasuke merely smiled as his Sharingan turned on, allowing him to see the perfect counter. He twirled slightly in the air, allowing him to avoid the blow. As he did so, he snagged the boy's hood on his hoodie. Before he suddenly disappeared, Kiba was in tow. Before Sen or Choji could hope to figure this out, they both appeared in front of them, Sasuke tossing Kiba into Sen, the two crashing and turning into a painful ball of limbs. Choji growled as his fist grew. He fired it off toward the smiling Sasuke. Choji's vision was blocked as he felt something hit his fist. He smiled at the lucky blow, unaware of Sasuke falling from above, unleashing a powerful and merciless kick to the top of Choji's skull. It drove him into the ground with a mighty boom, and Choji fell unconscious due to the blow. Kiba and Sen untangled and stared as Sasuke cracked his neck. I didn't think I needed my eyes for this, he said, sounding somewhat annoyed. I suppose I shouldn't underestimate you anymore. He stalked forward, intending to defeat the two as well. To the shock of him and Kiba, Sen raced forward, bowing to the Uchiha. We surrender. Take your points, Sen said darkly. XX. Kiba's pav. Sen. Kiba asked, alarmed. Think about it for a second. Sen countered hotly. He just fended us off while holding back, and now we're down another man. We can't afford to be beaten here. So what? We give up? Kiba asked angrily as he and Akamaru stood before Sen, seemingly still convinced to fight. No, we let him win this and have the chance to make points later. If we challenge him and lose, we may have to drop out of the exams, Sen explained in a frustrated tone. She is correct, Sasuke added plainly, sensing that the surrender would go through with a minor push. Kiba felt his hands clench hard enough to break his skin. There was no nice way to put it. So far in this exam, Kiba had been outperformed. Were there many shinobi this far above him? Fine, he growled as he and Akamaru stepped back. The large dog whining at this. Sasuke nodded as if bored with the show before tapping Sen once. After this, he started to stalk away. Wait, what about the other points? Kiba called out, his confusion winning out at his anger for the moment. My teammates will get them, or I'll do this again, Sasuke replied plainly as he left the two standing shinobi and one unconscious. No offense, but I hate you, leave shinobi. Sen yelled, annoyed. Besides, being Chunin isn't worth this level of trouble. She stalked forward with rage being apparent. I withdraw. Good luck, Kiba, Sen stated as she walked back towards the bottom of the mountain. Pulling out the tag for medical personnel and releasing it to get aid for Choji and herself. None taken. As the samurai appeared, they grabbed Choji and escorted Sen off the mountain. While he would likely be fine, he had taken a nasty blow to the head and was disoriented. So, it would be best for him to drop out for now. But Kiba would make sure he passed now. No matter what. Suigetsu's POV trial of Neo, Land of Iron. He wasn't sure when, but they caught wind of him. It is an impressive feat, considering his mastery of the silent killing technique. Truthfully, it mattered little. The more they traveled, the more they risked running into another team. Suigetsu could take his time to decide his method of attack. With only the two of them, he was sure he could beat them in an outright fight, especially if one considered their apparent injuries, but one was a cloud shinobi. Which just so happened to be a village full of his weakness. He was still confident he could best the two, but there was no need to be too risky. What was infuriating was that the two seemed determined to keep running. With a frown, Suigetsu decided enough was enough. He burst from behind, a long sword in hand, as he slashed at both their heads. He beheaded the two with relative ease before they suddenly became shadows and enveloped him. He tried to brute force his way through the shadows as they lifted him into the air but couldn't. He couldn't even become water. Kai! Suigetsu yelled as he dispelled the genjutsu he had been placed in. As he did so, he awoke to reality where Karui pierced his chest through. Yuno is standing in front of him, Sharingan's glowing. Decent effort, you weird bastard. Karui yelled at the man as she pulled her blade out of him mercilessly. You're not even that cute. Yuno panted to the man. Enjoy my sudden shadow binding genjutsu. Suigetsu stumbled forward as liquid leaked from his body. I may not be cute, he started as he turned towards the two, revealing the hole in his chest dripping with water. But that attack was. He finished as he flashed forward, swinging his longsword at Karui. The woman caught the slash but dropped to the ground suddenly. The ground beneath them cracked as Suigetsu whispered to Karui. Water style. Great water arm. His strength increased significantly and slowly overwhelmed her. Before he could finish, Yuno appeared, slashing his arm in half with a kunai. The arm turned into the water as Suigetsu laughed mockingly. It's super effective. Water style. Drowning bubble jutsu. He called as the water that was his arm wrapped around the head of Yuno. The woman flailed as she struggled to breathe. But her attacks went through the liquid body of the man without effect. Karui thrust her blade into the man several times as well. But to both of their dismay, it didn't stop. Yuno slowed down as she drowned. Suigetsu chuckled as he activated the technique again. This time, trapping Karui. Shame it ends here. I was hoping you two weren't scrubs. Suigetsu taunted as Yuno slowly fainted. Suigetsu chuckled as he released her. One down. One to go. Already got my points anyway. But as soon after releasing Yuno, he flinched as he suddenly got a debilitating headache. He screamed as his jutsu released Karui as well. Never underestimate a Uchiha. Yuno struggled as Suigetsu slowly climbed to his feet. The two stared momentarily as Suigetsu seemed to struggle to get himself together. That was my false pain jutsu. Luckily, you're still affected by genjutsu. She taunted. Suigetsu growled as he stumbled a bit. Think a bit of pain will save you. He asked angrily. No, but this will. Cloud style. Lighting flash slice. Karui called as her blade, now covered in lightning, slashed into the back of Suigetsu. He cried out as he stumbled back. She had never used the style before. Her control was off, and she could feel her chakra drain too quickly. It seemed she lacked the efficiency to use Omoi's technique. Damn it. You do know the lighting style. You two are more trouble than you're worth. Suigetsu growled. The man jumped into the air into a tree above the path. But next time, you won't be so lucky. He called as he retreated. Besides, I completed my goal anyway. Haha. Suigetsu taunted as he left. Karui, you said you didn't have mastery over lightning style, Yuno said tiredly as she sat on the ground. Let's rest for the night. She noticed Karui was face down on the path. Are you forced it? She joked to herself. The young woman sighed as she walked over to the other woman. Thank you, you were much more interesting than I thought, she said sadly as she reached into her pocket and called for an aid for the woman. Quickly, a samurai appeared, giving first aid to the woman and lifting her for transport. Upon seeing Yuno's beaten state, he offered to take her back as well. Yuno refused, of course. How could she back out without meeting more interesting people? Shikamaru's POV trial of Neo, Land of Iron. Shikamaru and Lee continued to observe the group, tracking them silently as they unknowingly padded towards the trap they had laid ahead. With his quick mind and Lee's endless energy, they had prepared quite an array of traps for their unaware prey. In truth, he would have preferred them moving together, but with his team holding. One antisocial genius who wished to fight against strong opponents. One violent sociopath who wished to fight against strong opponents. And one hardworking idiot who wished to fight against strong opponents. Who knew they likely wouldn't go for any reasonable plan? As such, he had learned of their abilities and sent them off. His gut told him the two would manage somehow, and he and Lee at the very least could get one as well. But the team they had run across was an interesting one. He recognized both Ino and Shino, and they were troubling. Ino had never been all that powerful, but she had a solid head on her shoulders and could be very clever. Shino was similar but significantly more powerful and intelligent. Add to that Cloud Shinobi he had no info on. And Asuna woman he saw already was a long-range fighter. They were certainly a team to be wary of. In direct combat doubtless, they could defeat the two of them. Worse yet, Shino had subtly created a perimeter of small insects to patrol the area around them. Meaning no one who came close would do so without their knowledge. Luckily he had already figured out how to score points on them without combat. And the secret was Lee. Lee was absurdly fast and apparently could become even faster. Originally Shikamaru had intended for him to blitz the others, but there was too much risk. Instead, they had set an array of traps to give the man the perfect shot. He would race in, make contact and get out. If things worked out perfectly, they would escape before they had the chance to defend themselves. It was Omoi who triggered their first trap. The young man unknowingly stepped on a trip wire. Suddenly a huge log flew into the clearing towards the group from a hill in front of them. Omoi, who had been on guard, flew forward with his sword drawn. Cloud style. Crescent moon beheading. He flashed forward the slash, managing to slice the log in two. The group all flinched as they realized they were in an ambush. Tens of kunai and shuriken flew from the surrounding woods. Ino and Shino flashed forward and skillfully deflected these with ease. Shikamaru's body flickered behind the group. He threw a large amount of kunai, each tagged with explosive tags. Tamari stood on her horse with a smile. Nice try, slacker, she called as she swung her fan. A powerful gust of wind sent the kunai and Shikamaru flying back as the sound of explosions deafened any other noise they could catch onto before. Now Lee, Shikamaru called. As soon as he finished this, a green blur flew into the clearing, landing on Tamari's shoulders. Yosh! Lee screamed as Tamari lost balance due to his weight. The two stumbled, Lee jumping off Tamari, and Tamari falling off the horse. Shino and Ino both flew in to attack the man, but he merely gave them a blindingly white smile as he raced past both of the group. Simply being too quick for them to react. Lee ran into the forest screaming out apologies. Omoi, seeing him escape and being closer than the others, raced forward to combat Shikamaru, who merely smirked at the approaching man. I wouldn't, he informed blandly. Right as Omoi drew close, Shikamaru jumped up, revealing the approaching horse behind him. He had timed the jump perfectly, landing on the horse. Omoi threw himself to the side. Aware if he had harmed the horse he would fail. This allowed Shikamaru to race past the group. Sorry about that. We needed the point, and pointless combat is a real drag. Shikamaru called out as he raced by. His horse carried him further up the mountain as he informed, something to keep you busy for my escape. As he said this, he threw a kunai to sever a rope he had set up before. With this, a large amount of tree trunks rolled down the hill towards the group. Ino, Shino, and Omoi all flinched at the approaching debris. But a snarling Tamari merely swung her fan with a scream. Wind style. Wind cutter jutsu, she called. Her attack produced a strong gust of wind as blades of wind sliced through the logs with ease as the gust threw them from their original path. Sawdust, snow, and dust filled the air, blocking their vision. Tamari merely swung her fan again, forcing away the disturbance to their vision, and showing the two attackers had escaped. Team 2 was silent as their lord and leader seemed frozen. Before the woman snarled, "Oh, that damn slacker will pay for running out on me." Ino and Omoi both snickered at this, causing the irate woman to turn to them. Got a problem? She asked furiously. Both Omoi and Ino stiffened up, barely holding their mirth, shaking their heads no in hopes of escaping her wrath. I think they both find it funny. That is because you made him sound like a love. Shino did not get to finish his informing due to Tamari chasing him around with her fan. This of course caused Omoi to freak out over their team falling apart. Ino took back her earlier thought. Her team sucked. In a way. Jiraiya's POV VIP room of trial of Neo, Land of Iron. Jiraiya inwardly cackled at the Raikage's reaction to yet another one of his performing what he called a pathetic effort. He hid his mirth inside a saucer of sake. Then Mifune and his guards led them to a separate room with a litany of monitors. Expensive machines were a rarity due to their battery-powered mechanism, which never did last too long. On these screens were the video logs on the trial of Neo. Each monitor followed a different team, allowing them to see how things were going. The room was quiet except for the quiet chatter throughout. Various officials have been discussing the exams thus far. Hiruzen, A, and Mifune were seated near the center together. Their bodyguards were seated nearby at their council. Darui and C sat with them and were relatively good company, not quite sharing the intensity of their leader. It seems Team 5 is quite the group. C mused out loud. Not many could escape Omoi that casually. Shikamaru, Nara and Rock Lee are ones to watch. I think that the Gara guy has it locked. He took on an entire team. He's not dull, but he certainly seems like a problem. Darui replied. The man enjoyed his sip of sake. There are quite a few notable ones in this Jiraiya. Tsunade said with a shoulder bump. The betting is bound to be something else. Not that you should partake. With your terrible luck, Jiraiya countered with a smile. Tsunade frowned at the friendly jab before she softly punched Jiraiya. Her version tended to leave bruises, and threw back her sake saucer. Oh, shove it. The betting will simply be too juicy to resist. Good point. Maybe I'll place a bet of my own. Jiraiya responded merrily as he refilled Tsunade and his saucers. Perhaps you two should hold yourselves with dignity. C asked, frowning at the two legends. Don't be so dull, C. Our job is to guard our glorious leader and maintain peace. If a drink does for them, we can call it easy. Darui replied with a smirk. C frowned even further before he sipped at his sake. Flinching at the strength, he nursed it silently. We're merely doing our jobs and enjoying ourselves, Tsunade said with a smile. Besides, unlike you, we can handle our liquor. I'll cheer for that, Jiraiya sang happily. Two Sanins were happily toasting their glasses, shocked to see Darui join them. Would you cheer with Konoha dogs? C asked, looking gobsmacked. For now, they are our company. We will have plenty of time to kill each other. Darui answered. Darui here is right, you know, Tsunade added. Suddenly, she seemed less tipsy as she focused. It's best to be friendly for now. We're professionals. She lectured to C. Beautiful here is right. Jiraiya chimed in as well, ignoring Tsunade's punishment for the casual call. Besides, I want to discuss betting some more. It would make things less dull. Darui mused. Exactly, I will bet 30,000 yen one Naruto Uzumaki will win this tournament. Tournament? They still do that for these? Tsunade asked questionably. Well, then I got Sasuke Uchiha for it. Those gloomy Uchiha are always somewhat powerful. She explained as she downed yet another saucer of sake. Might as well keep it fun. I have Gaara of the desert, as I said earlier. The kid is nothing short of a monster. Darui chimed in. HMPH. While I disagree with such actions on the job, I relish the chance to take money from degenerates like yourselves. C started. He somehow ignored both Tsunade attempting to throttle him and Jiraiya desperately holding her back. I will back my sister. She is much ahead of the other genin in our village and has quite the head on her shoulders. You really should watch your mouth, Darui told C. Those two are S rank. They likely could kill you easily. Of course we would, Jiraiya answered merrily. Hiruzen held back a chuckle as he noticed the guards going back and forth. Despite their differences, their table was having an interesting time. His own was awkwardly silent. A was harsh towards everything he saw and brought the mood down each time he spoke. Mifune was more polite but seemed less than enthused with A's presence. They settled into a polite silence. They watched as Shikamaru Nara and Rock Lee escaped Team 1. Impressive strategy. Mifune started. Simple but rather effective. Those Naras in your village are quite ingenious. To prepare that kind of plan on the move is quite the feat. Indeed. The other team learned a valuable lesson. Just because you outnumber someone never makes them harmless. Hiruzen replied happily. Perhaps. There would be no need for such treachery if they were simply stronger though. I countered, seemingly annoyed with their method of scoring. Samurai themselves normally do not move in such ways, Mifune said with a slight frown. But shinobi move in such ways, Hiruzen explained. For us, their strategy is not only appropriate but impressive. Ha, for you weaker villages, maybe. I laughed happily. We prefer to use our might. The smallest blade can slay the mightiest warrior, Mifune replied. The leaders continued to bicker as they watched the trial of Neo unfold. Mangetsu's path trial of Neo, land of iron. Mangetsu was a man who was anything but normal. He had been born a freak with an unwanted bloodline. He had been born in the land where nature ruled over nature. He had even excelled in such a cruel land. He had been determined to become a mist shinobi using his unique abilities. But even with that in mind, the first test had been grueling. Like many before him, he had become close to his classmates. Enjoyed the best childhood a child born in the war-torn land could hope for until the graduation exam. They had been tasked with one mission, to become genin. Be the last one alive. Calling it a bloodbath was a disservice. It had been a slaughter. His unique bloodline had kept him safe. His natural proclivity for the blade had ensured the others weren't. Some would call it traumatic or unfair, but he had realized something in the wanton slaughter. People were simply violent. Oh, they pretended not to be. They were civil, obedient, and somewhat kind. But in truth, they were never far from killing one another. With that in mind, he had decided to kill as he needed. He had excitedly signed up to be a genin. Then the civil war started. Yugura had risen to Mizukage quickly, being only 18 years old. He united the islands of the mist purely with his power. No one could stand in his way soon, though the position of Yugura had affected him. He started to worry about a revolt. He started fearing those who wielded incredible power, otherwise known as any shinobi who were powerful enough to be a threat. He had started by disbanding the current version of the Seven Deadly Swordsmen of the Mist. Several members died, others defected, and some went missing. They had been Mangetsu's goal, but he had accepted it. Then, several notables in the Anbu and Junin forces went missing. Finally and arguably most cruelly, Yagura had ordered the gathering and extermination of all those who opposed him. Most were bloodline clan members, the only ones who could oppose Yagura. Luckily or unluckily, depending on how you viewed it, he and Suigetsu had been out on a mission. When they returned, they discovered that many of the major clans had been crushed or had left. Even more concerning was the fate of the Hazuka clan. The two young boys were never ones to follow the rules closely, and as such, once they heard their clan had been imprisoned like many others, they moved to free them. Even at their young age, with their powerful bloodline ability, they had gotten much further than most genin could hope. They cut their way through the prison, searching for their lost brethren. Indeed, they were unlucky, and they encountered an Anbu team led by Yagura. The two boys, never genuinely being fearful of death, had been unflinching in their assault. They were crushed, of course. A single Anbu would have likely been enough to stop them. A cage and a whole squad had proved too much for them. Once Mangetsu and Suigetsu had been defeated, they had been imprisoned for weeks. It had been a complex process, and Mangetsu was sure it had affected them both mentally. Oddly, this was merely a prelude to their future. After they had both nearly given up, Yagura had called for a meeting with them. In this meeting, he had offered them a deal neither could refuse. It had turned out during the little assault that they had impressed Yagura. The man offered them to serve under him as his dogs. If they did as he said when he said it, they were offered to earn the freedom of their clan. The two boys, knowing death had awaited them, had joined Yagura. They committed assassinations, theft, blackmail, and any number of morally compromised missions. While the two did as they were told, they realized the evil that was Yagura. He ruled over the village almost as some kind of deity, killing any who opposed him and doing whatever he pleased. Mangetsu and Suigetsu had slowly resented their careers. They had no choice, of course. Even if they hated him, they would serve honorably to gain the freedom of their loved ones. As such, he needed to ensure he passed. He had planned to attack the team who had managed to get the better of them. But to his shock, they had entirely escaped. The unfamiliar land acted as a natural deterrent to tracking. He had been prepared to hold back before he saw a lone shinobi trotting through the woods on a horse. Mangetsu had to admit that the guy had a decent idea of avoiding the paths. But here, it had led to his misfortune. Mangetsu nearly giggled as he dropped below, wielding his blade. The hooded boy looked up, having sensed him somehow. He jumped off his horse and threw several pellets at him. The pellets burst, cloaking the area in smoke. Mangetsu merely smiled, opening his eyes and body flickering towards the sound of the guy. He popped in front of him, kicking him back into the smoke. Poor choice, he called arrogantly. Prepare to die blind. He charged into the smoke, sheathing his blade for now. He unleashed a kick for his head, but the man ducked the kick, landing on his own in response. The hit flew through his liquefying body. Mangetsu smiled as he grabbed him by the throat. Sorry, I guess you're an amateur. He said cruelly as he prepared to crush his throat. Before he could, he had his head removed. Akamaru popped into himself. Freeing the dog, both of them merely attempted to retreat. Run, buddy. This guy is some freak. Kiba said to Akamaru, leaving him open to a kick in his midsection. The decisive blow sent him flying back. Akamaru attempted to bite his throat but was smacked down cruelly. The dog yelped as it fell into the snow. That makes 2 points, Mangetsu said cruelly as he stooped down to pick up the downed Kiba. Now, for the third, I'll take your life. Mangetsu was interrupted as he was suddenly pierced with a kunai. Luckily, it missed his vital organs, but it somehow was bleeding blood. How? Mangetsu asked as Yuno pulled the kunai out cruelly. Magetsu fell as Yuno's band glowed. Before he could recover, Kiba suddenly rushed forward and kicked Mangetsu in the head, sending him collapsing into the ground. Before he could recover, Yuno stabbed him in the leg. Now that Mangetsu was facing the woman, he saw her Sharingan eyes. He also felt the lightning nature chakra flowing into his body. Ran into your creep of a brother. Thanks, Karui, without you using lightning, I would never have been able to copy it. Yuno yelled angrily as she gained her second point. Kiba realized the chance he had and wailed at the man viciously. Akamaru, having recovered, joined in biting anywhere exposed, a left, a right, a stomp. His anger at being helpless and the bastard enjoying it being unleashed. Yuno smiled as she allowed him to get his revenge. Mangetsu looked about done. Yuno merely smirked as she tapped him once more. At the end of Kiba's wrath, the two-leaf genin stared at the beaten-down Mangetsu. Before they could ponder what to do with him, he suddenly poofed, a black mannequin taking his place. Get back here, you damn bastard. Kiba roared before Yuno suddenly covered his mouth. The two made eye contact for a second before jumping back. They stared each other down before Kiba nodded, displaying Kiba thanks for the save without risking each other's company. They parted ways on horses, both knowing that the trial of Neo wasn't quite finished for them. Naruto's POV trial of Neo, Land of Iron. Things had been tense for the blonde since Gaara's little romp. He refused to say what had happened during the incident. But the third point added to their wrist had made it clear he had seen combat and somehow had come out of it unharmed. While they were pleased they could now finish the exam, they all felt the weight of knowing Gaara had likely killed whoever he ran into. Samui seemed to take it personally because Gaara technically disobeyed her orders. Similar to himself, Fu seemed to take it poorly as well. Multiple times, he had sniped at the redhead for his apparent murderous impulses. Personally, Naruto wanted to kick his ass. Admittedly, though, Gaara unnerved him somewhat. He was brutal, impulsive, and powerful. For now, Naruto decided to let it be. They now raced through the path at the maximum speed the horse could manage. It was a slow jog compared to them, but rules are rules. As they did so, Naruto spawned various clones to patrol the area and form a tight perimeter. Samui sat behind Gaara on the horse, with Naruto running in front. Fu kept an aerial view of the group, acting as the group's eye from the sky. Samui had been right to keep her there because shortly after, she signaled that a team was nearby. She flowed down as a group of 40 clones responded to the notification, intending to see who was coming and how strong they may be. He was shocked when the clones reported they saw Ino and Shino but grimly willed the clones to interfere. "I'm on it." As feedback from his slain clones came to him, Naruto told the team. With this, the group pushed the horse even more, hoping to escape them while they struggled against the army of blonde Uzumaki. They continued on this path before they were shocked as Fu suddenly started dodging head-sized fireballs. Fire style. Phoenix Flame. Sasuke called with his group, who ran onto their path slightly behind Team 2. Sasuke seemed focused on keeping Fu from helping them with her long-range jutsu. Samui frowned at this development. Two teams. This is becoming uncool, she complained as she tapped Gaara on the back. Mind helping out murderous and unfriendly? She asked Gaara with a sassy stare. Gaara glared back but unleashed several tendrils of sand with a pop of his gourd. The tendrils flew forward as they attempted to grab and crush their pursuers. Suigetsu chuckled wildly. Now, this is more my style. Speaking of which, water style. Double water gun. He called excitedly, raising both hands with extended fingers and firing off his technique. The small blast of water flew through the tendrils. The sand not even slowing the water bullets. Samui's eyes widened as Gaara's narrowed. The busty blonde stood precariously on the steed as she drew her tanto. Cool twin bisection, she said simply as her tanto glowed with the power of her chakra. She slashed twice, each sending a chakra blast towards the water blast. Each smashed into the other with a boom. The powerful techniques cancel each other out. Team 2 smiled at this while Team 5 frowned. Sasuke growled, annoyed that Fu seemed to dodge his attacks with ease. Can't you bind them, Nara? He asked, his voice dripping with annoyance. We'd need to be much closer. He responded. I cannot truly aid here. Forgive me for my lack of youth. Lee answered, weeping tears of shame as he rode the horse with Shikamaru. Sasuke sighed, annoyed, as he ran before Suigetsu excitedly leapt in front of the group. So we just need to get close. Couldn't we just run up to them? We're faster than the horse. Suigetsu asked. It's not worth the risk. Besides, the horse needs to get in front of them. That's it, Shikamaru called with a smirk. This will be a big drag, but can you use the water dragon jutsu? I see a decent idea. Risky, though, Sasuke commented. Any idea is better than failure. Lee added helpfully. Well, yeah, it's almost a rite of passage in the mist, Suigetsu answered. Fire it off. Everyone. Hop onto it. Shadow stitching jutsu. Shikamaru called as suddenly he and Lee were wrapped in shadows, binding them to the horse. Whatever, you bossy dick. Suigetsu called as he weaved hand signs. Water style. Water dragon jutsu. A large dragon made of water formed and roared. Before it could take off, Suigetsu turned to water and merged into the attack. Shikamaru and Lee were lifted by its head as it launched itself forward. Sasuke attached himself skillfully to the dragon using chakra control. Team 2 all flinched as they watched the dragon fly by. They were aiming for the finish. Naruto and Samui each used their swords to attack them with separate cries. Cool flashing beheading. Samui called as a bolt of lightning flew from her blade. Uzumaki style. Raging wave. Naruto added. Both slashing attacks hit the dragon, but they got dragged along while the raging water pummeled Naruto. Please don't complain too much. Gaara interrupted their panic calmly. Suddenly, sand burst from beneath the snowy ground. It formed a large disk beneath them and slowly rose into the air. It raised them out of the air, and suddenly, it went flying. Samui got knocked out of the horse by the force. Naruto barely managed to catch her on their flight, as he caught the tendril Gaara generously offered him while on his flight. Fu flew with them free from their trap as they saw a quickly approaching finish line marked with a large flag saying goal. Even from so far up, they could discern that the mountain was flat on top, housing several buildings and a large stadium. This did little to help them as they fell once they realized the sand was not floating but had instead jumped. Gaara formed a shield around him and the horse. Fu managed to grab Samui and Naruto and somehow hold up both young adults. Gaara crashed into the ground as Sasuke's group did. Gaara's defenses held up, cracking the ground he landed on and slowly falling apart to allow him and the terrified horse out. Meanwhile, Naruto and Samui were lowered to the ground by a happy Fu. Samui seemingly clutched onto Naruto before realizing it and letting go, allowing her to stand on her own 2 feet. Good to see you make it, Blondie. A familiar voice rang out. Team 2 turned to see another group already there, Team 2. Ino stood in front of the group, waving cockily and somewhat angrily to Naruto. Behind her stood a smiling Temari and Omoi. Naruto was sure Shino was smiling, but it was always impossible to tell with the aloof young man. You're blonde too. And how the hell did you get past my clones? Naruto asked Ino as he approached her, rubbing the back of his head. That would be me, Temari said with a smile. It took a lot of my reserves, but I flew us here. Luckily, you and that other team kept each other distracted. We flew right past you all undetected. Yes, the second place seems fitting for you, Uzumaki, Shino added. He enjoyed teasing the blonde, after all. Screw you guys, we kicked ass. Naruto countered. Didn't we? He asked Samui. We were incredibly cool, Samui stated with absolute certainty. Yeah, we were all unstoppable. Fu added as well. Naruto, Ino said, her voice dropping to her false sweet tone. You made more female friends? She asked. Of course. You've already met Samui. She's so awesome. And then there's Fu. The friendly girl excitedly hugged her newest friend. Ino's eye twitched. Lovely. Wait, why is your teammate leaving? Ino asked, confused as they all watched Gaara walk a short distance away before turning to face the group. That would be because you forgot who else is coming, Gaara said. As he said this, the rest of Team 2 and Team 1 looked up. They saw the falling water dragon and the screaming faces of Team 5. Sasuke nearly jumped off before the crash landing with ease close to Gaara. The rest of them crashed into the other finished genin. The group rolled into a large and painful ball. Samui, Ino, and Naruto were in a bundle of pain, Naruto on the bottom and the prone forms of Ino and Samui on top of him. Shino, Lee, and Fu also got mixed up in the pile. Fu, seemingly not hurt, asked if it was a game. Omoi was covered in what he did not know was Suigetsu. The group of hurting and disoriented genin slowly untangled and climbed to their feet. Ino and Samui refused to look at Naruto. Gaara and Sasuke stared down. I'm not sure how or why, but I'm certain you're the strongest here. I will defeat you myself and show you the power of the Uchiha. Sasuke said as he stared down the redhead. It is because you're trash. You can sense my superiority because I'm not a pathetic human like yourself. Gaara countered. On the topic, I thought the Uchiha were nothing more than traitorous scum. Sasuke's eyes gleamed at the insult as he prepared himself for combat. Gaara looked on as if not bothered at all. Enough, young ones, Mifune interrupted as he strolled up the group. Allow me to show you where you may rest. Congratulations on passing the trial of Neo. According to my sources, arrivals are Team 1, Team 2, and Team 5. He immediately walked off at this, silently showing them where to go. Also, your finishing positions hold some importance, as previously mentioned. Members of Team 1 will always go last in the final test. An advantage I cannot overtake. Team 2 after and Team 5 after them. The genin wordlessly followed the samurai. They were much too tired for much else. Pity be to those still in the exams. Neji's paw of Trial of Neo, Land of Iron. Neji's team silently traveled. His eyes made it clear they were close to the goal, seeing the flag even from their current distance. He also noticed another rider taking a separate path. But they had all their points, and based on the fact they were solo, they were likely not a threat nor worth the time to take care of. His eyes also showed that Naruto and Ino had already arrived. It appears he was the slowest here. Kuretsuchi whooped in joy as she saw the finish line come close. Yeah, we're finally getting off this damn mountain. I don't support how you said it, but I certainly won't miss this mountain either, Tenten replied casually. And why is that panda? Sai asked innocently. First off, you're dead meat once this is over. Tenten threatened. Sai seemed confused by this, but she merely trucked on. This thin air makes it feel like I can't breathe. Typical leaf softies. Kuretsuchi answered happily. We live on them at home. Rich, hearing you call us softly, considering we defeated you in the last war, Sai added happily, not even realizing the confrontational nature of her comment. Luckily, this worked well on Kuretsuchi, who grumbled angrily at that, not quite realizing Sai was a bit of an oddity. Ignore him. Tenten offered as she faced palmed. He does it to everyone. He doesn't know any better. He's lucky, Kuretsuchi stated with a frown. Very much so, Sai answered as he mocked Kuretsuchi's face, attempting to decipher the expression she was making. Get the fuck out of our way. A deep animal-like voice called. Team 8 watched in shock as a building-sized dog hopped over them. Horse held it safely in its mouth. They all looked on in shock as the dog raced to the finish, dropping the horse and exploding with smoke. A weak-looking Kiba and Akamaru both collapsed as several medical personnel ran over to aid them. Team 8 finished mere moments after too much less fanfare than Kiba. Hinata's POV, Trial of Neo, Land of Iron. Yuno's life had often been a confusing mess. Before she was born, her clan had attempted to throw a coup, leading to much of her family being killed or detained. Luckily, her father was not a Uchiha, and she and he had been spared. The complications of life continued in the Trial of Neo. Her team had been an odd group, with none being compelling. They had launched an assault on Team 2 and had been pushed back viciously, Mubi being killed in the process. Raiga had chosen to stay behind to fight the man, undoubtedly leading to his death. Karui and her had been an unlikely pairing to make it through. This is further shown when the waterman appeared and pressed them both with ease. They had been lucky to survive, let alone make it out. Karui had been too exhausted and had to drop. Then, she helped Kiba in the process, getting the points needed to pass. She had wrecked her brain on how to finish the Trial of Neo. But how can we do it efficiently without being crushed by another team? She had debated trying to navigate the forest with her steed before she witnessed another team passing her by from the path she just left. She recognized Hinata and the waterman who had attacked them earlier. She also believed the man in the bodysuit had briefly clashed with Neji. Yuno smiled as an idea passed through her mind. XX. Hinata's POV. Hinata had her reasons for doing this exam. Firstly, with the shocking ally of Neji, she had grown heaps and bounds and wished to show such. Furthermore, security would be promoted here with things at the Hyuga residence heating up. It would allow her to hold onto her air position until Hanabi achieved it. She also wanted to see how she measured up. She had come a long way from her shy self, but doubtless, she had even longer to go. The only way to ensure this would be to try her very best. She owed it to Neji for sticking up for her. She owed the side house retribution for years of discrimination, and she owed herself to show she was not a failure. To prove her father wrong. Hinata and Kankuro were shocked when they got points. Even more so when an injured Magatsu returned, but with their points in mind, they raced forward. Kankuro and Mangetsu rode on the horse as Hinata ran from behind. She was focused on making sure no other team snuck up on them. At the same time, Kankuro concentrates on the front. They were having a great time and were quickly approaching the finish. All three shinobi tensed at this point. If there were an ambush set, it would likely be here. Luckily, the group faced no opposition as they crossed the line. All three slowly unsensing as Mifune approached. I see both of the final teams have finished. He said formally. Old man, there's only one team here, Kankuro answered with a frown as he climbed down the horse. Yeah, we would know if some clowns were following us, Mangetsu said confidently. Easy to say, even easier to be incorrect about. Yuno filled in happily as she and her horse suddenly stood before the group. She climbed down herself as Kankuro and Mangetsu seemed to boil with rage. Hinata merely smiled at her friend as Yuno walked up and whispered into her ear. Thanks for not ratting me out, Hinata, you little cutie. No problem Yuno-san. Hinata replied with a subtle smile. The two girls nodded at one another as Yuno walked to the other side of Mifune. With that, all teams have passed. If you follow me, I'll show you where you can rest and where the rest of the Chunin exams will be handled. Mifune informed the group, leading the group past a large stadium and several merchants into a smaller building. Inside, there was a litany of screens, and even the Hokage and Reikage observed from a distance. A group of chairs contained other passing genin, and various sensei filled out the rest of the room. Sit and rest for now. I will announce everything shortly. Mifune told them before marching off towards the two-cage. It seemed the Trial of Neo had ended. Mifune's POV VIP room of Trial of Neo, Land of Iron. With some short barking of samurai officials, the genin were quickly gathered into a herd, patiently standing before the three older men. The Reikage radiated power and energy, clearly on another level than most. Hiruzen held a captivating aura of his own. While it was more pleasant than the Reikage's, it felt as powerful. Mifune supposed he seemed to lack luster in comparison, but samurai cared little for personal glory. He looked down at the group of genin and saw that the guards' bedding still seemed healthy. He allowed them to bask in the moment for a second. All the better for his speech to cut through the minds of the genin. Firstly, Mifune started. You have all passed the Trial of Neo and Janus. Congratulations are in order. Furthermore, you all performed well. You make your various homes proud by standing here today. But your duty is not yet done. If you wish to become a Chunin, you have one more task in front of you. The final trial is an infamous one. A tournament will be held. You will go through various one-on-one battles in this tournament until one stands. These are to show off your more combat-based skills. This will be held in a month. This allows the crowd to gather and quickly provide potential business to your homes. These matches will be randomly determined. With your place in finishing, determine if you fight first or last. To ensure you all can do your best, we've given you 1 month to train and prepare. Mifune raised his hand and clicked a remote. This dropped a thin screen that held the numbers and names of the participants. This will help us determine the matches and the order. Here are the matchups. First match. Konkuro of the Sand vs Kuretsuchi of the Stone. Second match. Shikamaru Nara vs Suigetsu Hazuka. Third match. Mangetsu Hazuka vs Omoi of the Cloud. Fourth match. Yuno Uchiha vs Shino Aburame. Fifth match. Sasuke Uchiha vs Neji Hyuga. Sixth match. Naruto Uzumaki vs Tenten of the Leaf. Seventh match. Sai of the Leaf vs Tamari of the Sand. Eighth match. Gaara of the Sand vs Kiba Inuzuka. Ninth match. Rock Lee vs Fu of the Waterfall. 10th match. Ino Yamanaka vs Samui of the Cloud. By round. Hinata Hyuga. The information was displayed on the board in bracket formation, allowing the genin to see their opponents. In merely 1 month, the Chunin exams would continue. They all had to prepare. Naruto's path to Leaf Camp, Land of Iron. Naruto had rarely felt so excited in life. He had done it. His whole team had as well. They were one more step closer to becoming Chunin. Naruto had drawn closer to his goal and had to fight to continue. That was fine with him. He loved fighting, after all. He was so engrossed in his head that he barely noticed Ino and Neji approaching him. Ino engulfed the blonde in a hug with a laugh, while Neji merely shook his head at the touchy reunion as he sighed. It has been a mere 2 days. He chided with a raised brow. Ah, is Neji jealous? Does he need some love, too? Ino teased, walking towards the genius with arms open for a hug. Merely feeling sick from your ridiculous displays of affection. He countered. It is good to see you two doubtless. Even better to see we have all made it this far. Course we did. We trained ourselves into the dirt. Naruto cheered happily. We're gonna go all the way, of course. Well, I hope you two will go far enough to be beaten by yours truly. Your confidence is well founded if not slightly misplaced, Neji countered. I will win these exams after having defeated you. The two friends stood in front of each other, staring each other down with an excited smile and a smirk, respectively. Ha, wanna rematch pretty boy, Naruto said with a foxy grin. Shame your little rematch will be outshined by my beautiful skills. Ino interrupted the rivals, pushing both back by their faces and stepping between them. Naruto, a familiar voice rang out. Team 7 spun around to see Gaara standing before them. Behind him were Tamari and Konkuro, racing over. They looked panicked. It is time. You will either join me, or I will kill you, the redhead said darkly. Gaara, lil bro, we can, Konkuro started. Silence. I never mind killing pests like you. He threatened, leveling his apparent brother with a glare. I'm not going anywhere with a creep like you. Nor would I let some bastard kill me. You should never talk to your family like that. Naruto responded, riptide now in hand. A determined frown etched into his face. Some of us aren't lucky enough to have siblings. Some of us wish we had the family you so casually threaten. Neji and Ino were shocked not only by the menacing presence of Gaara, who seemed to dwarf anyone they had fought, but also by the shockingly menacing presence Naruto had made, seemingly now intending to oppose Gaara directly in defense of strangers. They are merely humans, Uzumaki. In time, you will see I'm right. We are treated as nothing more than a beast. Now that your secret is out, it's merely a matter of time before you learn. Once you see the level of despair only our kind can experience, you'll be begging for death. Gaara informed. That's why if you don't join me, I'll kill you. The two young men started to leak their killer's intent. Gaara's was intense, procuring images of death by crushing sand for the shinobi present. Naruto's felt massive and yet not malevolent. Tamari and Konkuro were shocked into silence. Ino and Neji slowly walked forward, aiming to help their comrade but doing so somewhat reluctantly. Before things could genuinely kick off, 8 samurai were suddenly in their midst. The group quickly moved in and surrounded the young Jinchuriki. Swords were drawn and nearly dripping with chakra, 4 stuck to each man's blade surrounding them. The only one without a helmet was an older man who wielded dual katanas. His face was scarred, and he had a rough, shaggy beard covering the lower half. He was garbed in the standard armor. His face was indeed displayed as a method of identification. We are aware of what you beasts are. The man speaks. I am Lieutenant Rizo of the Samurai Grand Council. If you had planned to trouble this land with your accursed nature, you planned woefully. You will either surrender or be slain like the beast you are. At this, the other samurai sank their blades closer to the throats of Naruto and Gaara. Wait, you can't just go around killing shinobi without proper reasoning, Tamari said with a frown as she drew her fan. Kankuro seemed to agree as well as he flexed his hands. Surely he created chakra threads to prepare for battle. I believe she speaks well, Neji interjected as well. He kicked two of the blades away from Naruto and placed himself between the samurai and Naruto. Get away from our blondie before things get ugly, Ino said, drawing a slightly longer kunai with a flower hanging from its rung. Hey, leave Naruto alone, bullies, Fu called out suddenly, flying in and hovering over the group. Yet another one. Call in backup. We cannot allow them to roam freely, Reizo said angrily as he gestured. Suddenly, even more samurai ran in, leaving the group of shinobi outnumbered significantly. We are samurai on a similar level to a Junin grade shinobi. This is the last chance we are offering. Those of you without the cursed energy may leave without trouble. But we cannot allow this to continue. You were lucky to be allowed in. Yet alone to roam our land without a guard. We will take you to Mifune, and he will care for you. Naruto flinched at the harsh tone the man held. Unlike Lee, Choji, Ino, and Neji, the man seems to hate him purely for his status. Had Gaara told the truth? Yo yo yo. A gathering of Jinchuri bros. Tension is rising. We are just trying to survive. No need for panic. The killer bee is arriving. Weeeeee, a voice rhythmically rapped out. Everyone in the large group slowly turned. They were all stunned by the arrival of a strange rapping man. He stood much taller than most, easily 6 feet tall. He was well built and looked similar to A. He seemed to sway into the group, seemingly enjoying a song the others couldn't hear. Behind him stood Omoi and Samui. Both appeared tense as well, with a slight touch of embarrassment emanating from both. There was a marked silence broken by the blunt call of a certain blonde. Who the hell is this guy? Naruto called out quizzically. The man named B didn't offer much of a response, merely walking into the group of samurai. Reizo seemed to growl before raced forward, attempting to draw his blade. B merely dashed forward. He slammed his foot into the hilt of Reizo's blade, stopping the man from drawing it. Reizo growled as he attempted to force his blade free but could not outstrength the strange man. You damn monsters. It was impossible to accept this mere juvenile beast. Yet alone one who dared assault this land once. Reizo said nastily, his voice breaking from emotional stress. Showing your hate so plainly. Pretending that you don't understand B. B rapped in response, seemingly not bothered by the attempt to harm him. Don't you know we are supposed to be behaving. I feel this is something I shouldn't be explaining. B finished with a slight frown. Well, would you look at this? Another voice piped in. Yet again, people are trying to harm my cute little genin. Kakashi stepped in to place a hand on Gaara's shoulder. The samurai around them, already intimidated by the arrival of B, visibly flinched at the arrival of yet another famous man. A sand tendril snaked out, attempting to spear the hand. But as soon as it came close, Kakashi almost teleported, appearing in front of Gaara and lightly tapping his forehead. Gaara frowned at this as his sand seemed to vibrate at his arrival. Before he suddenly broke down into the sand, he appeared among his siblings and raised them into the air on a sand platform. It seems you are luckier than most Uzumaki, Gaara said. Now, ignoring the others. You surround yourself with these pests. In time, they will show you the truth known by all Jinchuriki. It's a fundamental fact. Like the essence of another life, with the knowledge of thousands of years, the soul was transported to Uzumaki, and I have one of the purest forms preserved inside us. When I show you our strength, these pests will lose their luster. Cluster Andreas. A risk, a liability, a weapon, a monster. Finishing his speech, the group of sand shinobi flew off on their sand platform. This left Team 7 and most of Team B standing before the samurai. Reizo and B were still locked in their strength test while Kakashi stood before the others. Suddenly, Reizo slid back as B flexed his strength, and the samurai quickly fired off several slashes from their blades aimed at B, Fu, and Naruto. They were stopped by a blur before any of them could get even close. First, it intercepted the blast for Fu, then B, and finally Naruto. Mifune appeared between the groups. I understand your rage, Reizo, though you cannot hold all of them accountable for the actions of a few. Not to mention, you would have led your men into a slaughter. Mifune chided as he turned to face Reizo. Suddenly his blade flashed forward, the butt of his sword, crashing into Reizo's ribs and robbing him of energy and oxygen. You must need training in humility and agreeability, which are both crucial skills of a true samurai. He recited as Reizo dropped to the ground. The other samurai bowed to Mifune at this. You all will report to your homeland for training. Remember this shame today, for you have shown an ugly side of the samurai to outsiders. Reizo and his men wordlessly marched away at this. Heads bowed, and expressions of hate were left disguised from their masks. Naruto blinked, slowly coming to his senses after that powerful speech to notice the environment. He had never had people hate him so willingly. Most at home were not aware of his hosting of the beast. Was this how people would see him now? Naruto Uzumaki, Fu of the waterfall, Bee of the clouds. In your homes, you may be accepted as regular citizens, but now that your nature is known to the inhabitants of our land, you must tread carefully. Hatred against Jinchuriki is a trait most people share. I can't say from personal experience that boy presented a pretty convincing image. He warned as he marched off. I hate to say it to Naruto, but he's right, Fu said as she lowered herself to the ground. You should try to control your personality. The less noticeable you are, the better. But we didn't choose to be like this. Naruto countered hotly, feeling doubly offended by the secondhand insults being delivered to his mother. Hate to say it, Mr. 9, but our peers don't often see us as sublime. B rapped. Luckily for me, they love it when I rap. He isn't well received at home either. Most are cool with him due to his services and station. But he is still avoided by most. Samui said sadly. Some even hate us for standing with him. It's incredibly uncool, but the truth is all the same. Omoi nodded sadly at this. Naruto didn't reply, merely frowning while looking down, his expression masked by his hair. Be that as it may, who are you people? Neji interrupted upon seeing Naruto was locked in thought. Good question, Kakashi said happily, secretly noticing B and Fu are concerned with what their meeting with Naruto meant to him. Oh, this is my bad, ya know. Naruto exclaimed, dropping his hand into his other palm, his mood taking a 180. These two are Samui and Omoi from the village hidden in the clouds. Their awesome swordsman backed me up in the second exam. Especially Samui. This weird guy is there, sensei? He asked, looking towards the blonde cloud Kunoichi. He's much cooler than he seems. Samui countered his skepticism with a smile. I'm cool. Yeah, ya fool. When he's not rapping, Samui complained while facepalming. Oh, and this other lady is Fu. She was on my team for the last part. She can fly. It's so cool. Naruto excitedly grabbed Fu by the hand and dragged her over to Kakashi. Fu smiled and shook Kakashi's hand excitedly, making the Cyclops wince. I already made 2 friends. Isn't that great? He asked his team with a toothy smile. The blind leading the blind, Neji said dryly. The overexcited Fu asked him questions so quickly he struggled to hear her properly. Ino inwardly frowned as she smiled. Naruto sure seemed to find odd friends, and 2 of them were unique beauties, lovely. Kakashi relaxed as the group interacted well. Samui and Ino listened as Naruto described the events of the second exam. Fu attempted to interrogate Neji using the most pure-hearted method he had ever seen. Omoi seemed to be mumbling to himself about the meeting. B, who had stopped rapping at some point, walked over to Kakashi. Kakashi Hatake of the Sharingan. Haven't seen you in a while. Still a slick customer? B asked, getting semi-serious as he jotted in a notebook. Seemingly nodding to some unknown melody. Killer B of the AB combo. It sure has. I can't say I'm unhappy to have not fought you again. Kakashi countered with a smile. They both glanced at the teams again. The amazing things the new generations can do so easily. I've never seen even allied villages truly befriend one another like this. Yeah tilde. B agreed. They doing even better each time ya feel me. Doubtless. Kakashi agreed. We need to go to our camp for now. Thanks for the assistance. Gotta watch out for my bros. Only 9 of those. B informed with a nod. Kakashi gave him an owlish stare before his body flickering over the genin. Alright, Team 7. We have a team celebration to go to. Furthermore, we're celebrating with a close friend of mine's team as well, Kakashi said. Alright, let's party. Alright, let's party. Ino and Naruto parroted happily. Neji merely sighed with a rueful smile. Kakashi subtly smiled, happy to see his team operating well and enjoying life. Team 7 was suddenly assembled by clones of Kakashi appearing and throwing the 3 to the original. Who stacked and carried the young adults like sacks of potatoes. Ciao, he said to Cloud Shinobi and Fu as they poofed away. Ah, man, wanted to hang out with Naruto, Fu whined as she prepared to fly off. No need to fret, Miss 7, the greenest. B rapped. Wah? Fu asked, confused. It means it'll be cool with us if you want to eat with us, Samui said, smiling at the woman as she placed a hand on Fu's shoulder. Omoi was too busy discussing the ramifications of intervillage friendships. Are you sure? Fu asked nervously, worried they would reject her now. For sure, we know your pain. Partying with potential friends ain't no thing. B continued rapping. Better be careful, big bro. Don't find out, though. B thought as they walked back to the cloud camp. Sasuke's Pav Leaf Camp, Land of Iron. Sasuke was never one for celebration. His home life had been destroyed, his legacy besmirched, his purpose discovered. He had expected the help of his older brother. The man who had initially been his goal and mentor. Once his clan had been deposed, he and several other younger Uchiha had been spared the wrath of the Leaf. He had expected his older brother would be with him. looking to redeem their name, find out why they had struck out, and how the most powerful clan in the village had been casually deposed. Before he was arrested, Itachi warned his younger brother not to follow his clan's path. That redemption could only be earned through loyalty. So Sasuke listened, serving faithfully, training harder than his peers, pushing himself to the next level, someone even stronger than Itachi. Someone with the knowledge and power to fully revive the Uchiha to their former glory. With this in mind, he had determined becoming a Chunin was his only choice. He had trained with Shisui, his brother's best friend, who had taught him his style. Sasuke was no master of it yet, but he had made it his own. Yet when he had intended to meditate for the night, one of his few remaining family members called to him. Yuno was the oddest Uchiha he'd ever met. They were often known for their stoic and intelligent demeanor, which was only matched by a fiery temper. Yet she was known for cold patience and odd penchant for anyone or thing she considered interesting. Truthfully, Sasuke found her complex and often infuriating. Yet he had come to treasure their rare haunts. It reminded him of a kinship he may never feel again. He had his mother, but similarly to Itachi, she seemed supportive of the clan's fall. Yuno was more open-minded. Similar to him, she figured the whole story wasn't out. Unlike him, however, she had determined it wasn't worth the trouble pursuing it. Dubbing the attempt an incredibly painful way to commit suicide. The better option would be to let go of his anger and treasure what he had left. Earnestly, this offended Sasuke to some degree. Of course, he treasured Yuno, Shisui, and his mother. But he yearned for the world he had before. He recognized the injustice of it all didn't matter. Not unless he had the power to do something about it. So he tentatively allowed his anger towards them to dull. It served him no happiness to draw the line against his remaining blood. Yuno recognized Sasuke's inner turmoil better than most had arranged for meetings between the two. As such Yuno, Sasuke, Hinata, and Shino sat at a bar. Hinata and Shino both listened in shock. As an angry Yuno berated Sasuke aggressively. The male sat as if he was used to this and unaffected by her harsh words. Tellingly, he did not rage back at her or leave. Instead, he seemed accepting of this. Seeing him so calm when someone acted so bold towards him was odd. He assumed they thought of him as some kind of emotional brick. Typical of the leaf to subtly look down on the Uchiha. You kicked Choji's cute little head through a stone, you absolute jerk. Yuno yelled as she shook Sasuke violently. I could have killed him if I wanted. Sasuke countered. I'll kill you right now. Yuno roared. Sasuke-san, it's unwise to get Yuno all worked up. She simply cares. Hinata said patiently as she sipped her tea. She wasn't much of a drinker and preferred to avoid it when possible. Sasuke shot her a glare for teaming up on him. But Hinata merely met this with a patient smile. Seemingly unbothered by her teammates' brash nature. Sasuke replied stubbornly. As much as he tried to be aloof, Yuno seemed to drag a reaction out of him. You're such a bore. You're never gonna lead the clan and raise an heir without some social skills. Yuno complained, crying into Shino's shoulder. You should respond to someone fully because you need to be charismatic, like a clan head like myself, Shino responded suddenly, needing to adjust his shades. He felt much more open after a few glasses. There is no way I'm less charismatic than Shino, Sasuke said sharply. He didn't usually allow himself to be so open. But he found it more challenging to contain his emotions when Yuno was around. I was the most popular guy in the academy. Not to mention the number one shinobi. Fitting of the Uchiha clan. I find Sasuke very charming. Hinata tried to help her teammate. Is that why you asked me how to befriend him tilde? Saying you found him unnerving and hateful. Yuno sang. Hinata eeped at this, her whole face blushing at this. She quickly poured herself a shot of sake and threw it back. Seemingly determining that it would hide her shame. Yuno laughed at this. Shino seemed to vibrate briefly before controlling himself, and Sasuke smiled briefly. The joke broke up the tension a bit. I hate us sometimes Yuno. Hinata quietly whimpered. I love you too, Lavender Princess, Yuno countered with a smirk. She poured Hinata a glass of the liquor and smiled as she slid it her way. Sasuke glanced around and noticed that Hinata and Shino had drunk a bit much and were about to depart. While he would silently admit to having a good time, he needed to meditate tonight for at least 3 hours. The sooner he settled in for the night, the better. Yuno met his stare and rolled her eyes. Subtly, the two suggested breaking off for the night. Shino and Hinata headed back to their rooms. Sasuke and Yuno had decided to walk a bit. They walked the snowy path around the camp. Light by torches. You find anything out, my emo cousin? Yuno asked with a smirk. He knew she subtly was happy he hadn't found anything. She likely didn't want to even know. She was such an odd woman. I've exhausted leads. With Chunin level access, there is a chance I may find a new one, but at the moment, I have no luck. Sasuke said with a frown. There certainly was a cover-up of some kind. Crimes of the nature of the Uchiha have been accused of should have an array of evidence. Documentation, Containment papers of property and wealth, imprisonment or execution records of at least the civilian members of the clan were to be expected, and yet he had discovered a lack of information. The story he had found at first as he investigated had fallen apart. A cover-up is troubling. It suggests it was an order from up top. Yuno mused. Perhaps it's related to Root. Or maybe even that secret Kabuto had mentioned to you. I thought so as well. But they say Kabuto oddly enough attacked his team and has gone missing since. Sasuke replied. Kabuto. Really? He was cute, but I didn't think he was strong enough to do that. Or mean enough. That's the odd thing. He lagged behind even Hinata. Without his healing skills, he wouldn't be much. Sasuke said, focusing inwardly as he thought about it. The timing is odd. I feel like it's not a coincidence he informed me of some secret and then suddenly went AWOL. Certainly does seem odd, even ominous. Do you think he might not even be Leaf? Yuno said, suddenly alarmed. Seems our timing is impeccable, Jibaro announced as he walked before the group. I would simply say the game has begun. Kitamaru offered as he walked in behind the two. Objective. Capture one Sasuke Uchiha. Preferably alive. Expected difficulty. Two arms suddenly snapped out, barely managing to catch a kick sent from Sasuke. Medium. Kitamaru taunted as he threw Sasuke back. Yuno went to attack him as well but had to dodge a swipe from the more prominent man. It's a shame I must kill a lady such as yourself, Jibaro commented as he stood between her and her cousin. You should attempt to flee. Someone as puny as you would barely be a snack. Not cute or interesting, Yuno said darkly as she pulled out two kunai, twirling them skillfully as she slid into her stance. Guess I'll just cut you down to size. Hiruzen's path to Leaf Camp, Land of Iron. The meeting may not have gone incredibly well. His attempt at strengthening the bond between the Leaf and Cloud had failed remarkably. Yet he had experienced unexpected success with Mifune and him seeing eye to eye more often than not. The samurai assured him he would do his best to improve relations with the two lands. With some kind of event souring ties with the Cloud. It was unfortunate for his plan, but gaining something like an ally certainly eased the blow. He supposed things had gone as well as he could hope. Most of the Chunin hopefuls had progressed in the exams. Though doubtless, it was the calm before the storm. Naruto's secret had been revealed in an incredibly problematic way. Not only would the village discover the truth of the Night of the Kyuubi, it also would expose Naruto and, shortly after, Kushina as the holders of the hated beast or even the mother who hid the beast among common people. Worse yet, the rest of the world would know, too. Naruto Uzumaki's name would be known in all 5 villages in a short period. It was the very thing they had sought to avoid coming true simultaneously. It was fair to say Hiruzen was incredibly stressed. Oh, his beloved students noticed the burden he carried. Engaging in bickering small talk was too rehearsed to distract him. Tsunade ignored his smoking, which she usually rebuked. Jiraiya was much more involved than usual. He recognized the signs and attempted to lighten the load in his way. Hiruzen loved them for it, but it was mildly annoying for the two to assume a man as if he could not handle the burden. Even if their decision held some level of truth, Hiruzen supposed he was stressed. That's why, on their silent walk home, they were interrupted. Hiruzen allowed himself a dramatic sigh. Before the 3 influential legends stood a squad of Anbu holding down 3 younger men. Hiruzen recognized the 3 boys from the exams. Chojuro, Suigetsu and Mangetsu Hazuka. Tsunade and Jiraiya silently awaited Hiruzen's reaction. So it seems we have some guests. Hiruzen pondered out loud. Go ahead, Squad B. While 3 members held them down, their faces were marked with different birds of prey. 2 others wielded different lightning techniques over the Hazuka while the group leader, marked with an eagle, marched forward. He bowed to his Hokage before reporting off. These 3 were found attempting to sneak into the building housing yourself, sir. He informed them emotionlessly. They were armed and had this document on their person. Of course, we have not opened it yet but can confirm it does not contain any sort of traps. So I see. Allow me, Hiruzen replied, grabbing the envelope from the captain and looking toward the struggling genin. So why would you be attempting to sneak into my space with this documentation? He asked merrily. Ha, you think you scare us, old man? Suigetsu roared out, ignoring the rapidly shaking heads of the other 2 genin. Hiruzen merely raised a brow before he allowed his killing intent to fill the room. Suigetsu and Mangetsu both started to dribble into the water. Their bloodlines activate as some kind of defensive measure. But any thought of it being a conscious decision was countered by the look of pure fear of the 2. Chojuro seemed to be trying to become water, though doubtless it was merely sweat in his case. Yes, I do, Hiruzen said sweetly, starkly contrasting the threat with a grandfatherly tone. Damn it, Suigetsu, you're gonna get us all killed. Mangetsu roared. Chojuro, you're good with this people shit. Help out. Sir, Chojuro started. His fearful demeanor suddenly became more relaxed. Hiruzen considered saying no but had always preferred being open-minded, so he gestured for the Anbu to release Chojuro, allowing the young man to stand. Although he had been nervous throughout the exam, he stood before him, almost confident and assured. He nodded at the young man, signaling him to tell his tale. Thank you. We were sent to the exams under pretenses. The mist had sent us to ensure other villages did not have access to the various missing shinobi we often complain of on international channels. Chojuro started. The mist? Tsunade questioned with a quirked brow. Does it suggest their mission differs? Jiraiya guessed. Correct. Chojuro continued. I'm sure you've heard whispers of an internal conflict of the mist. Well, those whispers are accurate. Currently, the mist is engaged in a civil war. This war holds two sides. One is the Justice Loyalist, a group spearheaded by Yagura, the Mizukage of the Mist. This group rules the village with Yagura's ideals of justice. At first, it worked. It stomped out corruption, stopped the barbaric practices of the past, and brought all the territories fully together. His first years were years of growth. Yagura continued pushing as well. There was a subtle turn. As Yagura ruled, there was plenty of pushback. The elders and clan heads held considerable influence in the mist. They were against Yagura's rule purely over the traditions lost. They pushed some of the crueler rules back into play using incredible politics. Even the rule Yagura hated the most. The graduation ceremony of the genin returned in all of its bloody glory. This affected Yagura in ways no one could have expected. Yagura hated the rules enforced on him. He considered it an injustice they needed to rectify. It had been a cold, wet night that Yagura had enacted his response. I had heard of this. Some of my informants in the areas had mentioned tension rising between the elders and clan heads and the Mizukage, though it's been years since they could give me an update, Jiraiya added with a frown. That would be because Yagura had spilled a lot of blood to ensure things were just. Oftentimes, this means silencing information. I wouldn't be surprised if your informants had been subtly replaced. Chojuro replied. Because the method he deemed to use was anything but justice. He killed the elders first. In one night, he had gone around and killed each of the elders. There was an outcry once the force heard of the event, things had picked up immediately. To be fair to Yagura, his intention had been pure. He simply wanted a better life for his people. The elders had threatened that for purely selfish reasons. He had done something terrible to achieve something great. He reasoned that even this was justice. It truly made no sense if you viewed it objectively. But the village loved their leader, trusted him to be right, and wanted change. Once it was clear the people saw the idea of justice, Yagura pursued it hard in ways others would never do. He cared little for politics. After all, who could stop him? Who would even want to? Well, the clan heads were game. They subtly gained influence and managed to even threaten Yagura's reign. The man once again used his power for justice. As the elders before them, the clan heads were slain so justice could be enforced. This led to the formation of the opposing force. The force the three of us work for. Hiruzen, Jiraiya, and Tsunade were all shocked by this. You're an opposing force against one of the hidden villages. What could you need from the leaf? Surely, they wouldn't send genin to assassinate a Hokage in a defended position. Hiruzen considered. The dweeb is right, Suigetsu yelled out angrily. We want that bastard dead. My brother means to say we are part of the equal rebels, Mangetsu growled. Formed out of necessity with Yagura's seemingly endless quest to crush injustices. A force with no dictator, for we are all considered equals. That's nice and all, but what's the part where we come in? Tsunade said with a roll of her eyes. It sounds tragic, but not a problem we should be concerned about. Tsunade. Jiraiya roared angrily. You could at least care to listen if you still consider me comrade. Jiraiya. Tsunade. Silence. Hiruzen roared with a massive flare of chakra. Snow nearby melted and flew from his power. He took a deep drag on his pipe, allowing himself to relax. Excuse my students, but they do raise a fair point. Why are you here, and why are you telling us this? He had a fair idea of their point. We need aid to win this war. We are massively outnumbered, and even without that disadvantage, Yagura himself will take considerable strength to put down. Chojuro continued. We've heard of the caring nature of the leaf as well as the liberal amount of powerful shinobi. We provide proof of what we claim in that envelope. The leader of the equal rebels, Mei Terumi, asks for your aid. Chojuro bowed. I assumed she wouldn't shame herself with a charity case. Hiruzen asked politely. If it helped our people, Lady Mei would. But no, with your aid, you would remain a steadfast ally of the mist. As well as a share of territory under your control. We need you, please, sir. Chojuro begged, head on the ground, and tears leaked. Even the proud and rowdy Hazuka brothers quietly showed respect. It would hurt him to make the correct choice. I cannot, Hiruzen replied simply. The silence that followed carried despair. Hiruzen felt the need to explain himself. While there is no doubt your quest is just, and the claims you make are true. He flicked through the documents inside, proving such. If the leaf would ally with you, it would be seen as an invasion. Our neighbors, the Sand, would likely refuse to aid such a thing, leaving our own home exposed. As well as our enemies, the stone and cloud would surely take advantage. While what you offer in return is valuable, I could not do something that would risk my home. Surely you understand. The young men nodded. Chojuro and Suigetsu were in despair, while Mangetsu looked furious. I am sorry to refuse your plea. I will not inform the mist of your purposes, however. Furthermore, anyone who wants asylum may find it in the leaf. It will, unfortunately, be one they'll have to reach on their own. But I wish you and yours luck in your days. Hiruzen said politely while they were escorted away. Tsunade sighed and placed her hand on Hiruzen's shoulder, showing her support. Jiraiya, however, stomped in front of the two. I understand why we can't do much. But only asylum. We can't send supplies or pressure Yagura politically and some. Jiraiya ranted angrily. Because it would send the message that the leaf is interfering with other nations' affairs. Doing so will only invite our enemies and allies to do the same. It could lead to the Fourth War. Hiruzen reasoned. Besides Jiraiya, we can't get involved in every sob story we hear. Tsunade chided. We have enough on our plate. There was a time when you strived for peace. You old monkey. Jiraiya roared. And don't tell me you've forgotten what war is, Tsunade. You forget your place. And I failed. I won't do so again. Hiruzen replied coldly. Jiraiya seemed shocked at that before his body suddenly flickered away. I may agree with you, sensei, but that might have been a lot, Tsunade complained. Hurry back to base so I can have a drink already. I can't deal with you right now, sir. Hiruzen nodded his head as they headed back to base. He wished he could be as morally incorruptible as Jiraiya. But he needed to be realistic. It was only to keep his home safe. Sir, a Junin called as he ran up. There are reports of enemy forces attacking throughout the land. We have been requested to aid by the samurai. Offer it, Hiruzen said simply. He would have to work tirelessly until the day he could rest. That would likely be the day of his death, unfortunately. Hiruzen's POV, Samurai Main Camp, Land of Iron. He supposed it had been far too long since Mifune had been in battle. He had been stunned when a dark being formed into their base. Simply naming himself Black, Zetsu had started killing samurai. Before the large force could overwhelm the single man, several samurai screamed out in pain. Each of them had a white blob somewhere on their person. They collapsed as the blobs formed into white Zetsu. The now emerging clones grabbed the blades of the fallen samurai. The samurai reacted by instinct, charging toward the intruders, ready to slay those who would dare oppose the Land of Iron. But each expert swordsman was suddenly outdone by the white Zetsu, who somehow were superior swordsmen and outpaced each of them with ease. It seems once again your spore technique comes in handy, Zetsu commented as the white Zetsu chuckled at the violence they unleashed. Now, 9 white Zetsu and 1 black one stood before the crowd of angry samurai. It works quite well. I even gained their chakra and skills. An invaluable tool, truly. There are so many of me. One of the white Zetsu celebrated happily. Should I kill them now? May as well. The Zetsu cackled as they drew their blades and called out in sync. Flash. Suddenly, 8 chakra blades cut through the remaining men in front of Mifune. Mifune dashes forward after dodging the mayhem. Again. Flash. They called, sending another volley of chakra blades through the air. Mifune met this attack with his own drawing of his blade as the attacks met. Quick draw. Netting of blades. He called, slashing his sword upwards. The air seemed to rive from the slash, forming intersected lines. The chakra blades were cut into bits as they met this odd technique. The impressive attack countering the volley. Mifune stomped forward angrily as Black Zetsu marched forward to meet him. I can forgive many things, but for the crime of killing my men, I will sentence you to death. I'm afraid a human like you could never defeat me, Zetsu claimed as he slid into a defensive stance. The two faced off as the white Zetsu clones prepared to charge into the fearful samurai. 2 raced forward, and 2 cut into them before suddenly freezing. The white Zetsus and samurai watched in shock as the 2 Zetsu collapsed. Bodies falling in 2. Delayed death. Splitting end, Reizo announced as they walked in to face the crowd of remaining Zetsu. Samurai do not send their men to death. They face death head-on, prepared to meet a fitting end. You do not have the resolve to achieve such a thing. Reizo lectured as he faced off with the crowd. Darui. Path to Iron Camp. He walked forward, bored, as C filled him in on the situation. There was a group of criminals causing chaos, and sent the 2 of them to stop them. They were on their way to the samurai camp when suddenly, a strange sight blocked their path. It was the silver-haired Leaf Genin who had gone AWOL on his team. Darui believed his name was Kabuto Yakushi. I hate to say this, fellas, but I cannot allow you any further, Kabuto said simply, his glasses shining in the night. We are on orders of the mighty Raikage. Either stand aside or face the wrath of the cloud. See order sliding out a kunai. He's here to stall us. Darui guessed. Suppose tonight will be anything but dull. Though I must ask, we are 2 high-level Junin. Do you truly believe you'll be able to stop us? Kabuto merely smirked as he fell into an aggressive stance. Before, you would have been right. Not for my false ranking as a pathetic leaf soldier, but the two of you would have easily slayed me even then. But thanks to our ally Ikam, I'm practically immortal, Kabuto said, crazed as seals suddenly covered his skin. Do me a favor, and don't die quickly. Lifuzu's pav nearby Naruto. Lifuzu, Tayuya, and Sakin observed the two teams meeting. As much as they wanted to attack, it would be risky with the amount of shinobi present. Instead, they followed the meeting team, seeing they were going into a large bar, and decided to camp it out until Naruto separated from the others. Besides, a group drinking and having fun would surely let their guard down. Once he did, Lifuzu would kill Naruto. Sure, the snake had wanted him alive, but Lifuzu hated his blood brethren and would see to their death. Let them enjoy the night for now. Because soon they would be remorseful of the day their friend was taken from them. Little did they know a different kind of beast was observed in the distance. Wanting the same prey but being very unwilling to share.